will be a star freelancer. Learn new skills. Set your goals. Increase your skills. Browse over 100 plus videos and ebooks. Jump to starfreelancer.eu.
Hi guys, welcome. In this lecture, we're going to do some cleanup and also some configurations. Now, I'm in the main.dat file, and what I simply did was to run the app over here, and this is the default app Flutter created for us. Okay. Now, I'm going to use Ctrl and B to make this wider. Then, we're going to get rid of this class called my home page. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create our home page. So now I'm going to use Ctrl and B to make this smaller. Then over the sleep folder, we're going to create another folder. So new folder, and we're going to call this folder screens. Okay. Then over the screens, we can as well create another folder, which we're going to call hot. Then over this hot folder, we can create a file which we're going to call login underscore screen dot dat. Okay, for the now we can simply just use a stateless widget. As well, we're going to call this login screen. Then over here, first of all, I'm going to highlight first. Okay, cancel. I'm going to highlight first, then use Ctrl and dot in order to import the material.dat package. Now, instead of returning a container, we can return a scaffold in order to have access to bulk of properties. Okay, for the now, we can have a body, which is just going to be a test widget, and which is just going to say login screen. Okay, now in yours, you're not going to see it like this. You're going to see an underline in yours. Now, in order to get rid of that underline, all you just have to do is to go to the analysis underscore options. Okay, I'm just going to undo this for now. Okay, then you're going to highlight this, highlight, then comment. Okay, then you're going to use Ctrl and S to save. Okay, as well, you're going to use Ctrl and S to save this file. Then over the main.dat file, we can then use that login screen. So we're going to get rid of this. Okay, login screen. Okay, great. If for any reason yours is not being imported, you can highlight again, then use Ctrl and dot in order to import it. Okay. Now the next thing we're going to do, first of all, you're just going to check it out, or how to start. Okay. I think for some reason it is not picking the change. I think I have to stop and restart. But before then, we're just going to continue. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do some configurations so we're able to use images. Now over this directory, we are going to create a folder. Now to create a folder in this directory, we're going to go to this spec.yaml file, and over here, we're going to click on new folder. We're going to call this folder assets. Then over this folder, we're going to create a new folder which we are going to call images. Okay, now I'm just going to go to my files to paste the image we need. Okay, don't worry, this image is going to be available for you to download. Okay, so this is the one we need. I'm just going to copy this, then go to desktop. We called the project zoom underscore clone, then assets, images, then paste this. Okay, now in order to tell Flutter of this image we just added, we need to also do some configurations. So now we're going to go back to our VSC code. Then we're going to go to our proxbec.yaml file. Okay, Control and B to make this wide. Now over this assets, we are going to uncomment this, highlight, then uncomment. First of all, we're going to get rid of this. Then we're going to point the location of that image we just added. That image we just added is in a folder called images, and that images folder is in a folder called assets. Okay, so this is going to be assets, then slash images. Then we're just going to say slash. By doing this, Flutter is going to recognize all those images within this images folder. Okay. Now what we can simply do is to use Ctrl and S to save, or over here you're just going to click on this now to get the package. Okay. So now in order for me to get the new change, all I just have to do is to stop it. Okay, now you can see this done, right? Okay, all I just need to do is to stop this, then restart it. So now I'm going to go back to the main.dat file, and over here I'm going to click on start debugging. Okay. Okay guys, in the next lecture we're going to continue from here. Hi guys, welcome. In this lecture we're going to continue building the login screen, but before then, this is our current stage. Now before we start building the login screen, we're going to define some colors we're going to be using throughout our app. Okay, now over this lib folder, I'm going to create a new folder which I'm going to call utils. Then over this utils folder, we're going to create a new file which is going to be called colors.dat. Okay, now I'm just going to go to this text editor, then I'm going to copy this colors. Don't worry, this color is going to be available to you, but you can easily just pause the video and type it out. Okay. Now in order to get rid of this error, all we just have to do is highlight, then Control and dot in order to import the material.dat package. Okay, Control and S to save. Okay, now we're going to start building the login screen. Now first of all, what we're going to have is we're going to first have a test widget over here, then we're going to have an image, then a button to log in. Okay, now before we fully start building the login screen, we're going to change our theme to use the dark theme. To do that, we're going to go to our main.dat file, Ctrl and B to make this wide. Okay, we're going to get rid first of this theme data. Okay, then instead of that, we are going to say theme data dot dark. Okay, I'm just going to hot restart this in order to save those unsaved files. Okay, I'm just going to break this down. Okay, add your trend comma. Great, now go check it out. Okay, now we're going to get rid of this debug banner. So over here, we're going to say debug should check banner. We're going to set it to false. Okay, now Control and S to save and go check it out. You can see now it's gone. Okay, now we're going to go back to the login screen. Now first of all, like I said, in this login screen page, we're going to have a test over here. That is a test widget. We're going to have the image widget and the login button. Okay, so to do that, we're going to first get rid of this. Now, those three widgets are going to be displayed vertically, that is, from top to bottom. And in order to display widget vertically, all our widgets are going to go into a widget called column. Okay, so over here, we're going to use the column widget. This can take multiple widgets, so it has the children. Okay, the first widget is going to be a test widget, which is just going to say start or join a meeting. Okay, now we're going to give some style to this. So this is going to be style, test, style. First of all, we're going to give the font size to make it more bigger. We're going to give a font size of 25. Then we're also going to give a font width of dot bold. Okay, add your trailing comma, then use Ctrl and S to save. Okay, go check it out. Okay, now this is it over here, but we're going to take it to the middle. So to do that, all we just have to do is to go to this column, then we're going to say main axis alignment dot center. So by doing this, it's going to take it to the center. Okay, now go check it out. Okay, great. Now the next widget we're going to have is the image widget, right? So first of all, we're just going to give a trailing comma where, then we just have to say image dot assets. Okay, now it's asking for the location of the image, right? The image we added in the last lecture, is located at the assets, then slash images. Then what is the name of the image? In order to avoid errors, I'm just going to go to this, then I'm going to try to want to rename this. Okay, rename. Then I'm just going to copy this so we don't make mistake in spelling. Okay, just going to close this file. Then we're going to go back, Ctrl and B. Okay, then we're going to paste this here. Okay, add the trailing comma, then use Ctrl and S to save. Okay, great. So this is it, right? I think we have this over here. Okay, what we can do is we can wrap this with a container. So alight, control and dot. Then we can then say alignment dot center. Okay, this is just going to fully take it to the center. Okay, I think it's already in the center, right? Now the next thing we're going to do, we're going to give space between these two widgets. To do that, all we just have to do, this is the first widget, that is the test widget, and this is the second widget, right? So we are going to give a size box over here, size box. Now we're giving this space vertically, that is from top to bottom. So this is going to be height of 20. Okay. Okay. Great. Right. Okay. Now in the next lecture, we're going to create the button and also look for a way to style this more better. Okay guys, see you. Hi guys, welcome. In this lecture, we're going to create the login button. But before then, we're going to change the scaffold color. And we're going to make sure this color affects our entire app. Now to do that, we're going to need to go to the main.dat file. Okay, now I'm going to use Ctrl and B in order to make this wide. Okay, now over here we have the theme data. we have the theme data.dark, right? Now what we can also do at the end of this, we're going to need to say dot copy width. Then we're going to say scaffold background color. We want the scaffold background color to be the background color which we defined in the colors.dat file. Okay, now we can simply use Ctrl and S to save and go check it out. Okay, great. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create the login button. Okay, now we're going to make this a bit reusable, and as well we're going to make this a bit cleaner and a bit dynamic. Now to do all this I just mentioned, we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to create this folder in the screens directory, and we can easily call this folder widget. Okay, now over this widget we're going to create a new file which we can call custom underscore button then dot dat. Okay, we can simply use a stateless widget for now, and as well we can call this custom button. And over here we're going to highlight, then use Ctrl and dot in order to import the material to that package. Now this file is just going to be for button only, so we really don't need much fields or much properties. So we're going to get rid of this container and just return a button known as elevated button. Okay, now we have this error because there are some properties we need to pass which we have not passed, and one of them is the onPressed, and the other is the child. Okay, now you can see it's gone. Now for the child, it's going to be a test widget which is just going to say login. But remember I said we're going to make this a bit dynamic, right? So now what we can do is at the top, that is over here, we can create a variable, a final variable, which is going to be called test. Okay, now we can give this a type because it is a test, so it's going to be a data type of string. Okay, now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to pass it on to the constructor. So to do that, all we just have to do is to highlight, then use Ctrl and dot. Then we're going to go to create constructor for final fields. Now you might already have this, so you can just pass this test, that is the this.test. Now we're going to make this required by passing the required keyword. Okay, great. Now instead of this test, we're going to pass in the test we just created. Okay, so by this way, it's going to be more dynamic. I think test. Okay, now we can give a style to this. We can, okay, this is going to be test style. Then we can just give a font size, that is how big it's going to be, font size of 17. Okay, Ctrl and S to save. Now we're going to go to the login screen. Okay, remember we had earlier used a column widget, and the reason for that was because we want all our widgets to be displayed what? Vertically. Okay, now this is the image widget. After it, if you don't have a trailing comma, you can simply just add that to yours. Then the next widget we're going to add is a custom button. Okay, now you can see it expects a value because we passed this test to the constructor, right? Okay, now for the test, we are going to say login. Okay, great. Now use Control and S to save now and go check it out. Okay, this is it. Now what we can do is we can take this a bit to the bottom. Okay, to do that, all we just have to do is to wrap this with a padding. Okay, now to do that, we're just going to highlight first, then use Control and dots. Then we're going to go to wrap with padding. Okay, now instead of edge insert.all, we're not going to be giving for all sides. We just only want to give for the bottom. Okay, so instead of edge insert.all, we're going to say edge insert dot symmetric. Okay, now we're going to get rid of this and add the vertical. Then we're going to get rid of this const keyword. Okay, for the vertical has to do with top and bottom, and currently this is the stage of the button, right? So I'm going to take it bit to the bottom. So over here we're going to say 40. Okay, Control and S now to save. Okay, great. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to give some styling to the button. Okay, to do that, we're going to go to the custom button. Okay, you can see now it is more cleaner rather than having all the codes over here. Okay. Okay, this is the custom button. Control and B to make this wide. Okay. Now, within the elevated button, we can have a style. Then it's going to be elevated button dot style from. First of all, we're going to change the color of the button. To change it, all we just have to say is primary color. The color is going to be the button color, which is defined in the colors.dat file. Okay, use Ctrl and S to save now, and okay, great. Now the next thing we're going to change is the size of this button. To do that, all we just have to say is minimum size, not maximal, but minimum size. Now we're going to pass in the size. Now you can see it expects a width and a height. The width has to do with how wide it's going to be. For the width, we're going to say double dot infinity. This is going to take the available space. Okay. Now for the height, we're just going to give 50. Okay, that is how long or how tall the button is going to be. Okay, use Ctrl and S now to save and go check it out. Okay, you can see it now, right? Okay, now what we can do, we can give some breathing space between these edges. Okay, now we're going to go to the top, that is the elevated button. What next we're going to do is we're going to highlight, then use Ctrl and dot, then wrap this with a padding. Now we're going to give a padding of 18 for all sides. Okay, Ctrl S to save and go check. Okay, great. Now what we can as well do is we can give this button a little rounded shape. So to do that, we're going to go to the, okay, first of all, add the training comma where. Okay, now after the size, we're going to say shape. This is going to be rounded rectangle border. Okay, now you can pass in the border radius. You can say border radius dot circular of 30. Okay, we're just gonna know how to start this. Okay, great. You can as well change the color to something else. Probably you can change the color to colors dot blue. Okay, right? Okay, or colors. Oh, or colors dot red. I think this is a very bad design. Okay, obviously not. We're just gonna leave it at the button color. Okay, button color. I'm trying this to save. Okay, it is back. Okay. Okay, hi guys, welcome. In the last lecture, we created this file which we called custom button. And the reason for this was because we want a much more cleaner code. We want to make it more dynamic and we want to make it more reusable. Now, first of all, I'm going to show you what I mean by making it more dynamic and more reusable. Okay, now what we can do is we can go to our login screen, right? I can easily just have another exact button with the same design and everything by just saying add your training comma, then I'm just going to say custom button. Now we can make it more dynamic by passing a different text which just says register. Okay, Control and S now to save and go check it out. Okay, you can see it. You can see it is reusable and as well dynamic. Okay, now we're going to get rid of this. Get rid of this. Okay, now what's next we're going to do is when we click on this button, we're going to print something to the debug console. Okay, to do that, we're going to go back to the custom button. Okay, remember we're making this dynamic. So what we can do is we can create a variable called on pressed, right? On pressed, comma. This is, sorry, not comma, but semicolon. This is a type of function, right? Then we as well going to call it. Okay. Now instead of this, we can just use something known as void callback. Okay. Okay. This is also a type of function. It works more like a function. Okay. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to pass this to the constructor. So over here, we're going to add a training comma. Then we're going to say this dot onPressed. Also, we're going to make this required by passing the required keyword. Okay. Now, instead of this, we're going to get rid of this, then pass in the onPress. Okay. Now you can see it needs an additional value because we just passed it to the custom hardware constructor. Okay. Now the value it needs is the onPress. For the onPress, we're going to use this function now, then this, then we can just say print you are now logged in. Okay, add your semicolon and use Control and S to save, or just Alt restart this in order to save those unsaved files. or you can just put it on autosave, but for some reason I prefer this. Okay, now we're gonna open our terminal, new terminal, then click on this, debug console. Okay, now let's click on this. Okay, you are now logged in. Okay, click on it again. Okay, it gets printed again. Okay guys, see you in the next. Hi guys, welcome. In this lecture, we're going to add some required package we're going to need throughout our app. Now before then, head up to pub.dev. Okay, now the first package we're going to need is the Cloud Firestore. Okay, search for it. Then we're going to click on this first link over here. Then we're going to copy this code. Then we're going to go to our VSC code. Now in order to add that package, we're going to need to go to our postback.yaml file. Okay, I'm just going to use Ctrl and B to make this wide. And after this Cupertino icons, we're going to paste this. For the now, I'm not going to use Ctrl and S to save because there are some other package we need to add. Okay, we're going to click on this pub.dev in order to go back to the home page. Then we're going to search for Firebase auth. Okay, you're going to see all what this does sooner. Okay, we're going to copy this. Okay, paste this. Okay, go back. Okay, we're going to search for the Firebase core. Okay, click on this first link, copy this, and paste. Okay, we also going to need the Firebase store. Okay, click on this Firebase underscore storage. Okay, copy the code and go back to your VSC code, then paste this. Okay, now we can use Ctrl and S to save in order to get all those packages. Okay, now I'm not going to wait for this, but immediately after doing this, Flutter expects you, or VSC code expects you close your VSC code, then restart it in order to get all those changes. So after yours finishes, you're going to need to close your VSC code, then reopen it. But you can as well just leave it and continue like that. But some of the time, you might encounter issues or errors. Probably URL not found. So after getting all these packages, you're gonna need to okay, I think it's done already. Debug console. Okay, I think we're not gonna see it there. I'm just gonna do it again to make sure it's done. Okay. Okay. So I'm just gonna, okay, I think it is, okay. I'm just not gonna wait for this. In the next lecture, we're gonna continue from here, but make sure you close your VSC code and restart it. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. In this lecture, we're gonna integrate Firebase. Now head up to firebase.google.com. Now if for any reason you don't have an account, you can easily just create one. Okay. Now we're going to click on go to console. Okay, then we're going to click on add project. Now you can see it's asking for the name of the project. We're just going to call this Zoom clone. Okay, click on continue. Okay, now the first thing we're going to do is we're going to disable this, then click on create project. Okay, this is going to take some time. You can see it's creating your project, provisioning resource. Okay, okay, finishing up. Okay, now we can click on continue. Okay, we're going to be integrating for 100, so we're going to click on 100. Okay, now the first thing we need is the package name. You can hover in this, you can see your package name is generally the application ID in your app level build.gradle file. Okay, now to get that, we're going to go to our VSC code, then 100, then the app level. Now this is the build.gradle, and this is the application ID. Well, what we can do is we can make this unique. To make it unique, all we just have to do is to get rid of this example and use our name. So this is going to be Macaulay Famous, but obviously this is going to be yours. Okay, now we can copy this, copy, and paste. Now it's asking for the nickname. We can also call this, we can just call this Zoom app. Now in order to use Google, that is the Google sign-in method, we need to add this SHA1 key. Now to add it, all we just have to do is to add, hover in this, then over here, we're going to open this page in a new tab. Okay, great. Now we're going to go over this. Now we have for Mac and Linux and for Windows. Now I'm using Linux, so I'm going to copy this. But if you're on Windows, you're going to need to navigate to this. Okay, copy. Then we're going to go to our VSC code. Then we're going to open a terminal, new terminal. Then we're just going to paste this. Okay. Now it's asking for password. Now over here, you can see it says the default password for the debug Kingston is 100. So we're just going to type Android over here. Okay, great. Now we have the SHA1 and SHA256. So we're going to copy this SHA1 and paste. Okay, if for any reason it says it gives an error, it is because probably you have some space, so you can just get rid of that space. Okay, great. Now we can click on register app. The other thing you would want to do is to make sure you copy this both, because you're going to be needing this all the time you want to integrate Google sign-in method. So you can easily just copy and paste this in your notes. Okay. Okay, now we're going to download this. Click on download. Okay, now we're going to go to our files, downloads. Then I'm going to cut this. Then we're going to go to our project, which is located at desktop. Then the name of the project is Zoom Clone. Okay, it wants us to paste it in the 100, then the app, and over here within the source and the view.gradle. Okay, now we're going to click on next. Okay, get rid of this. Now over here, you can see it says we should add this line, and we should add it in the project level build.gradle. So now we can copy this and go back to our VSC code. I'm just going to get rid of this for now. Okay. Then this is the app level, and this is the project level build.gradle. So over these dependencies, we are going to paste this. Okay, great. Now scroll down. Then over here, you can see it says we should add this line of code, and we should add it in the app model build.gradle. So we're going to copy this, and this is the app, right? So this should be the build.gradle. Okay, so we're going to copy and paste. Okay, we already have copied it, so we're going to paste this over this apply plugin section. Okay, great. Now it also wants us to copy this, and we're going to need to paste this in the same app level build.gradle, and we are currently in this file, right? So we're just going to scroll down and paste this here. Okay, now you're not going to see this in yours. I was having issues creating this project, so I need to add this in order to get rid of that error. Okay, now this is basically it. Now we can click on next, then click on continue to console. Okay, now the next thing we're going to do is, since we're going to be using Google sign-in method, we need to enable it over here. So we're going to click on authentication. Okay, then get started. Okay, now we're going to be using Google, right? So we're going to click on Google, then we're going to enable it. Now it's asking for the project public facing name, and to see what this does, you can easily just override this. Now it says this will be the name presented to the users when they are shown any public instance of your project. For example, this will be the name displayed on emails that users received after creating an account with your app. Okay, so now the name, we can just say it should be Zoom. Okay, then it wants us to set up a project support mail. We're just going to click on this and use the email attached to this account. Okay, then we're going to click on save. Okay, now the last thing we're going to do is we're going to change the minimum SDK. So over here we have this minimum SDK version. For the now, it is set to flutter.minimum SDK version. I'm going to change this to 21. Okay, so this is basically it. Okay, you can see now the Google sign-in method has been enabled. Okay, now we can also start this to save those unsaved files. Okay, okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. In this lecture, we're going to add the SHA2 certificate. Now, the reason for this is because we're going to be using the Google sign-in method and it requires it. Okay, now to add it, all we just have to do is to click on this, okay, project settings. Now, you can easily just copy that SHA256. Now, if for any reason you don't have this or you did not copy it, you can easily just go to this developers.google.com/android/guides/clients-auth. Then if you're Windows, you can navigate to this and copy this, then paste in your terminal, or if you're in Mac or Linux, you can copy this, then paste in your terminal. Okay, now I'm going to copy this SHA256. Okay, now we're going to go back to our browser, then this, then we're going to scroll down, And over here, you can see that we have the SHA1. Then we're going to click on Add Fingerprint. Okay. Then we can now paste this. String does not recognize a certificate format. Probably we are having a space. Okay, great. So you can see it automatically detects it, SHA256. So this is always needed in order to integrate Google sign-in method. So now we can click on Save. Okay, great. Now everything is set. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. In the next lecture, we're going to integrate the Google sign-in method. But before then, in order to use the Google sign-in method, we're going to need to add a package called Google sign-in. But before then, you can easily head up to pub.dev. Then over here, search for Google sign-in. Okay, enter. Okay, then we're going to click on this first link over here. Then we're going to copy the code. Then we're going to go to our VSC code. Then we're going to go to the postspec.yaml file. Then I'm just going to use Ctrl and V to make this wide. And then we can paste this. Okay, now we're going to use Ctrl and S to save in order to automatically get the package. Okay, so you're going to wait for this. Hi guys, welcome. In this lecture, we're going to integrate the Google sign-in method. Now, in order to have a much more cleaner code, what we're going to do is, over the sleep folder, we're going to create a new folder, which we're going to call controllers. The controllers folder is where we're going to be creating all the functionalities of our app. Okay, now over this controllers folder, we're going to create a new file, which we're going to call hot_controller.dat. Okay, now we can use Ctrl and B in order to make this wide. Okay, now the first step we're going to take is we're going to create a class, and we're going to call this class hot_controller. Okay, then the next step we're going to take now is we are going to create a function, and we're going to call this function sign in with Google. Okay, we're going to be using the await in order to await for the Google sign-in method. And in order to use the await, we need to have the async over here. Okay, then we can now use a try and a catch block. Over the try block, we are going to sign in the user using the Google method. Now, in order to sign in the user, all we just have to say is Google sign in, then dot sign in. Okay, so this is going to pop out the Google sign in model. Then we can store the result in a variable called Google user. So equal to this. Then we're going to give a type. It is a type of Google sign in. Sorry, Google account. Google sign in account. Yeah. Okay. Now add your question mark over here to say it can be null, and we're going to await for Google. Okay. Great. Great. Now the next thing we are going to do is we're going to make sure the user is authenticated, or we're going to make sure the user is signed in. To do that, we're going to use this variable which we created called Google user. We're just going to say Google user dot authentication. Okay, add your question mark over here and give your semicolon. We can as well store this result in a variable. We're going to store the result in a variable called Google hot. which audio equal to, and this is a type of Google authentication. That is Google sign in authentication. Okay, great. Okay. Also, we need to await this. Okay. I think we have this issue. Um, over in this. Okay, sorry, we need to add this. Okay, great. Now, this is all we basically need. By doing this, we are going to be able to sign in the user using the Google sign in method. But the problem is we're not going to have access to the user data. We're not going to have access to the display name. We're not going to have access to the photo URL attached to the email account. All we're just going to do with this is to sign in that user. So if we should leave it this way, that means the user is going to be anonymous. We don't have access to the user. We don't even know that user. Okay, so we're not going to leave it like this. We're going to move further because we're as well going to have access to the user data, and we're also going to save that user data over this users tab. That is the authentication page. Okay, great. Now to do that, we're going to move further. Okay, just gonna okay. Now to do that, all we just have to say is Google Provider. Okay, then dot. Okay, sorry, we need to get rid of that. Then dot credential. Okay, add your semicolon. Now the first thing we're going to have is the access token. It's going to be this variable we created, which we called Google Hot. So this is going to be Google Hot dot access token. Okay, make sure you add your question mark over here and give a trailing comma. Then the last field we need is the ID token. This is going to be as well the Google Hot then dot ID token. Make sure you add your question mark over here as well. Okay, now over here we sign in the user, right? Then over here we are having access to the data attached to the Google account. Okay, now what we're going to do next is we're going to upload the data to this users tab. Okay, first of all, we're just going to store the result in a variable called credential. Okay, equal to this. Okay, this is going to be a final. Okay, great. Now to store the data over here, all we just have to do, we're going to use the Firebase auth which we had earlier installed. Okay, so we're going to initialize that at the top here. So we're going to create a final variable which we're going to call underscore auth. Then it's going to be equal to the Firebase auth dot instance. Now we can give a type to this. It is a type of Firebase auth. Okay, great. Now in order to store the data over here, all we just have to say is underscore auth dot sign in with credential. Okay, now you can see it automatically passed this credential. Remember, this credential is a variable that has access to the user data, right? Okay, So add your training comma there. Sorry, your semicolon. Okay. Now we can as well store the results in the variable. We're going to store the results in a variable called user credential, and it is a type of user credential. Make sure you add your equal to and as well await for this. Okay, now this is basically it. This is all you need in order to sign in the user, have access to the user data, then upload the user data to the users authentication tab. Okay, so this is basically it. I think it should be easy to memorize from time to time. Okay, now the next we're going to go do is we're going to use this function called sign in with Google. So we're going to go to our login screen. Instead of this, we're going to get rid of this. Now, in order to have access to the heart, in order to have access to the sign in with Google, we need to first have access to this class called auth controller, because this auth controller class is a father, right? And this is his child. So in order for us to have access to his child, we need to have access to him first. Okay, now we're going to go back to our login screen. All we just have to do is to have access to the auth controller class, that is his father. Make sure you call it. Then we're going to say dot sign in with Google. That is the function. Okay, great. Now this is all we need. But we're going to do one last configuration. We're going to do this configuration in the main.dat file. Now I already have it here. We're just going to get rid of it. So we do it again. Okay. Now the configuration we're going to do is we are going to finally tell Firebase, sorry, we're going to tell Flutter that immediately all the widget loads, we want to initialize Firebase. That is, we want to initialize the Firebase engine. That is, we want to start using Firebase. Okay, now to do that, first of all, we're going to make sure all the widgets are loaded. To do that, all we just have to say is widget Flutter Biden dot ensure initialized. Okay, so after the widgets, then we want to start using Firebase. So we're just going to say Firebase dot initialize app. Okay, we're going to wait for this. We're going to wait for this. Await. Then in order to use the await, we must pass in the async. Okay, this is basically it. This is all we need. Okay, now we can hot restart this in order to save those unsaved files. Okay. Okay, great. Now click on this. Okay, great. Now I've done this before. That is why it is not opening the tab. If not, if you are doing it for the first time, it's going to open a model for you where you're going to add your Google account. You're going to add password and others. I think it is easy to do, right? Okay, now over here it is added. I'm just going to go back to this page, then navigate back to this. Okay, you can see it over here, Macaulay famous. Okay, and the provider is what? The Google sign-in. Okay, so this is basically it. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now we are not only going to save our users data in this users tab, we're also going to save the user data in this Firestore database. Okay, now before we set up the Firestore database, we're going to sign in again. Now I'm going to go to my Android app, then I'm going to click on login. Okay, now we're going to wait for this. It's going to pop out the model I was trying to show you. Obviously, it did not, since we have not. Okay, now I'm going to pass my email. So my colleague famous at gmail.com. Click on next. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna approve this from my phone. Okay, confirm here. Okay, yes, 45. Okay, great. And you can easily just click on that more ways to sign in. Then I'm gonna click on agree. Okay, it's gonna sign us in soon. Now, if you want to redo this, all you just have to do is to clear your Android data in your Android Studio. So I have to clear my data in order to show you this from scratch again. Okay, now I'm going to click on accept. Okay, okay, great. Now we are currently signed in. Now I can easily go to this and come back over here in order to give that a refresh. Okay, now great. Now what I said is we are not only going to save the data over here, we're also gonna save the user's data in this Firestore database. We don't only want to have access to the email, we also want to have access to the um we also want to have access to the username, that is the display name. We want to have access to the user photo that is attached to the Google account and others. Okay. Now, fortunately, we can't have access to all that over here, or we can't display all that over here. We can only display the email and the user UID. Okay. Now we're going to go now to the Firestore database. Okay. We're just going to wait for this. Okay, great. Now we're going to click on create database. Okay, now it's asking for us to choose between the start and production mode or start and test mode. I'm just going to go with this start and test mode. Then click next. Okay, we're just going to go with the default enable. Okay, you can see provisioning cloud faster. This is going to take some while. We're just going to have a little patience for this. Okay, setting up security rules. Okay, almost done. Okay, great. Now in order to upload data over this cloud Firestore, we need to set up some rules. And in order to do that, we're going to navigate to this rules tab. Okay. Now yours might not look exactly like this, but whatever it is, all you just have to do is to get rid from this part. Delete, 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 delete. Get rid of this, and you're going to leave just the read and write. So now make sure you add your semicolon. That is one to allow read and write. In other words, and I think fetch and want able to delete, create and do others. Okay, that's what it basically means. Okay, now we're going to click on publish. Okay, great. Okay, now what we can have over this data, we're going to have a user collection. Okay, I can just create this. We're going to have a users collection where all our users are going to be stored. Now each user is going to be connected to this users collection with an ID. Now over here you can see a collection must contain at least one document. When we mean one document, we are referring to a single user. So you can either call it a single user or one document. Cloud Firestore unit of storage. Documents store your data as fields or to generate a document ID or a custom one if you need. And what it's basically saying is we can just generate a custom ID or click on this in order to auto generate. Okay, now our user is going to have a username which is a type of string, and because it is a test, and the username is going to be the user uh, display name which is attached to the Google account, right? So we're just going to say Macaulay. The user is also going to have a photo, right? You can say image, which is going to be the user uh, image that is attached to the Google account. Okay, so this is basically it. Now I can just I can just go ahead and save. Okay, now you can see over here we have this users collection and we have this single user, which we can refer to it as a document. Now you can see the only connection with this users collection and this document, it is what? This ID. So we are using this ID to connect both users collection together. More like we are saying we want to add this document or this single user to this collection. Okay, so this is what we're basically saying. Now we're not going to be creating this uh, manually. We're going to create it from code. So we're going to get rid of this users collection. So delete collection. Then we're going to type in the users. Okay, click on delete. Okay, great. Now in the next lecture, we are going to store our data to this Firestore database. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Hi guys, welcome. In this lecture, we're going to store our data in this Firestore database. Okay, now to do this, we're going to go to our VSC code. Then we're going to go to the auth controller file. Then I'm going to use Ctrl and B to make this wide. Okay, and I'm just going to shift this. Okay, great. Now the first step we're going to take is we're going to create a variable called user, and it's going to be equal to this variable called user credential, then dot user. Okay, now we need to specify the type, and it is a type of user, and make sure you add your question mark to say it can be null. Okay, now the next approach we're going to take is we're going to check if there is user or not. To do that, all we just have to say is to use an if statement over here. We're just going to say if user is not equal to null, which means there is a user, right? Okay, if it is not equal to null, then we're just going to use another if statement, which we're going to check for the user credential dot additional info, then dot is new user. Okay, add your exclamation mark over here. Now what we are basically saying, we are first checking if the user is not equal to null. If the user is not equal to null, then over here we are checking if it is a new user or not. You know, sometimes the user might uninstall the app, and whenever it clicks on this again, we don't want to resave that data if we had already saved it before. Okay, so that's what we are basically saying over here. So we are saying if the user credential.additional info dot is new user, if it's a new user only, then we want to save the user in the Firestore database. Okay, so we're going to save the user to the Firestore database if only is a new user. Okay, we're just going to say s. Okay, else we can just leave it empty for now. Okay, now if it's a new user, we want to save the user to the Firestore database, right? Okay, now remember we had earlier installed the Firestore package, right? We're just going to initialize it over here. Okay, so over here we're going to create a final variable. We're going to call this Firebase store. Okay, it's going to be equal to the Firebase Firestore, okay, dot instance. Okay, great. Okay, now if it's a new user, then we want to add the user, right? So all we just have to say is underscore Firebase store dot collection. Now I had earlier shown you this, right? I had earlier shown you this over here, and we said we're not going to be creating it manually, but we're going to create it from the code. So instead of this collection, we're going to pass in the name of the collection, which is going to be called users. Okay. Now remember I also said each user is going to be linked using is going to be linked to the users collection using what? An ID. So this is going to be dot doc. Okay. Now the ID is going to be the ID from the user Google account. So all we just have to say is we're going to use this user variable over here. Okay. So we're going to say user dot. Okay, you see we have access to loss of property. Okay, this is going to be user dot UID. Then we're going to say dot set. Okay, great. Add your trailing comma over here. Okay. Now we're going to pass in the fields we need. The first field we need is the username, which we're going to say is going to be the user dot display name. Okay. The next field we need is the UID, which is going to be the user dot UID. Okay. Now the last field we need is the image. Okay, the image that is attached to the Google account, right? Okay, it's gonna be user dot photo URL. Okay, great. We can just say user image. Sorry, user then capital I. Okay, great. Now this is basically it. Now we're only doing this if it is a new user, right? If the user already have an account and probably the user uninstall the app, you know, he's going to see meet this page again, right? Now, if the user clicks on this, we are just going to sign in the user. We don't want to add the data. So that is what we are basically saying. Hopefully you understand. Okay. Okay. Now I'm just first going to delete that user we already have in the authentication tab. Okay. Delete. Okay. I think it's over here. Delete account. Okay. Great. Now we're going to hot restart this. Okay. We just have to wait for just a bit. Okay. Almost. Okay. I think this is taking longer than expected. Okay, I think it's done now. Okay, now we're going to click on login. Okay. Okay, now I think for some reasons it's not popping out the model, but you can easily just clear your cache or your 100 data in order to see others. Okay, see others. Okay, now we can try to navigate to this and come back. As well, we're going to open this in a new tab to check if those data has been added. Okay. Okay, great. So you can see we have the users to collection. Okay, great. You can see this is the image attached. I don't think I can have an image attached to the. I'm just going to copy this. I think if you don't have an image, Google is also automatically going to generate an image for you. Okay, you can see I don't have an image, so Google automatically generated this for me. Okay, great. Now you can see. Now if I should click on this again, it's not going to add the data, so it's just once. And that is the reason for this nested if statement, which says user credential dot additional info dot is new user. We're only gonna add the user to the Firestore if it is a new user. If it's not a new user, that is, we just want to sign in, that is login, right? Okay, so this is basically it. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now if the user clicks on the login button, if no errors, we want to sign in the user, and also we're going to take the user to a new page, that is the home screen. Okay, now to do this, we're going to go back to our VSC code. Okay, now over the screens folder, we're going to create a new screen, which is going to be a new file, right? Which we're going to call home underscore screen. Then there's section which is dot that. Okay, now we can use a stateless widget and we're going to call this home screen. Just going to use Ctrl and V to make this wide. Okay, now over here, first of all, we are going to highlight first, then use Ctrl and dot in order to import the material.dat package. Now in order to have access to lots of property, instead of returning a container, we're going to return a scaffold. For the now, we're just going to have a body, then a center widget, which is going to center the next widget we're going to add. Okay, for the child, it's just going to be a test widget, which is just going to say authentication or authenticated. Okay, now we can give some style to this test style. We can give a font size to this. That's how big the test is going to be. Font size of 24 and a font width of font width dot bold. Okay. Now over your cursor to this, you're going to see what we need. Okay, we need an additional parenthesis. Okay, now use Ctrl S now to save. Now when we click on this, if no errors, then we want to sign in the user, and as well we want to take the user to this home screen. Okay, now to do this, we're going to go to our login screen. First of all, we're going to make our code more cleaner. Okay, instead of this, we're going to first get rid of this. Then I'm just going to create a variable to store that auth controller class. Okay. Over here, we're going to create a final variable, which is going to be called underscore auth controller. Okay, is going to be equal to the hot controller class. Okay, great. Now we can as well specify the type, or we can just leave it like that. Sometimes it's a must you specify the type, and sometimes you don't really need to specify the type, but we're just going to specify the type. It is hot controller. Okay, great. Now now we're just going to say underscore hot controller. We are making it underscore. That is, we're making this variable a private function, sorry, a private variable, because we don't want to be able to use it outside this file. So that was why we use this underscore. So this is going to be now dot sign in with Google. Okay. Now we don't only want to sign in with Google. After signing in with Google, that is if no error, then we want to navigate to the home screen. So to do that, we're just going to say navigator dot off contest dot push. The route is going to be the material page route. Now we're going to pass in contest. We can as well specify type that it is a build contest. Okay. Now over here, we're going to use an arrow function to say we want to navigate to the home screen. Okay, add the trailing comma. Since it's not going to have an issue, we can just remove this type. And that's to have a more concise code. Okay, Ctrl S now to save. Okay, now let's click on this. Okay, authenticated. Now over here, you can confirm that there is no error by checking the debug console. Okay, debug console. Okay, you can see notifying the ID. You can see this is the current login user ID. Okay, great. In the future, we're going to learn on how to do this in a more better way. Okay, guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now, if we should hot restart this, it's going to take us back to the unauthenticated screen, and that means we need to log in all the time we want to use this app. Okay, you're going to see now it's going to take us back to the unauthenticated screen, and if we want to log in again, we need to click on the login button. Okay, but I think this is a bad design and we're not going to be using this. Okay, now what we're going to do is immediately the user log in for the first time, we are going to save the user section so the user don't need to log in all the time they want to use our app. Okay, now to do this, we're going to first go to the hot controller file, then we are going to use Ctrl and B now to make this wide. Okay, now over here, just gonna give some space. Okay, I love to breathe more. Okay, now what first we're going to say is stream. Then we're going to pass in the user. Okay, we can say it can be null. That is, it's a type of user. Then all you just have to say again is get. Then we're going to create a variable called auth changes. Okay, then now we're going to have an arrow function. Then all we just have to say is this auth variable, then dot auth state changes. Okay, so this is going to look for if we are authenticated or not. Okay, now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the main.dat file. I'm going to use Ctrl and B. Okay, then the main.dat file, right? Okay, Ctrl and B now to make this wide. Okay, now first of all, instead of this login screen, we're going to use something called stream builder. Okay, stream builder. Now you can see we have this error because it expects us to pass some properties such as the stream. Okay, now the stream is going to be that variable we created, and in order to access that auth changes variable, we need to access the class, and the class is called auth controller. Call it. Then all we just have to say is dot auth changes. Okay, great. Now the next property we're going to pass is known as builder. Okay, now you can see that error is gone. Now this builder is going to take in two values, that is the context and the snapshot, which is referring to the data we have in our Firebase Firestore. Snapshot, snapshot. Okay, great. Okay. Now what we're going to do first, we're going to do some check. So we're going to say if snapshot, that is the data, the snapshot is referring to the data we have. If snapshot dot connection state is equal to connection state. Okay, that means the data is still loading. So we're going to say dot waiting. That means probably we have some network issues and it's trying to fetch the data. Then we want to return a center widget. This is going to center the next widget we're going to use, a center widget. The child is going to be a circular, hopefully I can spell, circular progress indicator. Okay, great. Okay, great. Okay, now outside the if, right, outside the if, we're going to have another if statement. We're going to say if snapshot dot as data, right? Remember I said the snapshot is referring to the data we have in our Firestore database. Okay, if it has data, then we want to go to the home screen, right? Okay. Else, if we don't, okay, over here, we're just gonna return the login screen. Okay, great. Hopefully you understand this, right? Okay, now we're gonna give this a hot restart. Okay, you're gonna see this shortly. Okay, now go check it out. Okay, now you can see currently we are still in the authenticated page, and the reason for this is because we have data. The snapshot has data. Okay, right? Works perfectly well, and hopefully you understand this. Okay, I'm just gonna try this again. Okay. Okay, great. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. In this lecture, we're going to create the button navigation bar so we're easily going to be able to navigate within pages. Okay, now to do this, we're going to need to go to the home screen. Okay, now first of all, we're going to use Ctrl and V in order to make this wide. Then we're going to first get rid of this body. Okay, It ends here, right? Okay. Now we're going to use something known as bottom navigation bar, then bottom navigation bar. Now you can see we have this error because it wants us to pass a property known as items. Okay. Now for the items, it's going to be the bottom navigation bar item. Okay, it's asking for an icon, so this is going to be an icon widget. So this is going to be icons dot. Now I have it pulled out here so I don't forget. So the first is icons dot comments underscore bank. Okay, icons. Okay, icons dot comments underscore bank. Okay, now for the label, that is the text, it's going to say wait and chat. Okay, great. Now we're also going to have another, so bottom navigation bar item. For the icons, I'm just going to check it out. For the icon is the icons.log clock. Okay, so it's going to be icon widget, then icons dot log underscore clock. Okay, for the label, I'm just going to check that out. Okay, meeting. Okay, meeting. Okay, now hopefully you can now do this. So we're just going to copy this now and paste 2 more times. Okay, great. Now for the third, it's going to be icons.person underscore outline the label or its contacts. Okay, so for the third, it's going to be icons underscore person underscore outline. Okay, then the label is going to say sorry, not there, but for the third, right? Okay, I think we have this just 3 times. Okay, just gonna use Ctrl and S to save to format as well. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3. So we're gonna paste the last, that is the 4. Okay. Now for the third, this is gonna be icons person underscore outline. Right? Okay, the label is gonna say contacts. Okay, now the last one is for the settings. Okay, settings underscore outline. Okay, so this is gonna be underscore, sorry, icons dot settings, right? Okay, underscore outline. Okay, now for the label, it's gonna say settings. Okay, Ctrl S to save. Okay, we can as well add a chain comma by. Okay, great. Now go check it out. Okay, now this is it, but we can't really see it. Now we're going to change the background color of this. Okay, now over this, the bottom navigation bar, we're going to say background color. We want to use the footer color, which is defined in the colors.dat file. Okay, now the next thing we're going to do, we're going to change the color of the item. So all we just have to do is to say selected item color to colors.white, then the unselected item color to colors.gray. Okay. Okay, great. Now you can see default is going to be the first. So currently we are in this first over here. So you can see it has the color of white, and these are the not selected, right? Okay, great. Now we can also have an bar. Sorry, over here we can just have the bar. Okay. For the now, we're gonna just the background color. We're gonna make it to use the background color we have. Okay. Okay. Now you can see it over here, and you can see we have some elevation, right? We're gonna get rid of that. Okay. All we just have to do is to say elevation. We're gonna set it to 0, so it's gonna blend with the background. Okay. Now you can see it's gone. Okay. Great. Okay guys, in the next lecture, we're going to continue from here. Hi guys, welcome. Now in this lecture, we're going to create a Flutter project. And I'm going to create this Flutter project on my desktop. So to do this, I'm going to say cd desktop. Okay, now to create a Flutter project, all you just have to do is to say Flutter create. Then what's the name of the project? I'm going to call my Ecommerce _app, but you can call yours any name you desire. Then I'm going to click on enter. Okay, now you can see it's creating the project. This is going to take some time, and I'm going to stop this. Then you're going to wait till it finishes. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now what I simply did was to open the project on VS Code, and this is the default app Flutter had created for us. Okay. Now, one of the ways we're going to be using to structure our files is known as MVC, which stands for Models, Views, Controllers. Now, over the sleeve folder, I'm going to click on it, then I'm going to click on New Folder. Okay. Now, the first folder we're going to be creating is the M, and which stands for the models. Okay. Now, over the sleeve as well, I'm going to click on it, then New Folder. Then the next folder we're going to create is the V, and which stands for what? The views. Okay. Then lastly, the folder we're going to be creating is the controllers, right? I'm going to click on new folder, that is the C, and which stands for controllers. Okay, controllers. Okay. Now this is the models, views, controllers. Okay. Now the models folder is where we're going to be creating our fields, such as the username field, the password field, the email field, and the image URL, and so on. Okay. Then for the views folder is where we're going to be creating our UI, such as the home screen UI, the login UI, the sign up UI, the sign out UI, the profile UI, the search UI, and so on. Okay. Then for the controllers folder is where we're going to be creating our functionality, such as functions to sign in user, functions to sign out user, functions to create user in Firestore, and so on. Okay. Now remember I said the views folder is where we're going to be creating our UIs. Okay. Now for simplicity, what we can as well do, over this views folder, we can click on it, then we can go to new folder, then we can create a folder called screens. Okay. Now the first screens we're going to be having is the login screen, then the register screen. So for more simplicity, what we can as well do is over the screens folder, we can create another folder and we can call this folder hot. Okay. Then over the hot folder, I think I can barely click on that hot. I just think I have to try. Then I'm going to create a new file. If for any reason we didn't create any that hot, we can as well just move it, right? Okay. So I'm going to click on new file. Okay. Then we're going to create a file called login underscore screen then dot. Okay. I think it's not in the hot file. What I can do, I can go to my files. Then I can go to where I created it. This is it over here, Ecommerce app. Then we can go to leave, right? Then we can go to views, screens. Okay, hot. Okay, it's not in the hot, so we can cut this off, then go to the hot and paste it here. Okay, great. Okay, there's it over here. Now what we can do over here, we're going to use a stateless widget for this. So to use a stateless widget, you can just say stl. Okay, it's going to auto predict for you. Okay, we can call this as well login screen. Okay, then over here, first of all, I'm going to highlight this. Then I'm going to use Control and dot in order to import the material.dat package. Okay, now in order to easily get rid of this underline, what we can as well do is to scroll down, then go to the analysis options. Then over here, we can as well just comment this out. Okay. Okay. First of all, I'm going to use Control and S to save. You can see it's saved. Okay. Then we're going to go to the login screen. Okay. Now you can see it's gone. Well, if yours is not gone for any reason, you can as well save this file or just have to restart your VS Code. Okay. Now for the now, what we can do is instead of returning a container, we can return a scaffold. Now for us to have bulk of property scaffold. Okay. Now we're gonna have a body for now that is gonna be a center widget. So we center whatever to hardness. Okay. Center. So what we can have is a child. Then we're gonna say test. Probably login screen. Okay, we'll get rid of this. Now you can just overwrite over here. You can see we need one more of this. Okay, now I'm going to use Control and S to save. Okay, now we're going to go to the main.dat file. Then I'm going to use Control and B to make this wide. Okay, now instead of returning this home page, we can get rid of this over here, everything, the home page. Then instead of this, we can use, okay, we can say login screen. Okay, great. Now go check it out. Okay, you can see it over here. Okay, great. Now we can as well get rid of this banner. So now to do that, okay, we can over the material app, we can set the debug show checked mode banner. We can set it to false. Okay, go check it out. Okay, now you can see it's gone. Now what you can as well do is to use a dark theme. So to do this, we're going to go to the leave folder, then we're going to create a new file. Probably we're going to call this file const.dat. Okay, now what we can do is we can create a variable called background color. We can set it to colors dot black. Okay. Now in order to access this black color, we need to import this. So I'm going to highlight, then use control and dot. Then we're going to import the material to that. Okay. Then over here, add your semicolon. Okay. Great. Now we're going to go back to the background, the main.dat file. Then I'm going to use Ctrl and V to make this wide. First of all, you can see we have this theme data. Okay, we're going to get rid of this theme data first. Then we're going to say theme data, then dot dark. Okay, now Ctrl and S to save and go check it out. Okay, now you can see it is kind of dark, but this is not what we want. So what we can do, we can say dot copy with, that is, we want to use that color which we defined in the course.dat file. So what we can say, we can say scaffold background color should be the background color, which is the color of black, right? So this is going to give us a dark now. Okay, I just think I have to alt restart this. Okay, great. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now in this lecture, we're going to continue creating our login screen. Okay, now we're going to have two fields. That is for the email and for the password. And both fields are going to be displayed vertically, that is from top to bottom. Now, in order to display widget vertically, we're going to be using a widget known as column. Okay, now what we can do is we can get rid of this center widget. Okay, now like I said is we're going to have two fields, that is the email and the password. And both fields are going to be displayed vertically, and that is from top to bottom. And in order to display widget vertically, we're going to be using a widget known as column. Okay, now over here we can say column. Now this can take in multiple widgets, so it has the children property. Okay, now what we can do is over here we can give a semicolon. Now you can see we are still having an error. What we can do is we can hover over this, then you can see it wants us to add an additional parenthesis. Okay, great. Now we're going to have the test field. Okay, now this test field has what is known as decoration. This is going to be a field decoration. Okay, now we're going to give the int test, which is more like the placeholder in HTML. Int test. Okay, we can just enter your email. Okay, now use Control and S to save this and go check it out. Okay, now you can see it at the top over here. Now what we can do is we can bring it down to the center. Now to do this, over the column widget, we can say main axis element, main axis alignment dot center. Okay, great. This is going to take it to the center. Okay, great. Now what we can as well do is we can add a border in all the sides. So within the input decoration, we can say border. Okay, this is going to be outline input border. Okay, now use Control and S to save. Okay, now we're going to have border in all the sides. Okay, great. Now what I can as well do is to have a training comma over here. Okay, great. Now when we click on this, you can see now we have this greenish, the greenish color, right? Now we're going to get rid of this gray border. Now to do this is we're going to set a focus border, which is also a property within the input decoration. This also is going to be the outline input border. Okay, Now we're just gonna say border side, then border side as well. Okay, what we can just do is to change the color. So we're gonna say colors dot black. Okay, now I think we are missing on that parentheses. What we can just do is over in this, you can see we need one more. Okay, over it on it again. I think another. Okay, great. Add your training comma. Add your training comma. Use Control and S to save. Okay. Okay. Now you can see it's gone. Now what we can as well do is we can just get rid of the border Okay, now to do it within the outline input border, what we can say is border side. This is going to be border side norm. Okay, so this is going to get rid of the borders. Okay, great. Now what I can as well do is to add the training comma, now to get a good format. Now you can see we can't really know this is a test field. Now what we can do is within the decoration, the input decoration class, it as well has a property known as field. Okay, now we're going to set it to true. So by doing this is going to give the test field a gray color. Okay, go check it out. Okay, great. Now lastly, what we can as well do is we can give a padding over here and here. Now you can see we have no space between the left and the right. And what we can just do, in order to easily have access to the padding property, what we can just do is over here we can highlight this column widget first, then we're going to use Control and dot, then we're going to wrap it with a container. Okay, now over here we can say padding, then we can say edge inserts. We can just give for all side dot all. We can give a padding of 20. Okay, I'm trying to save. Okay, great. Okay, now with the knowledge you've gained from this, try to implement the password field yourself. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now in the last lecture we created the email field. Now in this lecture we're going to create the password field. Okay, now this is for the email field, right? And it ends here. So what we're going to do is we're going to give a trailing comma. Okay, then we're going to have another test field. Okay, now as well we're going to have the decoration, then the input decoration. Okay, now we're going to have the int test, which I said the int test is similar to the placeholder in HTML. Okay, int test, what we can see now is enter your password. Okay, add the training comma, then use Control and S to save, then go check it out. Okay, now you can see it is very close to each other. Now what we can do is we can separate both, and to separate both we're going to be using something known as size box. Okay, so over here this is the ending of the first test field, that is for the email, and this is the starting point of the next test field, that is for the password. So what we can do is we can use a size box at the middle of both, because this is going to be size box. Now we're going to be giving this space vertically, right? So it's going to be height of probably 15. Okay, Control and S to save. Okay, great. Now you can easily just copy this and paste it over here, but for the sake of mastering I'm going to be doing this again. Okay, now as well what we can do is we're going to give a border in all the sides. So to do this we're going to say border, this is going to be outline, outline input border. Okay, great. Use Ctrl and S to save and go check it out now. Okay, great. Now what we can do is we can, okay, first of all, let's click on this. Now you're going to see this green color around the border. Now what we can do is we can get rid of this green color. Okay, first of all, I think I have to use the comma in order to get a very good format. Okay, now in order to get rid of this green color, what we can say is the input decoration has a property known as focus border. That is when you click on it. So as well, this is going to be outline input border. Okay, then we're going to set the border side. Okay, we're just going to change the color to colors.black. Okay, add your training comma, use Ctrl and S to save. Okay, now go check it out. Okay, now you can see it's gone, but we barely know this is a test field. Now what we can do is, as well as within the input decoration, you can see the border is to give border at all sides, right? Is to give border at all sides, while this focus border is when we click on it, we don't want that green color. Okay, now I'm gonna now you can see we have this border over here. Now we're going to get rid of this border, that is without clicking on the field. Okay, now within the outline input border, we can as well say border side, then this is going to be border side, then dot null. Okay, add your training comma. Okay, great. Now you can see we can barely see this now because the term is black and we barely know this is a test field. Now what we can do is we can give this test field a gray color. Now to easily do that, within the input decoration, we can just set the fill to true. Okay, Ctrl and S to save. Okay, great. Okay, now like I said, you can easily just copy this over here since it's similar and paste, but for the sake of mastering, most of the time I'm going to be doing this from scratch all the time. Okay, probably they are too close, or we can just say 20. Okay, great. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now in this lecture, we're going to create our login button. And I'm going to be creating this button from scratch. Okay, so now what we can do is over here, we can add a training comma. Then after this test field, first of all, we're going to as well add a training comma over here. You can use Ctrl and S to save, now to get a very good format. Okay, now like I said, is we're going to be creating this button from scratch. Okay, so what we can do is after the test field, we can have a container widget. Okay, now first of all, we're going to give this button a width and a height. Okay, for the width, we're going to get the width of our screen. To get the width of our screen, all we just have to do is to say media query that of context, then dot size, then dot width. So by doing this, we're going to get the width of our screen. Then what we can say is we just want to minus 40 from it. Okay, as well, we're going to give a height. We can just give the button a height of 50. Okay, now what we can do is we can have a decoration. It's going to be box decoration. Okay, we can give a color. First of all, what I can do is I'm just going to define this color in the const.dat file. Okay, so over here we can use var. We can call this variable button button color is going to be equal to colors dot red. We can just red of 400. That is the shade. Okay. Use Control and S to save. Okay. So for the color, it's going to be the button color. Okay. Now use Control and S to save and go check it out. Okay, great. So you can see it's very close to this. Now what we can do is we can use a size box over here, and we're going to be given this this space vertically. So this is going to be a height of probably 20 as well. How the training comma here as well. Okay, now go check it out. Okay, great. Add your training comma as well. Okay, great. Now, aside the decoration class, the box decoration class, what we can have is a child. Then we can just have a test of that says login. Okay. Now we can give a style to this. We can say test style. We want the font width to be bold, so we can say font width dot bold. Okay, font width dot bold. Okay, add your training comma, use Control and S to save and go check it out. Okay, now what we can do is we can take it down to the center. So to do that, what we can just do is over this test widget, we can wrap it with the center widget. Now we're going to align first. Then we're going to use Control and dot. Then we're going to go to wrap with center. Okay, use Control and S now to save. It's going to take it to the center. Okay, now probably we can have as well a font size. So to make this bigger, or probably 20. We're just going to check it out first. Okay. Okay. Now in order to make this clickable, what we can now do is to wrap this test widget with a button, and the button is going to be a type of inkwell. So as well, what we can do is align first, then use Control and dot. Okay, now we don't have this inkwell widget over here, so what we can do is we're going to click on wrap with widget. So this is going to be inkwell. Okay, inkwell. Now this inkwell has the on tab. Okay, now what we can just do for now is to say print. Okay, you are now logged in. Okay, great. Over in it, okay, you can see we are missing the semicolon. Okay, Control S to save. Okay, now this is now clickable. Okay, now you can go check your terminal. You can see this is going to be printed out on the screen on your debug console. Okay, great. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hey guys, welcome. Okay, now we're gonna have two test widgets. One is gonna say need an account and the other is gonna say sign up. Okay, now both widgets are gonna be displayed horizontally, that is from left to right. Okay, now what we can do is after this container we can give a training comma as well. Okay, now in order to display widgets between left to right, that is horizontally, we're going to be using a widget known as row. Okay, so now what we can do is we can say row. This row as well can take in multiple widgets, so it has the children. Okay, now the first test we're going to have is going to say need an account. Okay, user is a question mark because we're asking the user. Okay, great. Now I'm going to add a training comma over here, then use Control and S to save. Now go check it out. Okay, now we're going to take this to the center horizontally, and to do that we're going to be using the main axis alignment. The main axis alignment is going to work differently for the row since this is the horizontal form. Okay, so we're going to say main axis alignment, main passes element.center. So this is going to take it to the center horizontally. That is from left to right. From left to right. Okay, great. Now as well, what we can do is we can give a style. This is going to be test style. We can give a font size of 24 to make it very big. Okay, then what we can do is we can as well give a font width. So this is going to be font width dot bold. Okay, add your training comma here. Use Control S to save. Okay, I think this is too big. First of all, this should be account. We can just make this 20. Okay. Okay, now you can see this is so much pushed to the top. What we can do is over here, we're gonna give this space vertically, right? So this is gonna be size box, and this is gonna be vertically, so this is gonna be height of probably 20 as well. Okay, great. Okay, we can just finally leave this at probably a 10. Okay, now we're going to have the order test field. So first of all, we're going to give a training comma. So this is going to be a test, sorry, not test field, but test, that is the test widget. Okay, so what we can say is sign up. Okay, as well, we're going to give a style. You can easily just copy this, but for the sake of mastering, I don't like doing that. So this is going to be test style. Okay, as well, we're going to give a font width. This is going to be font width, the bold, and as well, we're going to give a font size to make this bigger. As well, we're just going to give it a 10. Okay, add your trailing comma and go check it out. Okay, now you can see it's very close. Now what we can as well do is we can give a size box. Okay, so this is the first test widget and this is the second test widget, and they are both in a row widget, so which makes it displayed horizontally, that is from left to right. Okay, now this is the first test widget and this is the second test widget, so at the middle we can use a size box as well, size box, and we're going to be given this space horizontally. Right now you can see we're going to give this space horizontally between this need an account and the sign up, right? Okay, so this is going to be width because we are given the space horizontally, that is from left to right. So this is going to be a width of, we can just give a width of 10. If it's not okay, we can as well change it. Okay, great. Now what we can do is we can make this sign up clickable. So to do that, okay, over this test widget, we're going to highlight first, then we're going to use control and dots. Now you can see we don't have the inkwell type over here, so what we can do is we're going to click on wrap with widget, and this is going to be a type of inkwell, but you can as well use a gesture dictator button. Okay, so what we can just do is to see on top, then just leave this empty. Okay, great. Great, now you can see this now clickable. Okay, now what you're going to do is, first of all, you're going to create a new screen and you're going to call that screen register underscore screen. Okay, then what you're going to do for me is you're going to create 3 fields, that is for the username, probably the username, the name, and the password. So users are going to be able to register. So that is going to be your assignment. So what you're going to do now is, first of all, create a new screen in the hot folder. For any reason, if you didn't create in that hot folder, you can as well just move it there. Okay, so now you're going to create a new screen called register underscore screen dot dot. Then as well, you're going to use a stateless widget for this. Then what you're going to do is you're going to create three fields. That is for the username, the email, and the password. Okay, so try to do that yourself. Then lastly as well, you're going to create the register button. Okay, so try to implement this with the knowledge you've gained over this section. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Hi guys, welcome. Now in this lecture, we're going to create the register screen. But before then, in last lecture, what I asked you to do is to create a new screen called register underscore screen, then the dot. Okay, then I asked you to create that register underscore screen, the dot file in the hot folder. Then after creating that screen in the hot folder, what I ask you to do is to use a stateless widget. Then after using a stateless widget, you're going to create some fields. That is probably the full name field, the username field, the email field, and the password. Probably I didn't say it this way, but if you have done it, you can as well just edit it. So those four fields I mentioned, or probably you're going to add some fields. Okay. Now what we're going to do now is to create the register screen. Okay, now you can see we can barely have access to the hot folder, but what we can do, we can just create this screen over the screens folder, then later on we're going to move it. So this is going to be, we're just going to call, instead of calling it register screen, we can simply just call it sign up. You can as well leave yours like that, or probably you rename it, or just leave it that way, sign up underscore screen, then the extension dot. Okay, now you can see it is not in the same directory. So what we can do is we can now move this over here. So what I can do is I'm going to go to my files, or you can just drag and drop. Okay, I don't want to make any mistakes, so that's why I'm going through this long journey. So I'm going to go to lib, then views, screens. Now I'm going to cut this off from here, and I'm going to paste it in this alt folder. Okay, great. Now over the sign up screen, what we can do is we can have a stateless widget as well. We can call this sign up screen, or yours can be register screen. It's not really a big deal. Then over here, we're going to import the material.dat package. So I'm going to highlight first, then I'm going to use control and dot. Then we're going to import the material.dat package. Okay. Now, what you're going to do now, if you have not done it before, probably you didn't understand, what you're going to do now is to try to create those four fields on your own. That is the full name field, the username field, the email field, and the password. So try to pause this video right now and try to implement it yourself. Okay. Now, if for some reason you can't still do it, it's absolutely fine. But I believe as the process goes, you're going to master all the process. Okay. So now, instead of returning a scaffold, what we can do is to return. Sorry, instead of returning a container, what we can do is to return a scaffold. So we have access to bulk of properties. So scaffold. Okay. So now try to pause the video and try to do it yourself. Okay, if you still can't, it's absolutely fine. So now what we're going to have is a body. Okay, now those four text fields are going to be displayed vertically, that is from top to bottom. So what we can use is a widget known as column to wrap everything up. Okay, great. Now this column can take multiple widgets, as you know. So it has the children. Okay, now the first text field is going to be for the full name, right? So we're going to say test field. Okay, then we're going to have the decoration. This is going to be input decoration. Okay, now what we can have is the int text, which is similar to the placeholder in HTML. So we can just say enter your full name. Okay, we can just join this together. Okay, Control and S to save. Now in order to see this, what we can just do is go to the login screen, then when you can see, in case we don't have an account, we would want to click on this need an account and to go to the register page. So I think we have the sign up. So if we don't have an account, we can click on the sign up. So what we can do over here, we can implement that. So we can say navigator of contest. This is going to be dot push, that is want to push to the next page. Then it's going to take the material page routes. Okay, now this is going to take in the contest, which is referring to where we currently are. So now we're going to use an arrow function. Then we want to navigate to the sign up screen. Okay, great. You can hover it over here. Okay, there is no issue. Control S to save. Then we're gonna go back to the sign up. Okay, now when we click on this, it's not gonna take us to the sign up page, right? Okay, great. Now first of all, we're gonna take this to the center, and to do that, over this column, we're gonna say main axis alignment. It's gonna be main axis alignment. Main axis alignment of center. Okay, great. So now we're gonna give border in all sides, right? So within the input decoration, what we can say is border. Then there's gonna be outline, input, border. Okay, now check it out. Okay, great. Just gonna have the train to come over here. Now when we click on this, we're gonna get this greenish color. Now to get rid of this, the input decoration as well as the property known as focus border. This as well is going to be outline, input border. So now we can see border side. Default, the color is going to be green. So we're going to change the color to colors.black. Okay, I think we need one more. Add the training comma. Use Control S to save. Okay, now you can see it's gone. Now, so what we can do is to remove the border, right? So what we can say now is within the outline input border, we're going to say border side. So we're going to say border side. That means we don't want any border side dot none. Okay, now you can see we can barely know now this is a test field. So what we can do is within the input decoration as well. You can do this anywhere, but must be within the input decoration. We can say fill to true. So this is going to give a gray color to our test field. Okay, great. Now what we can do, you can see this is pushed to this edge over here and pushed to the right edge over here. Now what we can do is we can use the padding, and to easily have access to the padding property, what we can do is wrap this column with a container. So I'm going to use Control and dot. I'm going to go to wrap with container. Then I'm going to give a padding. This is going to be edge insert, then dot all of probably 20. Okay, then go check it out. Okay, this is going to give space between this, I think. Okay, great. Now on your own now, try to implement the rest yourself. That is the username, the email, and the password. Then as well, you can just add the button, the register button to it as well. Okay guys, so now what we can do is we can just gonna copy this now, since you should have mastered some parts. Okay, then I'm gonna paste this. This should be enter your username. Okay, now we're gonna give some space between both. So what we can do is over here we can have a size box. We're gonna give this space vertically, so this is gonna be height of probably 20. Okay, go check it out. Okay, Now on your own now, I'm gonna stop this video here. Then on your own, try to don't copy and paste, try to do it from scratch. That is, do for the email and password, then as well try to create the register button. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now in this lecture we're going to create the field for the email and password. Okay, now I'm going to do it one more time, then I'm going to copy and paste the other. But what you can simply do, you can just copy and paste it yourself. That is if you have mastered this process. Okay, so now what we can do is over here we can add a training comma, then we can have another. First of all, we're just going to give a size box, right? You already know what this does. Then we're going to give the height as well of 20. Okay, great. Okay, now we're going to have the test field, right? So we're going to set decoration. This is going to be input decoration. Okay, this is going to be int test, which I said is more like the placeholder in HTML. So this is going to be enter your email. Okay, now we're going to give some border, right, at all sides. So it's going to be outline input border. Okay, now what we can do, you can Control S to save, and that's to see it again. Okay, now you can see we now have the border. So what we can do, we can just get rid of it actually. So now to get rid of the border at all sides, within the input border, outline input border, you can say border side. It's going to be border side but none. Okay, great. Sorry for that, I just think I have to add training comma. Okay, now you can see we can barely see it. So what we can do is we can just within the input decoration, right, we can say fill is true. Okay, so this is going to give us some greenish color. Okay, now go check it out. Now really we don't need the focus border again since it's already gray. Now you can see we don't have that that green border because we have added this gray to it. Okay, well we can just as well add that in case we don't have this field. So as well we can say focus border. At least I know you should know what this does. So you can say outline input border, then we're going to say the border side. Default is going to be green, so we're going to say border side. Then we want to change the color to colors dot black. Okay, I think we're missing two. Okay, add your training comma, okay, then go check it out. Okay, great. Okay, now we can copy this. Since they are the same, you can just as well use a reusable widget, but I think sometimes using a reusable widget can make things even more complex than you think. Okay, so I'm just gonna paste this here. This is gonna be enter your password. Control S to save. Okay, now you can see it's very close. What we can do is give a size box as well. So you can see size box. It's gonna be height, right, of 20 as well. Okay, add your training comma. Okay, great. Go check it out. Okay, great. Now what we can do is we can have a button, right? That is the register button. I'm just gonna add my training comma here. Okay. First of all, we're gonna give it a size as well, a size box. Now to separate the button from the last test field. So we're gonna say height of 20 and add the training comma. Then we're going to have a container. Okay, now first of all we're going to give the button a width, and we're going to get the screen width. Now to get the width of the screen, we can just say media query.of context dot size then dot width. So with this we've gotten the width of the screen. Then we just want to minus 40 from it. Then the height of the button is going to be 50. Then what we can have is a decoration. It's going to be box decoration. Okay, then we can have a color. This is going to be the button color, right? Okay, now go check it out. Okay, great. Now we can have a child that is outside the box decoration. We're just going to center the next widget we're going to add. So this is going to be center. Then the child is going to be test, which is register. Okay, I'm going to give a style, a font width or font. Sorry, it's going to be test style. Okay, it's going to be font width dot bold. Okay, go check it out. Okay, we can as well give a font size to make this big of 24. I really don't know what we gave it for the register. I think I've forgotten. Okay, great. Okay, now on your own, what you're going to try to do is to implement the already have an account and the login. So what you're going to do is to use a row. Remember, in order to display widgets horizontally, you're going to be needing what? A row widget. So try to implement that yourself. You're going to have to test, that is for the already have an account. Then you're going to say login. Then that login, you're going to create a function to take the user to the login screen. So try to implement that yourself. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now in the last lecture I told you to create two test widgets, and both widgets are going to be displayed horizontally, that is from left to right. And one of the test widgets is going to say already have an account. Then the other test widget is going to say then login. Okay, so if you can't still do it for any reason, it's absolutely fine, but I believe as the process goes, you're going to master bits of how everything works. Okay, so now what we're going to do now in this lecture is we're going to create two test fields, and both are going to be displayed horizontally, that is from left to right. And one is going to say already have an account. Then we're going to have a link to login. Okay, so now like I said, both tests are going to be displayed horizontally. And in order to display widget horizontally, I'm going to be using a widget known as row. Okay, so this is the end of the button we created from scratch, right? Over here we simply just give a width to the button, that is how wide the button is going to be, and we also give the height, which is how long the button is going to be. Then we gave a color to the button, which is a color of red, that is our button color, which is defined in the course.dat file. Okay, and over here we simply just center the text and we called it register, and we gave a font width of bold and a font size of 24 to make it more bigger. Okay, now over here what we're going to do is we're going to have the trailing comma. Then since we're going to display these two widgets horizontally, that is from left to right, we're going to use a row in order to do that. So by using a row, all widget that goes into it is going to be displayed horizontally. Now this row as well can take multiple widgets. It has these children. Okay, now the first test widget is going to say already. Okay, we're going to the login page, right? So this is going to be already have an account. Okay, sorry, add a training comma. Right, okay, now go check it out. Okay, this is over here. Now we're going to take it to the center horizontally, that is from left and to right a bit. So to do that, over here I'm going to say main axis alignment dot center. So this is going to take it to the center horizontally. Okay, great. Now you can see we don't really have space, so what we can do is we can use a size box, and we're going to give this space vertically, that is from top then to bottom, right? So this is going to be height of probably 20 as well. Okay, great. Now the next thing we're going to have is the second test that's going to say login. So after I'm going to have the training comma, then we're going to have another test. Okay, probably, okay, first of all I'm just going to style this, so I'm going to give it a style. Then this is going to be test style, right? Test style. Then we're going to say font size of 18, right? Then we're going to say font width the bold. Okay, control next to save. Add your training comma, sorry, over here, not to get a very good format. Okay, now as well you can just copy this, but this is a beginner course, so I expect as the process goes you're going to master it. So for that purpose I'm going to be doing everything from, I love doing everything, repeating everything, so you master the process. So this is going to say then login. We're also going to have a style. It's going to be test style, right? Then we're going to have a font size of 18 as well. Then a font width is going to be font width, then bold. Okay, add your training comma at the edge over here, control next to save. Now go check it out. Okay, now you can see we don't really have space between they already have an account and the login. So between these two test fields we're going to give a space between those. Okay, now we're going to say size box, and we're going to be giving this space horizontally, that is from left to right, right? So this is going to be width of probably 10. Okay, add your training comma. Okay, now what you're going to do now is to wrap this login with a button. So when the button is clicked, it's going to take us to the register. It's going to take us to the login page. So what you're going to do now is to pause this video and try to implement that yourself. Okay, if for any reason you can't still do it, I'm going to do it now. So what we're going to do is, over this test widget, we're going to highlight first, then we're going to use control and dot. Then we're going to wrap with widget, since the widget we're going to be using is not available at this drop down. So we're going to click on wrap with widget. Then we're going to wrap it with a button, and it's going to be a type of equal. You can as well wrap this with a gesture detector. It works similar. We're just going to use an equal because sometimes we can easily add some splash effects. So you can say ink well. Okay, so we're going to have the on tab. Okay, great. Then I'm going to use control and S to save and to get a very good format. Okay, now go check it out. Sorry, it is clickable now, right? Okay, now what we can do is, when this is clicked, it's going to trigger this function. So now we're going to say navigator dot off contest, then dot push. We want to go to the, okay, this is going to be material page route first, and this is going to take in the contest. Then we're going to say we want to go to now function, we want to go to the login screen. Okay, add your training comma here, control next to save. Okay, now when we tap on, if we don't have an account, now we can click on this to go to the login. But if we need an account, we can as well click on this to go to the register page. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now as well, users are going to be able to upload an image. So now what we can do is we can have a default image over here. Then on top of that default image, we're going to have a camera icon. So when that icon is clicked, it's going to give a pop-up to the user. So users are going to be able to choose either to upload the image from their gallery or camera. Okay, so now we're going to do this. Now like I said, we're going to do this at the top, that is over here. So what we can do is we can make that widget the first widget. So it's going to be above the first text field. Okay, great. So now like I said, we're going to create a default image over here. Then on top of that default image, we're going to have a camera icon. Okay, now in order to place widget on top widget, we're going to be using a widget known as stack. Okay, so over here we're going to use a stack widget, and the reason for this is basically we want to place another widget on top of that widget. Okay, this as well is going to take multiple widgets, so it has the children. First of all, I'm just going to give a training comma over here. Okay, now the first widget we're going to need is a circle avatar. Now we're going to give a radius of 64. That's how round we want it to be. Okay, now we're going to have the background color first. So that is, if the image can't load, we just want a color of colors that blue. Okay, now as well we're going to have a background image, which for now, for the purpose what I'm going to show you, I'm just going to say network image. Then I'm just going to say profile pics. Okay, now if we should save this, they're going to get an error, and the error is going to get thrown at the VLC code, and it's going to crash our app. Okay, now to get rid of this, you can see over here it expects HTTPS and so on, but we are just giving a test that says profile pics. So we're going to get an error if we should save this right now, and this error is going to get thrown at our VLC code, which will eventually crash our app. Now in order to get rid of that, what we can do is, first of all, I can't really see the debug icon over here, so what I can do is use Ctrl and minus to reduce the size of the VLC code. Then we're going to go to this debug over here. Okay, now you can see we have this breakpoints. Now if for any reason you can't see this, what you're going to see first is call stack. Then you're going to click on that call stack, then you're going to click on this breakpoints. Okay, now you can see we have this breakpoints over here. Now you can see this uncaught exceptions. All right, so what we're going to do, default it is checked. So what we're going to do is we're going to uncheck it. So make sure you uncheck this. Okay, so now you're still going to get an error, but the error is not going to get thrown at your VLC code, but it's going to get thrown at your debug console, so your app is not going to crash. Okay, so now I'm going to use Ctrl and plus again now to make this VLC code more bigger. Okay, now I'm going to use Ctrl and B. Okay, I think this is too big. Okay, I think this is okay, right? Okay, great. Now we can use Ctrl and S to save this now. Okay, now go check it out. Okay, this is it over here. Now if you go and check our debug console, you're gonna see this error. If not because of that we just unchecked, it's gonna get thrown at the VLC code, which will eventually gonna crash our app. Okay, great. Okay, now this is the first widget. Then the other widget we're going to have is we're going to place it on top of this image, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to add a training comma. Now this tag has a property as well known as position. Okay, position. Okay, we're going to have a container or we can just get rid of the container. We don't really need it. We're just going to say icon. Okay, and it's going to be icons dot add underscore photo. Okay, add a photo. Okay, I think we need another. Okay, add a train comma. Okay, go check it out. Okay, now you can see it over here. Now what we can do is we can take it to this side. Okay, so over here in this position we can give a bottom of 80. Okay, now let's check it out what it does. Okay, we can just say left minus 10. This is not what I want. Probably oh sorry, we're gonna take it to the right. So what we can say is right 0. So this is gonna go to the right. Okay, now for the bottom we're gonna say minus 80 first to see what it does. Okay, we can't see it again. Okay, 80. So most of the time this is how you just have to try it out. I think bottom should be okay. Let's give it 10 first to see what it does as well. Okay, great. I think this is what we want, or probably we can just 5 to take it to the right a bit. Okay, great. Now what we're going to do next is we're going to give space between this and this, right? So as well, you know now is we're going to use a size box, right? Then we're going to give this space vertically, so this is going to be height of 20 as well. Okay, okay, great. Now when you click on any of this, okay, now you can see we got this error. In order to get rid of this error, what we can do is, the issue is it is finding it difficult to scroll. So what we can do is we can wrap this with a scroll widget in order to make this page scrollable. Now to do this, what we just have to do is over this column, I'm going to use Control and dot. Then we can wrap it with a widget. The widget is known as single child scroll view. So by doing this, it's going to make the sign up page scrollable. Okay, use Control S to save. Okay, now you can see it's gone, but it gets pushed up at the top. So now what we can do is over this container, now we can say alignment, then alignment dot center. Okay, then it's going to take it to the center. Okay, great. Now you can see the page is now scrollable and we don't have that flex error anymore. Okay, great. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now instead of using the red and black, we're going to redesign our app to use the black and white. Okay, so now to do this, what we're going to do first is we're just going to remove the dark theme. So now we're going to go to the, Control and B to make this smaller. Then I'm going to go to files. Then we're going to go to main.file. Okay. Now instead of having this theme, then the theme data.dark, we can just get rid of this. Okay. Commit. Then use Ctrl and S to save. Then go check it out. Okay, great. Okay. Now what we can do is we can change the button color to black. Okay, Ctrl and B. So now we're gonna go to the const. Okay, now you can see where we defined it here. Okay, now instead of giving that color, we could have just give that button color a colors of colors.black, but it's good to define it over here so that in case you want to change it, you can easily just change it in everywhere instead of changing it in one part and in the other part. Okay, so now what we can do is instead of colors.red, we can use the colors.black as well. So by doing this, anywhere we are using the button color, it's going to get updated there. Okay, now go check it out. Okay, I'm just going to hard restart this. Okay, for some reason it's okay, great. Okay, now what we can do is we're going to change that test. So what we can just do is we can save var as well. You can call this test button. Then the color is going to be colors dot white. Okay, great. So now I'm going to save this file first. Then we're going to go to the login screen first, or probably the sign up first. Okay, so now what we can do is over the button which says register, we're also going to give a color to it. So this is going to be test button. Okay, we can just add color to it. Okay, then go back to the const. Okay, test button color. Okay, control or just auto restart this now to automatically save those unsaved files. Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, I think we did it in the. Okay, great. Now as well, we're gonna do for the login, right? So we're just gonna go to the login. Then we're gonna locate the login button as well. Okay, use it over here. Then as well, we're gonna give it a font. Sorry, a color. Then this is gonna be test button color, right? Okay, great. Control and S to save. Now you can see the reason why we define those color in a separate file. Now we can basically change that color without going to, if we had done colors dot white in all the files, for example, we need to change this in all the files. Okay, but now since we have it defined in one file, that is the colors.dat file, we can just change the color and it's going to get affected in all the files where we are using the test button color. Okay, so now for example, if we don't want to use the black and white, we can just use the white and yellow or white and red by just going to the const.dat file and changing this to the test button to probably yellow. Okay, so that is one of the reasons we have to define those colors over here, so we can easily refer to it anytime. Okay, so I'm just going to use Alt restart again. Okay, Okay, great. Now we have the login screen. We also have the sign up screen. But before then, please note you must not do exactly what I'm doing, right? You can as well have your own colors, or you can as well have a border to this. It doesn't really mean you must do exactly what I'm doing. You can have your own design as the process is going. Probably you can have a color of white and yellow, or white and red, or white and blue, or white and pink, and so necessarily you don't have to follow the exact pattern I'm trying to follow. Okay, so you can as well have your own kind of style. So probably here we can say black. So now we can go to our sign up screen, then over there, instead of colors dot blue, we can just use the button, sorry, the background color. So this is gonna give the black, right? Okay, great. But I think it looks so somehow, so I'm just gonna change this back to colors of blue. So like I said, you don't really need to follow the exact pattern I'm trying to follow. You can have your own design pattern. Okay, great. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now in this lecture we're going to learn on how to integrate Firebase. Now head up to firebase.google.com. okay, now we're going to click on go to console. Now if for any reason you don't have an account, you can as well just create an account. Okay, now we're going to click on add project. Okay, now it's asking for the name of the project. We can call this Ecommerce course, but you can actually call this any name you desire, right? So we're going to click on Ecommerce course, or you can call yours Ecommerce project or Ecommerce app. Okay, now we're going to click on continue. Okay, continue. Now the first thing we're going to do is we're going to disable this Google analysis, so make sure you disable this. Then we're going to click on create project. Okay, now this is going to take some time. Okay, we just have to wait a bit. Okay, you can see it's finishing up. Okay, now we're going to click on continue. Okay, now we're going to be integrating for the Android, right? So we're going to click on Android. You can easily check on how to do that for iOS. Okay, now it's asking for the package name. Now if you should hover over this, you can see it's telling you the location to get the package name. You can see your package name is generally the application ID in your app level view.gradle. Okay, so now we're going to go to our VSC code. Okay, then we're going to go to files. Okay, first of all I'm just going to collapse this. Okay, it's asking for the Android and the app level. Okay, this is the view.gradle. Okay, now I'm going to use Ctrl and B to make this wider. Okay, now what first I can do is, instead of using the com.example, we can make it unique by using our username. So we can say Macaulay famous, but I believe your username is going to be different, right? Okay, I'm going to use Ctrl and S to save. Then I'm going to copy this. Okay, don't forget to use your own username. Okay, now we're going to paste this here. Okay, now it's asking for the nickname. We can just e-commerce app. Okay, now I'm going to click on register app. Okay, it's going to take some time as well. Okay, now it's done. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to download this google.json. Now you can see this is the location it's asking us to add it. Switch to the project view in Android Studio, but we are using the VSC code. Okay, it's asking us to add this to the Android, then the app level. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go to files, videos, sorry, not videos, but downloads. Okay, now we're just going to cut this off since we're not going to be needing it again. Okay, we're going to go to desktop, we're going to go to e-commerce app, we're going to go to Android, then we're going to go to app. Then you can see it wants us to paste it within the source folder as well, so we're going to paste this here. Okay, great. Now we're going to click on next. Okay, now over here it's asking us to add this line over here, and in order to get to this line we need to go to the project level build.gradle. So now we're going to copy this, right? Copy this. Okay, now this is the project, right? And this should be the build.gradle. Okay, I'm trying to make this wide. Okay, it's asking us to paste it here, so we're gonna copy this, then we're gonna paste it here. Okay, Ctrl and S to save. Okay, then as well we're gonna go down. Now over here you can see it's saying we should add this line. Okay, it wants us to add this at the app level, so now we're going to copy this, apply plugin. Okay, Ctrl and B to make this smaller again. This is the app level, then this is the build.gradle, right? Okay, Ctrl and B to make this wider. Then we're going to paste this over here. Okay, use Ctrl and S to save as well. Okay, then lastly I think it wants us to add this implementation platform in the same app level build.gradle. Okay, so this is it over here. You're not going to see this in yours. I added it when I was facing issue in creating the project, so you're not going to see this line of code over here, so don't think of adding that. Okay, paste this over here. Okay, great. Now Ctrl and S to save. Okay, and we're going to click on next. Okay, I think that is all. Then we're going to click on go to continue to console. Okay, now what we can do is we can click on this authentication, then we're going to click on get started. Okay, now remember we're going to be using username login and password login. So now what you need to do is, now to use the username, sorry, the email and password, you need to enable this. So we're going to enable for the email and password. So now we're going to enable this. We're going to click on save. Okay, great. Okay, so what you're also going to do is, I think over this default config, we're going to do some editing. First of all, the minimum SDK, we're going to change it to into 1. Okay, great. Now use Ctrl and S to save. Okay, great. Okay, so that is how basically you're gonna be using to integrate your Firebase to your app. Okay guys, see you in the next. Hi guys, welcome. Now in this lecture we're going to install some required packages we're going to be needing throughout our app. Now head up to pub.dev. Okay, now the first package we're going to need is the cloud Firestore. So search for it over here, Firestore. Okay, search for it. Okay, now we're going to click on this first link over here, then we're going to copy this code, then we're going to go to our VSC code, then we're going to go to the proxspec.yaml file. Okay, then after this Cupertino icons, we're going to paste this. Okay, for the now, we're not going to save. So we're going to go back to this. Then we're going to go back to the pub.dev. So it takes us back to the home page. Okay, now we're going to search as well for Firebase auth. Okay, click on this. Okay, we're going to click on this first link as well. Then we're going to copy this. Okay, then paste. Okay. Okay, now we're going to click on the pub.dev again. We're going to search for Firebase store. Okay, now we're going to click on the Firebase storage. Okay, click on this. Okay, and paste again. Okay, as well, we're going to go back. Then we're going to search for the Firebase auth. Okay, now you're going to see what all this does, don't worry. Okay, copy this. Okay, then paste as well. Okay, then as well, we're going to click on pub.dev. We're going to search for Firebase core. Okay, click on this first link again. Okay, then paste as well. Okay, now like I said, users are going to be able to pick image from either their gallery or camera. So we're going to install a package for that. Now to get that done, so we're going to go back to our browser. Then we're going to go back to pub.dev. Now to go back to the home page. Then we're going to search for a package known as image picker. Okay, this. Now you can see we have image pickers. We have image picker. So we're gonna go with this image picker, that is without the S. Okay, so as well we're gonna copy this. Okay, paste this. Okay, now also, or lastly, we're gonna install the provider, which we're gonna use as our state management. Okay, click. So we're gonna click on this provider. Okay, then copy this, paste this. Okay, now we can use Ctrl and S to save. Then over here, okay, you can see it's already getting the package. But if for any reason you can click on this, I think probably we have an issue. Okay, Firebase. Just gonna close this. Okay, Firebase auth. I think we have it twice. Okay, Ctrl and S to save. We need to add. Okay. Okay. Now I'm not gonna wait for this. Okay, probably. Okay, it's done already. Okay, great. Now it is always needful. Remember, we just integrated Firebase and we also added all this package. So it is very needful for you to restart your VS Code. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna close the VS Code now to get all the changes we have made so far. So I'm gonna close this VS Code. Then what you can do is to restart it. That is, click on it again. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now in this lecture we're going to create the functionality to sign up users. Now remember I earlier said that the controllers folder is where we're going to be creating our logic, or where we're going to be creating the functionalities of our app, such as signing up users, logging in users, logging out users, and others. Okay, now what we're going to do now is over this controllers folder, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call this file hot, then underscore controller, then the extension, which is dot. Okay, now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a class, and we can call this class hot controller. Okay, great. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a function. Okay, what we can say is we can just add a comment on this. We're going to create a function to sign up users, right? So what we can just give is we can say function to sign up users. Okay. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create the function. We can call this function sign up users. Okay. Great. 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 Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to pass the required fields. That is our fields. Now I'm going to go to the app. Now the first field we need is the full name. We need the username. We need the email. We need the password as well. Okay, now we're going to pass it to the function. Okay, the first field we need is the full name, right? You can just say full then underscore name. Now this is a test, right? So it's going to be a data type of string. Okay, I'm just going to use Ctrl and V to make this wider. Okay, now the other field, I'm just going to break this. Okay, now the other field we need is the username, email, and password. Okay, so this is going to be username as well. Okay, it's also going to be a type of test, so it's going to be a data type of string as well, right? Okay, the next field we need is the email, which is also a test, so it's also going to be a data type of string. We as well need the password, which is as well a test, so it's going to be a type of string. Okay, now as well we're going to be needing the image, right? But we're going to do that later. I want you to understand all the process, so we can easily pass in the image as well. Okay, but we're going to do that later. Okay. Now the next thing we're going to do is over here we're going to pass in async. You're going to see this shortly. That is why we just added this. Okay, great. Now what we're going to do next is we are going to check on some validation or do some validation check on these fields we just have. That is, we have about 4 fields, right? So what we're going to do next is we're going to give some validation check. Okay, so to do this, what we can say is we can use a try and catch. Now, in order to have access to the catch easily, you can just go down to this part over here. Okay, now you can see we have the try and catch at once. Okay, now first of all, what we can do is over here, first of all, we're going to create a variable that is going to store the possible errors. So we can create a variable called res, and we can say it's equal to some error occurred. Okay, now this is a type of test. You can see this is a test, right? So it's going to be a type of string. Okay, great. Just going to break this down. Then I'm going to break this down. Okay. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do some validation check. So to do this, within the try, what we can do, we can use an if statement. Then we can say if full underscore name dot is not empty and the username dot is not empty. Okay, and the email dot is not empty, right? Okay, then lastly we're going to say and the password dot is not empty. That is not empty. Okay, I think okay, password. Okay, great. Now if all those fields are not empty, then right, then what we're going to do is if all those fields are not empty, then we want to create a user, and for the now we're going to create that user in the authentication tab. Okay, you can see that was the reason we have to install the Firebase Auth. Now we can easily just say if all those fields are not empty, then we're going to say Firebase. So it's going to be capital letter Firebase Auth, then dot instance, then dot create user with email and password. Okay, you can see it automatically passed those two fields. Okay, I'm just going to undo this. We're going to use a more better way. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create a variable to store the Firebase auth.instance because we're going to be using that often many times. Okay, then we're going to go to our const.dat Now what we can do, we can just give a comment over here. We can say Firebase Okay, now what we can do is we can create a variable called Firebase auth. Then it's going to store the Firebase auth dot instance, not dot instance of or for, sorry, but dot instance. Okay, add your semicolon. Okay, this is it. Okay, now what you're going to do is if all those fields are not empty, right, then we're going to say Firebase dot Firebase. First of all, we need to highlight it, then use Control and dot now to import. Let's say, sorry, we called it Firebase auth, right? Okay, great. If for any reason you didn't import it, you can click on it, but I think we have automatically imported it. Okay, so we're going to say dot create user with email and password. Okay, now you can see it automatically passed the email and password. Now default, the create user is the Firebase auth only supports email and password. Okay, but now you can see we also want to know more about the user, so we also have a field called the full name and email, right? But like I said, the Firebase auth only supports email and password, but in the future we're also going to learn on how to store the full name, the email as well, and as well the image. Okay, great. So by doing just this, we have automatically created the function to create the user. Okay, now what we can as well do is we can store this in a variable. That is, we can store the result in a variable. We can store the result in a variable called create. It's going to be equal to this. Now this is going to be a type of user credential. Okay, it is a type of user credential. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to await for the Firebase auth, and that was the reason we passed this async, because in order for you to use the await, you need to pass the async over the function. Okay, so what we can say is await. Okay, great. Now, okay, I'm just gonna make this wider. Okay, now what we can do now, remember this is a variable, and this variable is a variable storing the result of the Firebase auth.create user with email password. So it automatically has the details of that user. So what we can do is print create dot. You can say print create dot. Okay, user dot email. Okay, great. Now we're going to pass this over here, this exclamation, to say it can be null. Okay, then as well, what we're going to do next is we're going to update this variable, right? So what we can do, we can say res is equal to sources. That is only if these fields are not empty. If these fields are not empty, then we want to create the user with the email and password, right? Then also we want to print the username to the debug console, and also sources. Okay, great. Now for the cache, what we can say is res. We can update the variable as well. We can say res is equal to e dot, that is, which stands for error dot to string. Okay, then we can return res. Okay, great. Now you can see all these strings. So what we can do as well, since we are using Firebase auth, we can say this as well is a future. Some of the time you don't really need to add all these types. Okay, so you can say it's a type of string. Okay, this. Okay, great. Now what we are basically saying is, if these fields are not empty, then we want to create the user with the email and the password. Then we want to print the username to the debug console, and as well sources. Return the message which says sources. Okay, now what if all these fields are empty? Then what we can do is we can say else over here. Else, right? We can say res is equal to please, we can just say please fields must not be empty. Okay, great. Okay, if we don't still understand, it's absolutely fine, but I'm going to repeat this a couple of times again, right? Okay, now I'm going to use Ctrl and S to save this file. Okay, now we're going to stop here. In the next lecture, we're going to call all these functions to action, right? Okay, for the now, what we simply did was to create a function, then we passed the fields we need. Also, we created a variable that will store the possible error, which says some error occurred, and remember it's a test, so it's a type of string. Then over here we have a try block. Then what we are simply saying the try block is, if all those fields are not empty, then only we want to create the user. Then as well, we store that created user in a variable called creed, and we said is a type of user credential. Then as well, we are printing the user to the debug console as well. Also, we are returning the sources message. Okay, then we said else, that is if these fields are empty, that is if the user did not fill in the fields, then we want to return the message which says please fields must not be empty. Else, that is for the then for the cache, we said if others are not met, probably there are some other errors apart from others, then we want to cache the error, right? So that is what we are basically saying. So in the next lecture, we're going to call this function called sign up user. Then we're finally going to see the results live. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Hi guys, welcome. Now in the last lecture, we created this class which we called auth controller. Then within the class, we created a function which we called sign up user. We can just call this sign up users. Okay. Then over the sign up users function, we passed all those fields. That is the full name field, the username field, the email field, and the password field. Then also we created a variable called res to store the possible error. Okay. Then we also created the try and catch block. In the try block, what we simply did was to create a check for all these fields. That is, we said if all those fields are not empty, then only we want to create the user with email and password. Then as well, we stored the result in a variable called creed, right? Then over here, we are simply printing the username, the user email to the debug console, and as well, we are sending a sources message to that user. Okay. Now we also said, what if all these fields are empty? Then we want to send a message to the user which says, please fields must not be empty. Then as well, we have a catch block. If possible, all this for some reasons doesn't affect it, probably some other issues, we want to catch that errors. Then we also converted it to a string. Then as well, we are returning the res variable. Okay. Now in this lecture, what we're going to do is we're going to use this function called sign up users. Okay. Now to do this, first of all, I'm going to use Ctrl and B to make this wider. Okay. Now before we do anything, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to initialize Firebase. Okay, we're going to go to main.dat_file. Okay, now I'm going to use Ctrl and B to make this wider. Okay, now over here, what we can do first is to pass the async since we're going to be using the await. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to call the widget, the Flutter widget first before we initialize our Flutter app. So to do this, we can say before we initialize our Firebase with Flutter, okay, so we can say widget Flutter binding dot ensure initialize app. Okay, great. Now the next thing we're going to do now, we have just initialized the widgets. So what we're going to do next is we're going to say await. Then we're going to await for Firebase. Then we're going to say dot. Sorry, it's going to be Firebase Firestore. I think this is Firebase dot initialize app. Okay, great. I'm going to use Control and S to save this. Okay. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to our sign up page. So now I'm going to use Control and B to make this wider. Then we're going to go to our screens, then our sign up page. Okay. Now I'm going to use Control and B to make this wider. Now the first thing we're going to do is, in order to have access to this inputs, that is the value the user is going to type in, we're going to create something known as text editing controller. Okay, now we're going to go at the top over here. So what we can do, we can create a finder. Then this is going to be called underscore full name controller. Okay, because we're going to grab that full name the user is going to type in, right? So this is going to be equal to text editing controller. Okay, now as well we can give a type, but most of the time you can avoid giving types. So we can say it's a type of text editing controller. Okay, great. Now as well we're going to do for the username, right? Okay, this is going to be final as well. First of all, we can just go ahead and give the type. Then we can say it's underscore username controller, right? Is equal to text editing controller. So now I believe you should have mastered this a bit now, so I can copy this. Okay, right? Then I'm going to paste this twice. Okay, this is going to be email controller, and this is going to be password controller. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to bind it to those fields we have. Okay, now we're going to go first to the first field, which is the enter full name. Then we're going to say controller. This is going to be underscore full name controller. Okay, add the training comma. Then we're going to go to the second, which is the enter username as well. I'm going to say controller. Sorry. Okay, controller. This is going to be underscore username controller. Okay, now we're going to go to the email field. So this is going to be controller as well. So we're going to say underscore email controller, right? Okay, then we're going to go to the password. So this is going to be controller as well. So this is going to be underscore password controller. Okay, great. Now with this, we have listing for the input of that user in order to get the value. Okay. Now what we're going to do, we're going to go to the register button. Okay, this is the register button now, right? Okay. Now what we can do is we can wrap this with a button so it becomes clickable. Okay. So over this test widget, we can use control and dot. Then we can wrap it with the inkwell. Okay, wrap with widget. So this is going to be inkwell. Inkwell. Okay, now we can have the on tab. Okay, we can create a function over here. Now what we're going to say, first of all, we're going to pass the async as well, since we're going to be using the await, not to wait for Firebase out. Okay, now what we can do is we can say await. Then we're going to have, in order to have access to that sign up users, we're going to first have access to the hot controller. So we're going to say hot controller, that is the class. Then we're going to say dot. Okay, so we need to call it. We're going to say dot sign up users. Okay, now for the full name, this is going to be full name controller dot test. So with this we have the value in our hands. Okay, so this is going to be username underscore username dot username controller, right? Okay, then this is going to be dot test. That is we need the value of what the user is going to type in. This is going to be email controller dot test. Okay, then for the password, this is going to be underscore password controller dot test. Okay, great. Okay, great. Now what we can do is alt restart this. Okay, okay. Now we're gonna go to our sign up page. Okay, what we're just gonna do is open the debug console, new terminal. Okay, go. Okay, debug console. Okay, now the image has failed to load. Okay, now what we can do is we can just I think, okay, for some reasons the keyboard are not coming out. Okay, I'm just gonna okay, so you can see Mac can system. I'm just gonna click on wait. Okay, Mac, the username is gonna be Mac as well. I think we're just gonna fix that issue of image. Okay, then the username is gonna be Mac at gmail.com. The password is gonna be BEEJAYMAC for now. Okay, now we're gonna click on register. Okay, great. You just have to wait a while. Okay. It's gonna take some while. I think I'm having a network issue because I just received a call. Okay, great. Now you can see we have the Mac at gmail.com. Okay, great. Okay, guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now over the users tab, you can see we currently have one sign up user. Now the problem is we have some additional fields such as the full name and username. And the reason for this is so we have more information about the sign up user. Okay, but unfortunately, Firebase Auth only supports the email and the password. So what we can do, we can store the data, the rest data or all the data in the Firestore database. Okay, now in this lecture, we're going to set up the Firestore database. So what we're going to do, remember in this authentication tab, we as well enable the email and password. So in order for us to use the Firestore database, there are system configuration we need to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on it, or I'm just going to open it in a new tab. Okay. Okay. Okay, now we're going to click on create database. Okay, now it's asking either to choose the start in production mode or choose the start in test mode. You can as well just go with the test mode or the production mode. Not really a big deal. You can just go ahead with the production mode. Okay, but for the now, I'm just going to go ahead with the test mode. Okay, now I'm going to click on next. Okay, we can go with the default or you can just click on it to select. Then we're going to click on enable. Okay, this is going to take some time. It's going to take some time. Okay, or what I'm just going to do, I'm going to stop this video. Then in the next lecture, we're going to continue. Okay, okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now after that, the next page you're going to see is this. Okay, now in order for us to be able to upload our data here, what we need to do, we need to set up some rules. So we're going to navigate to this rules tab. Okay, okay. Then what we can do, we're going to get rid of this if request time is less than timestamp. So we're just going to get rid of this. So from this start point, sorry, after the semicolon, I'm going to delete everything. Delete. Then we're going to delete this as well. Then we're going to say we want to allow read and what? Write. Then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to click on publish. Okay. Okay, great. Now over this data, what we're going to do is we're going to create a collection where all our users are going to be stored. So what we can do over here, we can click on start collection. Now the first thing is asking is a collection is a set of documents that contain data. Example, collection of users. Okay, so we can have a collection of users where all our users are going to be what stored. So what we can do is asking us to give the collection a name, right? So we can say users. Okay, then we can click on next. Okay, now you can see over this document ID. We can as well over in it, so you can read this. It said a collection was contain at least one document. Cloud Firestore unit of storage. Document store your data or as fields auto-generated as ID or this and that. Okay, so what it's trying to say, all our documents or all our users are going to be tied to that collection using the ID. Okay, so we can easily just use a random ID or use this auto generate ID. Okay, now it's asking for the field of the user. Okay, now the first field we need is the full name. Is a text, right? So it's a type of string. So over here we can say Mark Paul. Okay, now as well we need the username field. So this is gonna be username. This is gonna be Paul. Okay, then we need the, I think we need the email field. Is a type of text, so it's a type of string as well. So we can say Paul at gmail.com. Okay, now we're going to click on save. Okay, great. Now you can see this is the ID and this is the user. The user has two fields, that is the email, full name, and username. And then you can see the connection between this user and the user's collection is what? The ID. So the ID connects both together. So this is the user ID, and this is the current. This is the user we have. You can refer to this user as a document. So you can say this is a document. We have just one document inside the user's collection. So you can either refer to this as a single document, or you can refer to it as documents. Okay. Now we're not going to be doing this. We're going to be creating it. We're not going to be creating this manually, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of this user's collection. Okay. So I'm just trying to show you something. That was why I have to do this. Okay. So now what we're going to do is over here, we're going to click on this. Then we're going to click on delete collection. Then you can see it wants us to type in the users collection. So we're going to say users. Okay. Then we can click on delete. Okay. Great. Okay. Great. Okay. Okay, guys. See you in the next lecture. Hi, guys. Welcome. Now, in this lecture, we're going to add our data to the Firestore database. Okay. Now, to do this, we're going to go to our VSC code. Then we're going to go to the controllers folder, then the hot underscore controller. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to use Control and B in order to make this very big. Okay. Great. Now, over here, we are simply saying if the full name, the username, the email, the password, if they are not empty, then only, sorry for that, if they are not empty, then only we want to create the user. Okay. Now, over here, we created a variable called create, right, which has access to all the details of that user. Okay. Now, what we're also going to do is we don't only just want to create the user, but as well, we're going to save that user to the Firestore database. Now, we can easily just after here, we can save Firebase Firestore, which I've shown you before. Firebase Firestore.instance, then .collection, right? So what I'm just going to do, we can just save that Firebase Firestore in a variable. So we're going to go to our const.dat file. Then I'm going to use Ctrl and V to make this wide. And over here, we can create a variable and we can call this Firebase store. Okay. Then this is going to be equal to Firebase Firestore.instance. Okay, great. Now we're going to go back to the sign up. Okay, sorry, the auth controller. Okay, like we said, we don't only want to create the user, but as well we are going to save all this data to the Firestore database. Okay, great. Now what you're going to do now is to call that variable we created. Okay, so this is going to be Firebase store. Then we're going to say dot collection. Now I just showed you this on, I just showed you an example over here, right, when we created a collection. So like I said, we're not going to create this collection manually. Okay, so this is going to be, we're going to call this collection users. Okay, now the next thing we did after creating the users collection was to connect that user with an ID, right? So as well, what you're going to do is now to get the ID of, now to get the ID of the user, we're going to say dot doc. I know as well told you doc is referring to the user. Okay, so now to get the ID of the user, what you're going to do is this variable over here called create. You're going to say create dot user, then dot UID. So this is going to give us the ID of the user. We can just add an exclamation mark to say it can be null. Okay, so now over here we've created a collection called users. Then we set doc, which is referring to the user, that is a single user. Then remember I said we're going to connect that user to the collection using what? An ID. So over here we got the ID of the user by using this variable called create. Remember this variable called create has access to all the users data, right? Okay, so we are creating it, we are creating the ID based on the creed, right? Okay, so now what we're going to do next is we're going to say dot set. Okay, great. Okay, now so what we're going to do is to pass all those fields. Okay, the first field we need is the full name. We can just make it like this. Okay, so this is going to be full underscore name, right? Sorry, this should be comma. We also need the username. Okay, so this is going to be username, right? Okay, we also need the email, and this is going to be email, right? Okay, I think these are the three fields we need. We can't actually store the password. Okay, great. Now currently we don't have the users collection, right? But automatically it's going to get created when we run this. Okay, great. So what we are basically saying, if all these fields are not empty, we want to create the user. We don't only want to create the user, we also want to store the data in what? Firestore. Okay, great. So now we're going to try this out. But before then, in order to avoid errors that touches the heart, for the now we're just going to get rid of this. Though it's not going to crash our app because we have turned off that. Okay, so what we can just do over this tag, we can just comment this image. We're going to use it later. Okay, comment. Okay, great. Now I'm going to auto restart this. Okay, auto restart. Okay. I think this is taking longer than expected. Okay, sorry for the delay. Okay, now we're gonna, okay, I think we need to, okay, now we're gonna go to the sign up. Right, okay, currently we don't have that. Okay, now for the full name, we can say, I think I'm having problem. Okay, sorry, full name, we can say Macaulay Famous. Okay, so the email is gonna be, sorry, the username is gonna be Macaulay, and the email is gonna be Macaulay Famous at gmail.com. Then the password is gonna be BEEJAYMAC. Okay. Now we're gonna click on what? Register. Okay. Now to as well see what is going on, we can just go to our terminal, then debug console. Okay, great. It's created. Macaulay Famous. Okay. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna check our. We're just gonna go to this rules, then navigate back to the data so it's automatically refresh that page. Okay. Now you can see we have our users collection. Okay, great. We have our users collection. Now, in order to connect this user to this users, we are using the hide. We created an ID. We are using the user's ID to connect this uh, user to the users collection. Okay, so this is the connection between both. Okay, I don't really know if you can understand this, but I believe as the process goes, you're gonna understand everything works. Okay, so what we can do as well, we can just create another user. We can say this should be admin, then this should be admin, then this should be admin at gmail.com. Then you can just leave the password as bjmark. Okay, you can click on register again and go check what is happening here. I think we are having some network issues, slow network. Okay, great. You can see it's over here, admin, which means we have created that user. Okay, now you can see it over here. Now we have two documents. So you can either say we have two documents or we have what, two users. So you can refer to these two IDs over here as two documents or two users. Remember I said both users or both documents are connected to this user's collection by what, an ID. Okay, great. So now we're going to start now saving the image as well to our database, right? Okay. But for the now, I think we're just going to stop over here. So you can check the process is not really that much, right? We are basically saying if all these fields are not empty, we want to create the user. Then apart from creating the user, we as well want to store the data to the Firestore. So that's what we're basically saying. Okay. Then over here we stored the created users values in a variable called create, which also has the ID of the user. And over here we said doc, which is referring to the user, and we said create.user.uid, which will get the user ID for us. Then we are connecting it to this user, just as you are seeing here. You can see this is more like a rope holding both together. You can see the connection, this arrow over here and this arrow over here connecting both together. Okay, guys, see you in the next lecture. Guys, welcome. Now in this lecture we're going to create the functionality to pick image, but before then, over the sign up screen, what we can easily just do is to uncomment this. Okay, so I'm going to highlight, then I'm going to use control and backslash in order to uncomment this. Okay, great. Now instead of having this profile pic test, what we can do is we can go to our browser. Then you're going to search for default user profile image PNG. Okay, then over this one or anyone you desire, but I'm just going to go with this. You're going to open this link in a new tab. Then it's going to take you to a page like this, right? Then you're going to copy the image address. Okay, great. So you can see it. You're going to copy the image address. Okay, then instead of this profile pic test, what we can do is we're going to paste this over here. Okay, great. Now we're going to hot restart this. Okay, hot restart. Okay, then go check it out. Okay, it's going to get displayed. Okay, great. Now what we're going to do next is we're going to create the functionality to pick image. Okay, now remember we said the controllers folder is where we're going to be doing our logic, right? We agreed to that, right? Okay, now what we're going to do, we can either create a new file for this, but since the image has to do with the authentication as well, we can just create the functionality in our hot controller. Okay, now what we can do is we can make this wider, right? Then we can just do this at the top over here. We can give a comment, then we can say function to enable users pick image. Okay, now before we continue, please note there are a couple of ways to do the same thing in Flutter. That is, you can use different approach and you're still going to achieve the same result. Okay, in fact, throughout this course you're going to learn how to pick image in different ways. Okay, but you can just stick with anyone you feel it is so okay for you or so understandable to you. Okay, now What we're going to do is, first of all, we are going to create a reusable image picker. So we're going to be able to pick from either gallery or camera easily without writing much code. Okay, so first of all, what we will do is we're going to create a function which we can call pick image. Okay, now we can easily just create a variable called maybe final. We can say pick underscore image, right? Then we can say it's equal to the image picker which we had earlier installed, image picker. Then we can say dot pick image. As you can see, it's asking for the source. Then you can say image source. Okay, dot gallery. Okay, now we can easily just do this, but if we want to also pick for the camera, we have to repeat ourselves again. And remember, there is a law of programming which says do not repeat yourself. So what we're going to try to do is to make this more dynamic. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, so like we said, we're going to create a function and we can call this function pick image, right? Okay, so now we're going to make this dynamic. So what we can do is we're going to pass in the image source. So we're going to pass in source. Okay, so what we simply did was to pass in source. Then we said it's a type of image source. So this will enable us either to pick image from gallery or camera. Okay, great. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a final variable and we're going to call this underscore image picker. Okay, it's going to be equal to the image picker. Okay, great. Now we can as well say this variable is a type of image picker. Okay, great. Now what we can do now is we can say we can over here we can then say this variable that is underscore image picker dot pick image. Okay, now we can just pass in the source dynamically. Okay, great. Now we can as well store the results in a variable and we can call the variable underscore phi. Okay, this is going to be a type of s phi. Okay, so we're going to say equal to, then what we can do is we can await for the image picker. Then as well, not to use the await, we need to use the word async. Okay, I think we are having some issues. Await image picker. Okay, we can just say it can be null. Okay, great. Now what we're going to do next is we're going to check if the user actually picked the image or not. So what we can do now is we can use an if statement. Then we can say if this variable called underscore phi is not equal to null, that is the user actually picked the image. If it is not equal to null, then we want to return await underscore phi dot read as bytes. Okay, great. Else, if the user refuses to pick an image, then we just want to print this to ourselves. This says no image selected. Okay, great. Okay, now what we simply did is we created a variable called pick image. Sorry, not a variable, but a function. Okay, we created a function called pick image, right? Then we passed in the source. The source is referring to how we are going to be able to pick image either from where the gallery or the camera. Then we also said it's a type of image source. Okay. Then we created a final variable which we called image picker underscore image picker, which we said is equal to the image picker widget, right? Then as well we said is a type of image picker. Okay. Then over here we simply use the variable which we had earlier created called image picker. Remember, this image picker is a variable storing this image picker, right? So we said image picker dot pick image. So something you can easily just get rid of this line, similar to saying something like this, image picker dot pick. Okay, so that's what we're basically saying. Okay, so we're saying image picker dot pick image, then the source. Later we're going to pass in the source. So that was the reason why we made it dynamic. So we can either pass in the source either to pick from gallery or pick from camera. Okay. So this source is referring to how we are going to be able to pick image either from the gallery or the camera. And over here, we are simply checking that if the user actually picked the image, then we want to return file.read as byte, and also we are awaiting it. Else, if the user refuses to pick an image, probably he mistakenly clicked on the pick image, mistakenly click on the icon to pick image, and if he refuses to pick that image, then we just want to print this to ourselves. Okay, that is what we're basically saying. And like I said, there are a lot of couples of approaches to do the same thing in Flutter, but whichever way you feel is more understandable to you or more clear to you, you can just try to master that pattern. Okay, you get. Okay, like throughout the course, you're going to learn how to do this in different ways, but whichever way you feel is more convenient or more understandable to you, you're going to just try to master that part and go ahead with it. Okay, so this is the function to pick the image, right? So in the next lecture now, we are going to learn on how to implement this. Hi guys, welcome. Now in the last lecture, we created a function which we called pickImage. Also, we made it dynamic. Over here, we passed in source. The source simply means on how we are going to pick the image, either from gallery or from camera, which is also a type of image source. Then we created a variable called image underscore image picker, which is equal to the image picker widget. Okay. Then after, we said it is a type of image picker, right? Then in the next line, we created a variable called underscore file in order to store the result. But for the now, we are making it dynamic, right? So we have not passed in the location. That is how we are going to pick that image. That is either from a camera or either from the gallery. Okay. Now over here, we are checking if the user actually picked the image or not. We said if the user picked the image, then we want to return await underscore file.read as byte. Else, that is if the user doesn't pick an image or refuses to pick an image, then we want to print the no message, no image selected, right? Okay. Now for the now, we are just printing it to ourselves. Probably in the future, we're going to print it to the user and not ourselves because we're not the one making that error. Okay. So now in this lecture, what we're going to do is we're going to call this function. Okay. Now to do this, we're going to go to our Control and V to make this smaller. Then we're going to go to our sign up screen, right? Okay. Okay, Control and B to make this wider now. Okay. Now this is the icon. Okay, this is the icon widget, right? So what we're going to do is when we click on this, it's going to trigger that function. So what we're going to do is we're going to make this clickable. So we're going to use Control and dot. we can wrap this with a widget. Since the widget is not over this pop-up, we're going to click on wrap with widget. Then we're going to wrap it with a widget known as inkwell, which is going to make the icon clickable. Inkwell. Okay, great. Okay, I'm just gonna break this to the next line. Then we're gonna have the on tab. Okay, now what you're gonna do is we're just gonna create a function over here, and we can call this function, okay, we're just gonna get rid of that. We can call this function select, probably I can spell, okay, select image. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy this, and we're just gonna create this at the top. Okay, we're just gonna create this, okay, over here. Okay, so paste this. Okay, now we're gonna use their words. So first of all, we're gonna pass the async. Okay, now in order to have access to this pic image, we need to first have access to the class which we called alt controller. So over here we're going to say alt controller, we need to call it. Then we're going to say dot pic image. Okay, now you can see it's asking for the source because we made it dynamic. So this is going to be image source, then dot gallery for now. Okay, great. Now what we can do is we can store the result, that is the picked image, in a variable. We can just store this in a variable called ahem, okay, which is the short form of image, right? As well, we're gonna await this. And you can easily read more about async and await actually. Okay, now we're gonna say the type of uint it, sorry, it's, I think, uint it list. Okay, this is it. Okay, I'm just gonna zoom it for you, so you're gonna see. Okay, control. Okay, you can say it's uint. Okay, uint it list. Okay, great. Okay, so okay, now what you're gonna do is, first of all, we're gonna set state. Okay, now I don't think we can set state because we are using a stateless widget, so we can't update the UI. So what we're going to do, we're going to convert this to a stateful widget. So we're going to use alert first, then use control and dot. Then we're going to click on convert to stateful widget. Okay, great. Okay, now we can use the set state. Okay, great. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a global variable, and that variable is going to store the current picked image, because we're also going to display it over here. Okay, so what we can do is we can just create it here. I'm just going to give some space. Okay, so we can call this underscore image. Okay, then we can say is a type of uint, which is as well a type of file. Okay, uint it list. So this is a type of file as well. Okay, we can just say it can be null. Okay, then add your semicolon. Okay, now over here we can call this global variable, which we called underscore image. Then we're going to say is equal to this variable, which is holding the current picked image. So this. Okay, so this is basically it. I know I talk too much, so that's why you feel it is a very big deal, but really it's not really a big deal. You can see this is just this line, It's just this line of code, then this line of code. Probably I know the lecture is gonna be it's always very long because I talk too much, and I'm sorry for that. Okay. So now what we're gonna do next is we're gonna try to display that image, that picked image. Okay. First of all, I'm just gonna hot restart this first. Okay, I'm just gonna hot restart this. Okay. I think this is already taking some time. Okay, just gonna wait some bit. Okay. Okay. I think this should take us back to the login first. Then we're gonna go to the sign up. Okay, now we're gonna click on this. Okay, great. Now it opens up our gallery. It's open up our gallery. Just gonna wait some. Okay, now you can see currently we have no images on our emulator. Okay, now what we can do is we can paste images over here. So we can go to our files. We can go to our files. Sorry for that. I think. Okay, we can go to downloads. Then we can just copy this and use alt and tab in order to, okay, I'm coming, sorry, just gonna do this again, I think. Okay, just gonna copy this, so we're gonna use alt and tab. Okay, then we're gonna go then we're gonna paste it here, leave it. Okay, great. Okay, just gonna go check. Okay, go back to it again. Okay, it's now available. Then we're gonna click on it. Okay, great. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna display that picked image. Okay, so to do this, first of all, in this circle avatar, what we can say is that global variable which we call underscore image. We're gonna say if is equal to null, if it is equal to I think, okay, if it is equal to null, then we're gonna get rid. First of all, we're just gonna copy this, right? So we're gonna do the hex part, then we're gonna paste this. Okay, so now we are saying if the image is equal to, sorry, we can just say if it is not equal to, that is we have an image, then instead of using the network instead of using the network image, we're going to use the memory image. Okay, now we're going to pass that global variable we created, which we called underscore image. Okay, then we're going to add our exclamation mark to say it can be null. Then if we don't, so what we are simply saying is if we have an image, that is if image is not equal to null, which means we have an image, then we want to display it. Else, if we don't have an image, we just want to continue loading that internet image. Okay, so now we're going to try to just auto restart this. I think I talked too much, right? Okay, but it's just for you to try to get everything, so that's why I'm talking so much. Okay, so now we're going to click on this icon. You can see currently we don't have any picked image, so it renders this part over here, that is the health. Okay, so now what we're going to do, we're going to try to pick an image. So we're going to pick this. Okay, great. Now you can see everything works so fine, right? Okay, now really there is no much line of code for this, right? There is really no much line of code. I just talked too much. Okay, great. So this is basically it. So from the next lecture, we're going to learn on how to save this picked image to our storage first. Then we're going to upload that picked image to our Firebase database, Firestore database. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now in this lecture, we are going to upload the picked image to our Firestore database. But before we do this, we're going to first upload the picked image to the storage. Now, in order to get to this page, all you just have to do is to click on this storage. Now, you might not see this exact page, but whatever you see, I believe you're going to be able to follow the process. Okay. Now, the main important thing is we're going to, in order to upload image over here or anything over here, we need to as well set up what? The rules. So we're going to navigate to the rules tab. Okay. Now yours might not look exactly like this, but whatever it is, all you just have to do is you're going to remove from the back to the allow, read, and write. Okay, make sure your semicolon is at the end. Okay, then we're going to click on publish. Okay, now the logic is what we're going to do is first of all, we are going to upload the image to this storage. Then we are going to get that image URL. Then we're going to upload it to the Firestore database. Okay. Now what we can do is over here we can just create a folder. But like I said, we're not going to be doing this manually. So we're going to go now to our VSC code. And we're going to do this in the hot controller. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this very wide by using Ctrl and B. Okay. Now over here, we had earlier created a function which we called sign up users to sign up users. Then we passed in all the required fields we need. And over here, we are checking if it is valid or not. So we are simply saying if the full name, username, and the email password and everything, if all those fields are filled, then only we want to create the user. And as well, we want to upload those details to the Firestore database. Okay, now what we're also going to do is we are not only going to create the user or only going to create the data in the Firestore, but as well we are going to store that image in the we're going to store that picked image in the storage location. Okay, now to do this, what we're just going to do is we're going to do this before this Firestore collection. We can as well simply just wait for this. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to create a function over here. So we can call this function, okay, underscore upload image underscore to storage. Okay, now what we can do first is we can just pass the field as well, the image field. So we can say, and okay, first of all we need to pass it. Okay, now we can as well say this is a type of int it list. It list. Okay, then we can say it can be null. Okay, I think we need to add a training comma. Okay, now you can see it expects us to pass it to the field. So now what we're going to do is we're going to say and image is not equal to null. That is, if the image is not equal to null, then only we want to run all this as well. Okay, now we're going to pass in the image over here. Okay, now we're going to create this function. I'm going to copy this. We're just going to create the function at the top. So we can as well give a comment. We can say function function to add image to storage. Okay, now what we can do first is, remember we had earlier, you can see it expects it over here, so that's why we're getting that error. So now remember, okay, we had earlier installed the storage as well, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to go to our const. We just have to do this fast so we get rid of all those errors. Okay, so now we're going to call this Firebase storage. So this is going to be equal to Firebase storage dot instance. Sorry, Firebase. Okay, dot instance. Okay. Now we're going to go back to our auth controller. Then what we're going to do is we're going to create that function first. Okay. Then we're going to pass in the image. Then we're going to say it's a type of u int its list. Sorry, it's okay. We can see it coming now as well. Okay, great. Now what we're going to do first is we're going to create a folder. Now, as you know, we're not going to be creating this manually. Okay, so what we're going to do, in order to create that folder, we're going to say Firebase storage dot ref then dot child. Okay, this child means the location of all of where all those images are going to be stored. That is the folder of where all those images are going to be stored. We can call the folder profile pics. Okay, sorry. Okay, then we're going to say dot child again. Now the child is referring to what is going to be the name of the file. Now the name of the file is going to be the user ID. Now we can't use that creed over there because we are defining this first. So what we can do is we're going to use the Firebase auth to get the ID as well. So we're going to say Firebase auth dot user. So sorry, this is going to be current user dot UID. Add your exclamation mark over here. Okay, great. Now we can store the result in a variable called ref. Okay, then is a type of reference. Okay, now this is it. We have created a folder called profile pic. Then we said the name of the file is going to be the user ID. Okay, great. So now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to upload the image. So to do that, all we just have to do is to say ref dot I think we have put data, right? Ref dot put data. Then we're going to pass in that image. Okay, great. Ref dot put data. I think we're getting this error. Okay, great. Now we're going to store the result in a variable. So we're going to store the result in a variable called sorry for that, called upload task, because we want to upload the image to the file storage, right? And it's as well going to be a type of upload task. So we're going to say it's equal to this. Okay, great, right? Okay, now what we're going to do next is we're going to wait for the uploading. So we're going to say upload task. If you don't understand, it's absolutely fine. I'm going to come to this again, right? Okay, as well we need to store this in a variable called snap, which is a type of task snapshot. Okay, sorry. In order for us to use the await, we need to use what? The async. Okay, I really think there is no much code. Okay, now remember I said we're going to get the URL of the image, then we're going to upload it over here, right? Okay, now to do this, all we just have to say is snap dot this is going to be, I think, okay, this is going to be snap dot ref, then dot get download URL. Okay, now as well we can store this in a variable called download URL. Okay, as well we're gonna need to await this. Then this is a type of string, right? Then the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna return the download URL. Okay, great. So this is basically it. First of all, we created the folder called profile pic. Then with the name of the file, it's gonna be the user UID. Then over here is just to upload that image, right? Then over here we are waiting for the upload. Then over here we got the download, we got the image URL, then we return it. Okay, so now I'm just gonna stop here. Then next lecture we're gonna continue.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Hi guys, welcome. Okay, now in the last lecture we created this function which we called upload to storage. Okay, now what we are simply saying is if all these fields are valid, then we want to create the user with email and password. Then as well we want to upload the image to the storage, and as well we want to add all these fields. Okay, now over here this is the function, right? And this is where we created it at the top. Okay, now over here what I'm simply saying is first of all we set Firebase storage.ref, then child. This child is referring to the folder, so we created a folder called profile pic which all our images are going to be stored. Then the next child is the name of the file, which we said the name of the file is going to be the user UID. Okay, and over here we are just uploading the image, that is the pic image, right? So by using the ref.putData, that is this ref.putData. Then over here we are awaiting for the upload, right? Then over here we said snap.ref.getURL. We are getting the URL, and the reason for this is because we are also going to upload the URL over this. Okay, then over here we are simply returning the download URL. Okay, great. So now we can as well say this is a type of string, and we can create a variable to store this. So we can say download URL as well. Okay, it's going to be equal to this. Then we can as well await this. Okay, now the next thing we're going to do now is to pass it over here, right? So now you're going to pass it to the Firestore database. So now we're going to say image, right, is going to be equal to the download URL. Okay, great. Sorry, we need comma. Okay, now the next thing we're going to do now, if we should use Ctrl and B, you can see it expects that another one more field, because we passed another additional field to the sign up users, that is the image. That is the image, which is a type of uint8 list, which is also a type. This is also a type of file. Okay, so now it expects another additional field. So we're going to go now to where we are using the sign up. I'm just going to use Ctrl and B to make this wide. Okay. Now we're just going to click on this now to get to where we are facing the error. Okay, now you can see, if you overwrite over here, you can see 5 positional arguments, but 4 are only found. So we are missing just one. So now what we're going to do is, over here, I'm going to add the training command. Then we're going to pass in the image. Sorry. So it expects an image, right? So this is going to be underscore image dot. Okay, this is just like this. I think this is just what we need. Okay, now what I'm going to do now is to auto restart this to also auto save those unsaved files. Okay, remember here, if you don't know what this image is, this underscore image, remember we had earlier created a global variable called underscore image to store the picked image. So that is the picked image we are passing on to that. That is the picked image we are passing on over here. Okay, you can see the type of uint8 list, which is the type of file. Okay, great. Okay, now we're going to try this out. Okay, we're going to go to the sign up. Okay, first of all, we're going to pick an image. Okay, this over here. Okay, then we're going to create an account. So this is going to be, we're going to call this test user. Just going to give some space, test user. That is for the full name. The username can be test user. Okay, the email is going to be test user at gmail.com. Then the password, we can just use PEEJAYMAC. Okay, now we're going to click on register. Okay, we can as well go to our terminal, then our debug console to see what is going on over there. Okay, debug console. Okay, I think this is still creating. Okay, it should be done by now, but I think I'm having some. I'm just gonna first navigate to the rules, then navigate back to the data. Okay, still not done. If not, we expect to print out the user. Okay, I'm just gonna click on this again. Okay, wait for it. Okay, now for some reasons I think I'm having network issues, so it's finding it difficult to create the user, but by now yours must have created. If you have a very strong network, then as well you're going to see a new user over here with the profile image, and as well over the storage you're going to see that. I'm just going to check if it is here already, but I know it's not going to be here since the user has not been created. But you're going to see a new. Okay, great, I think it's created. Let's first of all check. Okay, great, the test user is available here now. Then you can see, okay, I'm just going to click. You can see now the folder is created. Now you can see the folder called profile pics is created. Then you can see now the name of the file is going to be the user ID. You can see it. Okay, we can click on this. Okay, now you can see the uploaded image, the picked image. Okay, then over here you can look for the UID. It ends with M1, so we can look for the ID that ends with M1. Okay, so this is it. Okay, now you can see the image. Remember we said we wanted to get the URL of that image, right? I'm just gonna show you this. I know I talk too much. Okay, over here we said we want to get the URL. We want to get the URL of the image, so we said get download URL. So by doing that, we've gotten the URL, then we are returning it. Then over here we are simply passing that as a field. So we created a field called image, then we are assigning it to the image URL we got. Okay, right? Over here we simply said we want to create a folder called profile pics by using the ref.child. Then the name of the file is going to be the user UID. So this is exactly what you are just saying. So you can see it's not really that difficult. So I believe you can, with time, you can comprehend all this. Okay, great. But remember over here, we first created the function here, then we are using it above, right? So we are simply saying if all these fields are not empty, we want to create the user, and as well we want to upload the user image to the Firestore database and also get the URL of that image, which we are later going to upload in the Firebase Firestore. In the Firestore database. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now when users are trying to create an account, definitely they're going to be error, right? But as of now, the user is not going to know where the error is coming from, like what they are not doing right. Okay, so what we're going to do in this lecture is we're going to create a snack bar that is going to pop out that error, something like, hey, your email is badly formatted or your password is too short. Okay, so that's what we're going to do in this lecture. Okay, now we can create a new file for this because we're going to be using the snack bar a lot, or we can just do it here. We're still going to use it even if we do it here. Okay, probably in the future we're going to have a more cleaner code. So for the now, we are just gonna do it outside the class, so we don't have to call the hot controller when we want to use it. Okay, great. So now what you're going to do, you're going to create a function called show snack. Hope I can spell show snack bar. Okay, then this is going to take the build contest, capital build contest. So it's going to take in the contest, then it is a type of build contest. Okay, as well it's going to take in the content, right? And it's going to be a type of, this is a test, so it's a type of string. Okay, add your string comma. Okay, great. Now the next thing we're going to do, in order to pop out message, we're going to use something known as scaffold messenger dot of contest. Then we're going to say dot show snack bar. Okay, this is going to be snack bar again. Okay, now it's asking for the content. For the content, this is going to be a test, right? They are going to pass in the content because in the future, because we're going to make this dynamic, so we can pass in different tests. Okay, great. So this is basically it. Now we're going to use this function. Okay, now to use this, we're going to go to our sign up. Okay, now we're going to be needing to use the if and else statement. So what we're going to do, I'm going to create a new function in order to be able to have access to the if and else. Over this widget, we can't use the if and else statement. So what I'm going to do, or what we are going to do, is we're going to cut this off from here. We're just going to cut everything off, right? Oh, sorry, just going to everything within. Okay, copy, then delete. Okay, now for the now, we're just going to leave this like this. So what we can do, over here, we can create a function. Remember, for the reason for this is we're able to use the if and else. Okay, so we can call the function sign up user. Okay, as well, this is going to be in sync because we're going to use the await. So now we can paste this away. Okay, great. Now I'm just going to use Ctrl and S now to get a good format. You can easily just type this yourself in case you probably did not copy it well. This is just Alt controller, that is the class we created, then the dot, then the function which is called sign up users. Then you just have to pass in all this. That is the full name because we're going to get the value of the full name, the value of the username and others. Okay, great. Now we can store this in a variable called res, and this is going to be a test, so it's going to be a type of string. Okay, now the main reason for this is so we are able to use the if and else statement, right? So what we can do now, we can say if res is not equal to this, if it is not equal to sources. Remember over here we pass in we said res is, I think there is a place we said res. Okay, we said res is equal to success. That is, if it has successfully created the user, right? Okay, we said it's going to print. We just simply set res to success. So if it is equal to source, if it is equal to success, it means we have successfully created that user. But over here, we are saying if it is not equal to success. Okay, if it is not equal to success, then we want to return that function which we created, which is called show snack bar. Okay, now it's asking for the content, that is the test. Remember we did it like this, so we are going to be able to pass it dynamically. Now for the test, we can easily just type something here, but we're going to use the res, so to give us either sources, or it's not going to give sources because the condition is if it is not equal to. So if it is not equal to sources, it means there is an issue. So it's going to return the res. Okay, that is the error. Okay, now we're going to add this. Okay, now we can as well use an else. We can say else if it is equal to sources, right? Then as well we want to return the show snack bar. Then for the content we can just say congratulations, account has been created for you. Okay, great. Now I'm going to use Ctrl and S to save. Okay, great. Now I'm just going to hot restart. I think we're having an issue this over here. That is why we can't save as well. So I think we need to add the semicolon. Okay, Ctrl and S to save. Then we're going to give this a hot restart. So all those unsaved files are going to be saved. Okay. Okay. All the files are saved now. This is going to take us back to the login page. Okay. Now we're going to go back to the sign up page. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to try to click on the register. Okay. I think something is wrong. It's not. It ought to say. Okay, let's go and check. We are not using the function. Oh, that is a very big issue we made. That is the issue. We are not using the function. So we're going to get rid of this. Then we're going to call the function sign up. You can see how we wasted a lot of time trying to. We're just going to get rid of that. We don't actually need it. Okay. Okay, now let's try to click on register. Okay, great. Now you can see the email address is badly formatted. Now we can just auto restart this. You can see how that took a lot of time. That's why sometimes you'd want to create it first before you want to create the function first. That is, give it a name before creating that action of the function. Okay, we're going to go to this. Okay, click on this. It's going to say please enter all. Please fields must not be empty. Okay, I think this video is getting so long. I'm just going to stop here. In the next lecture, I'm going to give some more explanation. Hi guys, welcome. Now, when a user is trying to create an account, of course, there might be a bit delay, and the user is not going to know if the account is being created or not. So what we can do is we can create a loading spinner over here. So immediately the user taps on register, it's going to start loading. So the user is going to know that the account is being created. Okay. Now to do this, what we just have to do is, okay, at the top, okay, that is over here, we're going to create a variable which is a true and a false variable. So we can call this variable underscore is loading. Then we're going to set it to false for now. Okay. Then it is a type of bool. Okay, great. Now what we can do next is over here we can set state. Then we can say underscore is loading is equal to true. So it will start loading. Then after it finishes creating the account, that is after here before the if, okay, we can then set state again. Then we're going to say underscore is loading is equal to false. Okay, great. Now, okay, sorry, we need to add a semicolon. Okay, now what you're going to do over the register test, just going to look for that. Okay, this is it over here. Now we're going to check. We're going to say underscore is loading. That is, if it is loading, then okay, then we want to use a center widget. Sorry. Okay, then we're going to have a child. Then we're going to say secular. Hope I can spell secular. I can't really spell. Secular progress indicator. Okay, great. Great. Remember we use the center in order to center the secular indicator. We can just give a color to it. We can give a color of colors.white. Okay, great. So if it is true, then we want to return the secular progress indicator. Then or else, sorry, we're going to use this not which means else, right? We want to return that. Okay, I'm just going to check what is going on. Okay, I think we need one additional parenthesis. Okay, now we're going to use Ctrl and S to save. Okay, now what we simply did is we created a variable called ace underscore loading. Then default we set it to false. And the reason for this is so it will start loading immediately we are in the register page. So that was why we set it to false at default. Then also it is a type of bool. That is, a bool is either a true or a false value. Then over here first, we set state. Immediately this function is triggered, then we start loading. Then, right, then we are setting it to true, so we start loading. Then after creating the account, you can see this ends here. After creating an account, then we want to set it to false. That is, we want to stop loading it. Okay, now we're going to try this out. Okay, first of all, I'm going to pick an image from my gallery. We can call this, we're going to call this full name. I'm just going to call this Flutter Dev. Flutter. Okay, the email address is going to be flutter@gmail.com. Then the password can be VEEJAYMSC. Okay, now we're going to click on the register. Okay, great. Now immediately it stops. Immediately creates the account. This is going to stop. Okay, now I'm just going to go check my terminal to see what is going on there as well. Okay. I think I'm having a very serious network issue, but okay, now you can see a network error, a network issue occurred, right? So you can see I'm having a network issue. So, but yours is going to work if you have a good network. Okay, I'm just going to try to do this again. Okay, or I'm just going to leave this for you. Okay. Great. So I believe you're going to understand the process bit by bit. Probably I think we got another error. I'm just going to check my debug console if it actually got created. Okay, you can see it was not created. Probably it also popped out the network issue error. Okay guys, see you. Hi guys, welcome. Now after creating an account, we're not just going to leave the value like this, but we're going to clear them off. Okay, now to do this, we're going to go back to our VS Code. Okay, now over the submit button, that is the register button, what we can do is, instead of having just this, we can use a function so we can accommodate others. Okay, so the first we're going to pass in is the sign up user. Okay, great. Now we only don't want to trigger this function, but as well we want to clear all these fields. So now to clear all these fields, all we just have to do is to say full name. Sorry, I think we call this underscore full name controller dot clear. Okay, so this is going to clear the full name. We're also going to do it for the username underscore username controller dot what clear. Then as well underscore, I think we call this email controller dot what clear. Okay, this is going to be as well underscore password controller dot what clear. Okay, great. Now I'm going to use Ctrl and S to save this. Okay, now I'm just going to try to click on this register. Okay, great. Now you can see all the fields are what cleared. Sorry, not all the fields, but all the values. All the values are what cleared. All the values are cleared out of the fields. Okay, congratulations, account has been created for you. Okay, that is the first part, right? So we said if it is not equal to success, that means there must be an error and we want to return the error. Else, we want to say congratulations, account has been created. So I think account has been created. We can confirm this by going to either our Firebase or debug console because we're also printing the email out. Okay, great. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now in the next lecture, I'm going to make a mistake, and the mistake is this: password dot is empty. This should be password dot is not empty. And for telling you this, so you correct yours, immediately you see me type is empty. Okay, and the reason is because first of all, we are checking if the fields is empty or not. That is, if the fields have values or if the field is filled, then only we want to sign in the user with the email and password. So this should be is not empty and not is empty. So not this, but this. So you can as well change yours. Immediately you see me tab is empty, right? So we're going to do this in the next lecture, and I'm foretelling you this so you don't encounter such error, right? Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now in this lecture, we're going to create the functionality to log in users. Okay, now before then, as well, we're going to clear the picked image. So to do that, over here as well, we're going to use that global variable we created. Remember the global variable is a variable which is holding the picked image, right? Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to clear the picked image as well. So to do that, all we just have to do is we're going to go back to the register function. Okay, this is over here. Now we're going to call that variable which we called underscore image, right? Then we're going to say dot clear. Okay, easy as that. Then as well, we're going to add our exclamation mark, then add your semicolon. Okay, great. Just going to use Control and S to save this. Then I'm going to navigate to the login page. Okay, now like I said, we're going to create the functionality to log in users. Okay, now to do this, we're going to do this in the auth controller as well. Okay, now I'm going to use Control and B to make this wider. Okay, now this is the class which is called auth controller, and this is the function to sign up users. Okay, now we're going to create the function to log in users. Okay, so this function ends here, right? Okay, so now we're going to create another function to log in users. So it's going to look similar like this. Okay, so I'm very happy we're going to be doing this again, so you're going to master the process. Okay, first of all, we can add a comment and say function to log in users. Okay, great. Now we're going to create the function. We can call this log in. Okay, log in users. Okay. Now the first thing we're going to do is to pass the required fields. Now we just have two fields. That is the email and the password, right? So I'm going to pass in the email. It is a test, so it's going to be a type of string. Okay, and as well we know the password, which is also a test, so it's a type of what? String. Okay, now we're going to pass the async here. Okay, now first of all we're going to use the try and catch. Then now to get access to the catch as well, you're just going to go down to this. Okay, now you can see we have the try and catch. Okay, now first of all we're going to have some validation check, just like this. Like I said, we're basically going to be doing the same thing almost, or we can just say it is similar. Okay, so now we're going to use an if statement to check or to give some validation check. So we're going to say if email dot is not empty and password dot is not empty, okay, then only we want to do something over here. But before then, what we can do is we can create a variable for possible error as well. We're going to call this res. We're going to say equals to some error occurred. Okay, now this is a test, right? So it is a type of string. Okay, great. Okay, so now if those fields are not empty, then what we're going to do is we're going to call the Firebase auth, which we have defined in the const.file. So we're going to say Firebase auth. Then this is going to be dot sign. I'm just going to type sign first. This is going to be signed in with email and password. Okay, now you can see it passed the email and the password. Okay, great. Now this is basically it. What we can do is we can await this as well. Okay. Then for the catch, we can say res, that is, we want to update the variable. It's going to be equal to res dot. Sorry, it's going to be e.toString. e.toString. Okay. Now over here as well, if these fields are not empty, then only we want to create the then only we want to sign in the user with email and password, right? Okay. So as well, we can update the res variable to say success. Okay. And also we can print you are now logged into the debug console. Okay, great. Now lastly, after this, we're just gonna say return res. Okay, great. Now you can see easy as that, right? So it is similar like this, as you can see. Okay, so this is basically what we need to log in users. First of all, we created a function called login users. Then we said the two fields we're going to be using to log in that user is just the email and just the password. Then over here, we created a variable called res, and we assigned the possible errors to it. Then we are using the try and the catch block. Over the try block, what we are simply saying is if the email is not empty, that is, if the user fills in those fields, if the user fills in the email and the password, then only we want to log in the user. Then we're going to update the variable from which we called res. We're going to update that variable to success. Then as well, we're going to print to the debug console you are now logged in. Okay. Now this is the if. We can as well have an else statement. Okay. So we're going to update the res variable. Then we can just fields fields, I think. I'm just gonna spy from the other spelling. Okay, okay, I think we said please. We just have to plead with the user. Please fields must not be empty. Okay, great. So we are saying if all these fields are not valid, if all these fields are valid, then we want to create the user with the sorry, we don't want to create the user. We already created the user, but we want to sign in the user with the email and password. Else, if the user refuses to fill in those fields, then we want to say please fields must not be what empty. Then if there is other errors that does not have to do with this, we just want to catch that error, right? Okay, we just want to catch the error, and over here we are returning the res. Okay, now your assignment is going to be this. You're going to try to implement this function. It's going to look exactly like the sign up. Okay, before then, I'm going to give you some ListViews expo. Now, in order to grab the input of the user, first you're going to use a test editing controller, which you have seen before in the sign up. You can as well just go back to that sign up. So you're able to do this, you're able to try to do this yourself. Okay, so you're going to get the test, you're going to get to get the value of the input, that is the value of this both input, you need to use what? A test editing controller. Then you're going to bind it to the fields, that is the email field and the password field. Then over the login section, I think this is not the login. Over the login section, okay, you're going to create a test editing controller here, right? Okay, so over the login section, you're going to create a variable, sorry, not a variable, but a function. First of all, you're going to wrap this test widget with a gesture detector. After wrapping that test widget with a gesture detector, now remember I said in order for you to have access to that login users, you need to first call the auth controller. So you need to say auth controller parentheses dot login users. Then you're going to pass in those test editing controller value, that is the variable. You can call it probably um, email controller and underscore password controller. Okay, so that is the expo for you. So you can try to do this yourself. Then in the next lecture we're going to do it together. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now in the last lecture we created a function which we called login users. Then we pass in some fields we're going to be needing. That is the email and password. Then over here, we created a variable called res to store the possible errors, which is some error occurred. Okay. Then after, we created a try and a catch block. Okay. Now over the try block, we created some validation check. That is, we said if the email and the password is not empty, then only we want to sign in the user with the email and password. Then we're going to update the variable to success, which means that user has been signed in. Then as well, we're going to print you are now logged into the console. Okay, now over here, we are simply saying if the user refuses to fill in the fields, then we want to send a message to the user which says, please fields must not be empty. Okay, now in this lecture, we are going to implement this function. Okay, now to do this, I'm going to use Ctrl and B to make this white first. Then we're going to go to our login screen. Okay, now first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to get the value the user is going to type into this email field and this password field. Now to do this, there is something called test editor controller. No, I remember I told you to do this yourself. Yes, I told you to do this. Okay, now if for any reason you can't do this, it is absolute fine. What I believe, if we should do this one more time, you're going to be able to grasp the process. Okay, now in order to grab the values the user is going to type in, that is for the email and for the password, we're going to create a variable first, and we're going to assign that variable to what is known as test editor controller. Then we're going to bind that variable to both fields. That is, we're going to have two test editor controller. Okay, now let's do it. Okay, now this is going to be finer, right? We can call this variable underscore email controller. This is going to be equal to test editing controller. Okay, so this is going to steal the value from the user. Okay, now some of the time you can avoid the type, but we're just going to give the type. It is a type of test editing controller. Okay, we're going to do the same thing for the email, sorry, for the password, to steal the user password or to steal the user value. So this is going to be underscore password controller. It's going to be equal to test editing controller. Okay, Then we can as well avoid the type, or we can just give a type that it is a test, it is a controller. Okay, now we're going to bind this values, or sorry, we're going to bind this variable to those two fields. Okay, now this is the email. So over here, we're going to say controller, sorry, not click behavior, but controller. This is going to be underscore email controller. Okay, so this is going to steal the value of that input this is going to type in. So what next we're going to do, this is for the password. This is going to be controller as well. So this is going to be underscore password, then controller. Okay, great. Now, remember I asked you to do this. Okay, so now over the login button, we have already wrapped the test widget with a button, so it becomes what? Clickable. If you don't have yours for any reason, you can easily click on this. Alert first, use control and dots. Then you're going to click on wrap with widget. Then you're going to wrap it with equal widget. Then you're going to type the on tab. Okay, great. So now what we're going to do is, in order to have access to this login users, we need to first have access to his father, and his father is a class called auth controller. Okay, so first of all, we're going to access the father auth controller. Auth controller, we need to call it by using the parentheses. Then we're going to say dot login users. So this is going to be underscore password. So this automatically, sorry, this is going to be underscore email. So this is representing the value, right? Probably the user type in Mac. So this is going to be Mac, right? So we're going to say dot test now to get the value of what the user type in. So this is going to be underscore password, right? Password, then dot test. Okay, great. Now the problem is we can leave it like this. This is basically it. But we as well want to show a loading spinner, and in case there is an error, we want to show the user that error. And to do this, we're going to be using if statements, if and else statement, right? So if we want to do this here, it's going to be much impossible because we can't use the if over here. We're going to get an error. So what we can do is we can actually just cut this off from here. Okay, then we are going to do this here. Sorry, here. We're going to create a variable called, sorry, not a variable, but a function. I think you should be the one correcting me by now. Login users. Okay, it's going to be similar to that sign up we did earlier. Okay, first we're going to pass in the async because we're going to be using the await. So now we're going to paste this. Okay, great. I'm just going to use Ctrl and S to save in order to get a good format. Okay, now what we can do is we can store this in a variable called res. Then this is going to be equal to await, then the auth controller, then login, and so on. Okay, now we can say it is a type of string. You can see it wants us to add the type. So sometimes you might need to add the type, and sometimes you might need not to add any type. Okay, great. Now what we're going to do next is we're going to use the if statement. So we're going to say if res is not equal to success, that means the sign in did not went well. Okay, sorry. If res is not equal to success, then there must be an error, and we want to return that error to the user. So we're going to say return show not capital letter. We didn't create that as capital letter. So this is going to be return show snack bar. This is going to take the res, that is the error. Now we are having an issue which says context is not defined. Now in order to easily get rid of this, what we can do is we are going to convert this widget to a stateful widget. Currently you can see it's a stateless widget. So we're going to use Control and dot. Then we're going to click on Convert to stateful widget. Probably you got that error as well, but this is how to solve it. But at least you tried in order to get to this point. Congrats. Okay. So if there's an error, we are gonna do this. Else, really, we don't have to do anything because we're gonna log in the user to the next page, probably the home page. So I think this is basically it. Okay. So you can just say do nothing for now. We don't want. Okay, we're just gonna leave it that way. Okay, now we're gonna leave this field empty, then try to log in. Okay, now you can see we are making almost the same mistake. We have not called this function. Okay, so now we're gonna go to that place, that is the login button. This is it over here. Okay, we can actually just get rid of all this, then we can say login users. Okay, get rid of this. You cannot. Okay, now let's try this. Okay, now fields are empty. Okay, please, fields must not be empty. Okay, now what you're gonna do, if you have forgotten the account you create, you can as well just create a new one now. Then you can try this yourself. I'm 100% sure that there's gonna be no issue. So you can just try it out yourself. Then you're gonna go check your debug console. I think it's gonna print if the user has been successfully logged in, then it's gonna print to your debug console that you are now logged in, right? Okay, guys. Now you're gonna do one more thing for me before we close this lecture. What you're gonna do is now currently sometimes when the user click on login, it's gonna take some time, right? And the user might not know what is going on if the account is being logged in or not. So what you're going to do is you're going to create a login, a loading spinner, so to show the user that the account is being logged in. So that's what you're going to do. So now do this. In the next lecture, I'm going to see you. Okay, guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi, guys, welcome. Now, of course, when a user is trying to sign in, some of the times there might be network delay, and because of that, the user might feel the app is not working because it's not getting any response, right? Okay, now what we're going to do is immediately the user click on login, we're going to have a loading spinner over here to tell the user that, hey, we are trying to log you in. Okay, now I asked you to do this, right? I think I asked you to do this. Now, if for any reason you can't do this, it's fine as well. I believe in consistency. I don't really believe in speed. I believe in consistency and mastering. I believe as we keep on repeating it and repeating it, you're going to master all the process. Okay. Okay, so what we're going to do now, in order to display that loading spinner, we're going to create a variable. We're going to create this variable over here, and we're going to call this variable underscore is loading. Then we're going to set it to false. Okay, now you can see it wants us to pass a type or to give a type. So it's going to be a type of bool because this is a true or a false value. Okay, now when the test is being clicked, it's going to trigger this function called login users, which we created above here, right? Okay, which we created here. Now immediately we trigger this function. First of all, we are going to set the state, right? Then we're going to set is loading, underscore is loading to true. So start getting the loading. Okay, then after finish signing in the user, Then we're going to stop the loading spinner. So we're going to set state. Then we're going to say underscore is loading is equal to false. Okay, great. Now we're going to use this. So we're going to go to our test button. Okay. Right. So this is, sorry, not sign up, but login. Our login button. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to say underscore is loading. If underscore is loading, then this means true. This ternary question mark means true. If it is true, then we want to center sorry for that. We want to center the next widget we are gonna use. So we're gonna say child. It's gonna be the circular progress indicator. Now what we can do, since the background is a black, what we can do, we can set the color to colors dot white. Okay. Else, so this means as over here. Else, we just want to display the test. Okay. So if you have any error, you can just over on the error. It's gonna tell you what to do. Okay. Now I'm gonna use Control and S to save. Okay. Okay. Now let's try to fill in some fields. I think we have a username called admin at, sorry, not a username. We have an account that is associated with an email called admin at gmail, sorry, gmail.com, sorry. Then the password is VEEJAYMSC. Now we're going to click on login. Now we are having this error which displays fields must not be empty, and the reason is that over the auth controller, then the login users, we have made an error. We have made a mistake. Okay, now over here we are saying if email is not empty and the password is empty, you can see this two does not go together, and we are using this hand. When using this and, we have the or and we have the and, right? When using this and, it simply means both value must be true. That is, both requirements must be met. Now over here, you can see both requirements are not met. Over here, we are saying if it is not empty, then over here we are saying if it is empty. I think Flutter is going to get confused. So this is not going to be is empty, but is not. Okay, so if email dot is not empty and password dot is not empty, so this was a very big mistake I made. Probably you did not make it as well. Okay, great. Now what we are gonna do is just to restart this. Okay, hopefully you are able to correct that yourself. Okay, now we're gonna sign in. If for any reason you've forgotten the login details, or sorry, the account you created, you can as well just create a new one. Okay, now I think I remember one of the accounts we created is admin at gmail.com, and the password is VEEJAYMSC. Sorry. So we're gonna click on login. Okay, now you can see the loading spinner, right? Great. Now I think the account has been created. Sorry, I think the account. I think I'm having issue with signing up and using the word between signing up and signing in. Sorry, the account has been signed in, or the account has been logged in. Okay. So now we're going to check our terminal to confirm this, because I remember we said we're going to print you are now logged in on the debug console. Okay, great. Notifying ID token listener about user. This is the ID of the user, right? And it says you are now logged in. Great. So now you have another assignment. The assignment is, what you're going to do, immediately the user, not me or we, but the user, that is everybody as a whole that is using the app. Now immediately the user clicks on login, we want to clear the fields, that is the email field and the password field. So you're going to pause this video and do this now. So immediately the user click on login, you're going to clear the value of those fields, that is the email at gmail.com and the bgmark. So you're going to clear both fields. Okay, so now pause this video and do it. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now in the last lecture I asked you to clear these values. Immediately the user clicks on login. Okay, so now in this lecture we're going to do it together. Okay, now to do this we're just going to go to the login button. Okay, I think should be above. Okay, now instead of returning just this login users, we're going to accommodate more. And in order for us to accommodate more, we're going to use a function. So this is going to be this, the lambda function. Okay, now first of all we're going to call the login users, right? We can just add this to it, then comma. Then as well, we're going to clear the fields. Okay, to clear the fields, we're going to call our controller. So I think we need this, not comma, sorry. Okay, we're going to say underscore email controller dot what clear, right? And underscore password controller dot what clear. Okay, great. Now I'm going to use Control and S to save. Okay, then now let's try it out. Okay, now immediately we click on this, you can see it's cleared. Now a network error has occurred because I don't have my Wi-Fi turned on. Okay, but this is what we just basically wanted to do to clear the fields. Okay, guys, see you in the next lecture.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Hi guys, welcome. Now, as you know, passwords are not meant to be seen when typing. So what you're going to do now, before then, I'm going to show you this. Now, when we type this, you can see this is basically just more like a test, a normal test field. So what we're going to do is we're going to make this hidden. So when we type the first letter, it's going to hide that. Okay, so to do this, it is very easy. We're just going to go to our login screen page. Okay, I think, okay, this is it over login screen. Now we're going to go to the password field. Trust me, this is very easy. Okay, this is the password field. All we just have to say is within the test field, not the input decoration. This is available in the test field and not within the input decoration. So all we just have to say is up secure test. So we're going to set this to true. Okay, Control needs to save. Now when we tap, it's going to hide it. Okay, I think it's not yet saved. Okay, great. Now you can see, you can see, great. Now as well, we're going to do this for the sign up page. Okay, now you can see currently when we type, we can see what we are typing, and other users can easily steal our password. So now we're going to hide that as well. So to do that as well, you're going to do that yourself. So you're going to pause this video and try to do that yourself. Okay, Now I'm going to do it for you. We're going to do it together, sorry. So now we're going to go to our sign up screen. Then we're going to go to the password field, right? I think it's the last we have. So this is it. So we're going to say up secure test. We're going to set it to true. Okay, then we're going to use Control and S to save, to give a auto reload. Okay, so now we can type here. Okay, you can see it's hidden, right? Oh man. Okay, great. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now after the user clicks on login, and if no errors, what we're going to do is we're going to take the user to the next page. Okay, now this is what we're going to do in this lecture, but before we do it together, you're going to try to do it yourself. Okay, now what you're going to do is over the screens folder, you're going to create a new file, right? You're going to create a new file, and you're going to call this file bottom nav bar. And the reason for this is because in future you're going to have some bars, that is when the user clicks on it, the user is going to be able to navigate to different pages. Okay, so what you're going to do now is over the screens folder, you're going to create a new file, and you're going to call that file bottom nav bar. You can choose to use a stateless widget or a stateful widget. You can easily change that later. Okay, then after creating that, what you're going to do next is, after clicking on the login, and if there is no error, you're going to take the user to the bottom navbar page. Okay, so that's what you're going to do. So try to pause the video and try to implement that yourself. I'm just going to give you some ListViews expo. You can see over here we have the if and else, right? We're having the if and else. Okay, so try to implement that yourself. Create a new file called bottom nav bar. Make sure you don't call it bottom navigation bar, because we have a widget known as bottom navigation bar, so definitely they're going to conflict each other. Okay, so try to do that. So pause the video and do that. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now when the user clicks on login, if no errors, then we're going to take the user to the next page. Okay, so in this lecture we're going to do this. Okay, now what I asked you to do was, over the screens folder, you're going to create a new file, and you're going to call the file bottom nav bar. And the reason for that is because in the future we're going to have a bottom navigation bar where users are going to be able to easily navigate to different pages. Okay, so now we're going to do it together in this lecture. So over the screens folder, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call this file bottom underscore nav bar, then the extension, which is .dat. Okay, now I also told you to either use a stateless widget or a stateful widget. Now we can just go with a stateless widget for now, because we can easily change it later. So we can go for stateless widget as well. We can say bottom nav then bar, right? We're just going to use Ctrl and B to make this wide. Then over here we're going to highlight first, then we're going to use Ctrl and dot in order to import the material to that package. Now instead of returning just a container, we can return a scaffold, so we have access to lots of property like the body and others. Okay, so now for the now we're just going to have a body, then we're going to use a center widget to center the next widget we're going to be using. Okay, now we can have a test widget, so we can say child, then the child is going to be a test widget. Okay, for the now we can just say welcome. Okay, now we're going to use Ctrl and S to save this file. Okay, now in order to take users to the next page after clicking on login, remember we are only taking the user to the next page, that is if no errors. Okay, now we're going to go to the login screen. Now I'm going to show you something. Over here we are simply saying if res is not equal to success, that means there must be an error, probably bad email format, network errors, or short password, or account not found, or something else. Okay. Now, if there is an error, we want to return the error in a snack bar, right? Okay. Now, over here we are having else. That means if the user successfully filled in his details without any error, no account issues or any issues at all, then we're going to do something here, right? So over here we have if res is not equal to success, which means there is something wrong. Okay, for the else part, I'm going to use something which I think you have seen before, navigator dot off contest, sorry, navigator dot off contest. Then we're going to say dot push. For the route, it is material page, material page route. Okay, great. Now for the builder, it's gonna be, we're gonna use parentheses, then we can say contest. Now, like I told you, some of the time it is not really necessary to pass in the type. If not, you can as well say is this a type of build contest, right? Okay. Now we can either use this type of function. If you want to use this type of function, you have to say return bottom nav bar. Now you can see we have the bottom navigation bar as a widget. We have the bottom navigation bar item as a widget. We have the bottom navigation theme as a widget. So make sure you don't name your file with those. If not, you're going to get issues. That was the reason I said we should name it with bottom nav bar, because I don't think there is any widget known as bottom nav bar. Even if there is, but not with the short NAV, I think there should be bottom navigation bar. Okay. So make sure you don't call your file that name. If not, you're going to get into issues. Okay, so bottom nav bar, this is our file. Okay, great. What we can do is we can add this over here. Now, assuming we remove this return, we're going to get an issue over here. Okay, so we need to add the return, right? But what we can just do, we can use an arrow function. So I'm just going to undo this back to where it was before. Then we're going to get rid of this. Okay, now we can use an arrow function. Then we can say we want to go to the bottom nav bar. Okay, great. Now some of the time it is necessary to add the type, and some of the time it is not. In this case, it is not really necessary to add this build contest. So we can get rid of this. Then we're going to use Ctrl and S to save. Now what we are simply saying is, over here we said if res is not equal to success, that means there must be an error. If there is error, we want to return this. Then if there is no error, then we want to go to the bottom navbar page. Now you can easily rewrite this yourself. You can then say, instead of not equal, you can say it's equal to success. If it is equal to success, it means that there is no error. Then this should be here, right? So we can say if there is no error, that is this. Currently, this is saying if there is no error, that is if res is equal to success, then we can just rewrite this, right? So I'm just going to copy this, or probably I think we should leave it that way, or what should we do? Okay, so we can just leave it at not equal to. Okay, so if it is not equal to, we want to return the error, but if it is equal to, that is the else. Remember, the else is always the opposite of the if. The if is the opposite of the else, and the else is the opposite of what? The if. Okay, Now you get it now. So you can either say if it is equal to success, then you're going to go to the next page. Else, if it is not equal to success, which means there must be an error, then you're going to return the snack bar over the hairs. So you can easily rewrite this yourself or just leave it this way. The main important thing is you understand it now. Okay. Now we're going to hot restart this. Okay, hot restart. Then we're going to go to our app. Now I think I have an account that is associated with an email called admin at gmail, then gmail.com. Then we also have a password of VEEJAYMAC. Okay, I think for some reasons I mistakenly removed that obscured test. Okay, so I'm gonna add it obscure test to true. Okay, okay. I'm just gonna type it again. Probably I forgot where I stopped. So VEEJAYMAC. Then we're gonna click on what? The login. Okay, great. Now you can see it took us to what? The welcome page because we don't have any issue. Now we can also confirm it on the debug console to check if really we are logged in. Okay, great. Now you can see it over here, notifying ID token listener about the user. So this is our UID, or this is our ID, or this is the ID associated to that user. And you can see over here, you are now logged in. Okay, so this was what I asked you to do, right? Okay. Okay, guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi, guys, welcome. Now in this lecture, we are going to create the button navigation bar so that users are going to be able to easily navigate within pages. Okay, now let's do this. Okay, first of all, we're going to go back to our VS Code. Then we're going to go to the bottom nav bar file. This is it. Okay, first of all, we're going to get rid of this body for now. Okay, now we're going to create a button navigation bar, right? So in Flutter, there is something known as bottom navigation bar. Sorry, not with capital letter. Okay, as well, we're going to say bottom with capital B now. Bottom navigation bar. Okay, now you see we have this red line. Now it is because it wants us to pass these items. Okay, now for the items, we're going to say we want what is known as bottom navigation bar item. Okay, now for the icons and for the pages we need, I already have some icons here so I don't forget. Now the first page we need is the home page, right? Okay, so this is gonna be icon widget, right? So this is gonna be icons dot home, right? Okay, now we can give a comma, then we can give a size to the icon or probably 30, or if it feels too big you can reduce it or even add more to it. Okay, now as well we're gonna add a label text to it, and sorry, we just need to add a comma, so we're gonna say home, right? Okay, make sure you don't save for now because this is items, so it is a list and it expects more than one, but pages it expects more than one button navigation bar item. So if you're gonna save now, you're gonna get an error. Okay, we're also gonna do it again, but navigation bar item, I think we need to add a training comma at the end. Okay, great. Now for the next icon, it's gonna be for the fields. Okay, so this is gonna be icon widget, and this is gonna be icons dot what dot arrow s fields. Okay, great. Now so we're gonna give a size to this icon of probably 30, Like I said, you don't really need to follow exactly what I'm doing. You can as well give your own style, right? So you can give a color to that icon if you wish, by just saying color. Okay. Now we're going to give a label test. So this is the icon widget, right? So it ends here. So we're going to say comma. Then this is going to be label. Then we're going to say fields, right? Okay. How do you train the comma? Okay, bottom. I'm just going to do it this one last time. Then I'm going to copy the rest. I'm doing this again for the sake of mastering. If not, I can just actually copy it. So this is going to be icon widget, then icons. I think I just have to check over the next page. It will be okay. Search. So this is going to be icons.search. As well, we're going to give a size of 30, right? I think we need this. We also need this. Okay. Then we're going to give a label of search, right? Okay. Now I can simply copy this. I think we're going to be needing 5 page. Don't worry, you're going to see this in action very soon. Okay. So I think this is 1, 2, 3, 4. I need another and another. Okay. Now we're going to change this. After the search, the next icon we're going to be needing is the shopping bag, icons.shopping bag. Okay, I think that is the cart page. Okay, so this is gonna be icons.shopping shopping bag. Okay, so this is gonna be the cart page, right? Cart. Can just use capital letter. But later I'm gonna show you how to hide that test. Okay. Now for the, I think this is gonna be the next page is the upload page. Icons dot, okay, sorry. Okay, yes, it should be, I think the profile page should be the last page. So this should be icons dot upload, if we have any icons like that though. Okay, upload. Okay, great. Now for this is gonna be icons dot person, right? Okay, so this is gonna be upload. So users, I think I just save this. Just save this. Okay, upload. Then the last is gonna be person, right? You can just use capital letter, but if you don't need that test, I'm gonna show you how to hide it. You Control and S to save. I think we can't see this anymore. Probably it's because it is white, right? So what we can do, we can give a color to this. Over here, we're just gonna break this down. Then we're gonna say background color should be the background color. That is the black. Hopefully we can see this now. Okay, I think it is not there. It should be here. That is the bottom navigation bar item. Okay, go check it out now. Okay, great. Looking beautiful. Right, so we have our bottom navigation bar. So it is in this bottom navigation bar item and not this bottom navigation bar. We are just saying we want to change the background of all the item. So now we're going to get rid of this, right? So don't give ourselves too much code that does nothing. Okay, so this is basically it, right? Okay, so this is the upload, this is the profile, the right. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now in this lecture we're going to make all this clickable. Okay, Now we're going to go back to our VSC code. Now to make that clickable, what we're going to do first is we're going to create a variable, and we're going to call this variable page indents. Then we're going to set it to 0. Okay, now you can see it wants us to give a type. So this is a type of int, right? Okay, great. Now what we can as well do is, instead of using this bottom navigation bar, we can use the Cupertino tab bar in order to get the iOS style. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this bottom navigation bar. Then we're going to say this should be Cupertino tab bar. Okay, great. Now let's use Ctrl and S first to save and see how it's like. Okay, now instead of this background color over here, we're just going to remove it. Okay, it wants us to pass the background color in this Cupertino tab bar. Okay, so I'm going to break this down. Then we're going to say background color. Yeah, okay, that's for the black color, right? Okay, great. Okay, now go check it out. Okay, I'm just going to add, okay, just going to break this down. Okay, now what we can as well do, you can see currently it is not clickable and the selected icon is showing green. We can change this to something else. That is, we don't want the active color to be green. Okay, so what we can do, the Cupertino tab bar has something known as active color. So we're going to say colors.white. Okay, go check it out now. Okay, you can see currently is white. We can as well say all these inactive colors too should take the white color. So we can say in active color, this should be as well colors.white. Okay, go check it out now. Okay, great. You can see it's now similar to the other. Okay, you can as well just leave yours to that bottom navigation bar instead of using this Cupertino tab bar. Okay, really, like I said, you don't need to follow everything I'm doing. You can just go with your own style. Okay, now we earlier have created this page index variable, and we said it should be equal to 0. Sorry for that. And the reason for this is we want to make this clickable. Now you can see currently it is not clickable, right? So now what we're going to do next is within the Cupertino tab bar, if you are using the bottom navigation bar, it's still going to be the same. Okay, so now we're going to pass in something known as the on tab. Okay, then we're going to create a function. Okay, now over this parentheses, we're going to pass something known as indents, which is referring to the starting point. Okay, now we're going to set state, but you know we can't set state using a stateless widget. That is, we can't update the UI when we are using what? A stateless widget. Okay, so what we're going to do first, in order to use a set state, we need to use a stateful widget. So to use a stateful widget, we can easily just highlight this first. Then we're going to use Control and dot. Then we're going to go to convert to stateful widget. Okay, now we can use the stateful widget now. Okay. Then now we can set state. Okay, so this is going to be page index is equal to this index over here. Okay, so what we are trying to say is, first of all, we created a variable called page index, then we set it to 0, which should be the home, right? Okay, so once it is being clicked, it's going to update that index to, so here it's going to be 1 and so on. So it's going to update the index to something different. Okay, once each are being clicked, well, for the starting point it's going to be 0, which should be what? The home page. Okay, great. Now to make this clickable now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to pass in something known as current index, which should tell us the place we are currently in. So we're going to pass in the current index. Then we're going to say it should be the page index, which is, as at now, it should be 0. But once it is clicked, it's going to update it to 1, 2, 3, and so on. Okay, so this is basically it. Okay, Control and S to save. Okay, now really we can't see this. So what we can do, instead of this uh, active color, we can change it to pink for now, so we can see if it is now clickable. Okay. Okay, now you can see this. Okay, great. So you can see now it is now clickable, right? Okay, great. So now in the next lecture, we're going to be able to navigate between pages. So when we click on this, it's going to take us to the home page. When we click on field, it's going to take us to the field page. When we click on search, cart, upload, and profile, it's going to take us to those pages. Okay, so that is what we're going to be doing in the next lecture. Okay, guys, see you. Hi guys, welcome. Now in the last lecture, we made all these navigation bar items clickable. Now in this lecture, we're going to be able to navigate within pages. Okay, now to do this, we're going to go back to our VS Code. First of all, I'm going to use Ctrl and V to make this wider. Okay, now you can see we have this navigation bar item. That is the home, the field, the search, the cart, upload person, sorry, that's profile, right? Okay, so we're going to create all those pages. Okay, now to do this again, we're going to go to our screens folder. First of all, I'm just going to use Ctrl and B to make this smaller. Then we're going to go to our screens folder. Okay, now we're going to create a new file. This is going to be home underscore screen, then dot. Okay, now we can use a stateless widget for now. At least we can as well change it later, okay, if we want. Okay, so this is going to be stl. Okay, stateless widget. Okay, we can call this on screen. Okay, then over here we're going to alert first, then use control and dot in order to import the material.dat package. Now instead of returning the container, we're going to return the scaffold, so we have access to bulk of properties. Okay, now we're just going to give a body for now. Then we're going to have a center widget to center the next thing we're going to add. Then we're going to have a child. Then we can have a test that says home screen. Okay, great. Okay, now what we're going to do next again is we're going to tap on this again. We're going to create a new file, right? So this should be what I'm just going to check it out here, the fields. Okay, fields underscore screen dot. Okay, so we're going to use the stateless widget again. So this is going to be field screen, right? Remember, you don't need to follow the exact pattern and follow. You can as well just name yours something else. Okay, so now to have access to block of property, we're going to have the scaffold. Okay, so we're going to have a body. This is going to be what is center to center the next widget we're going to add. Okay, so this is going to be child. Then we're going to say test. So this is going to be fields screen, right? Okay, now I believe you have mastered this process, right? So now what I can just do is to copy this everything within here, Control and A and Control and C to copy, Control and B to make this smaller. Then we can just go and create a new file. I think the other file we need is the search underscore screen dot. Okay, then we can paste this instead of field screen. This is gonna be search screen. So instead of this is gonna be search. Okay, I think the other file we need the cart, the upload, and profile. So cart, upload, and profile. So over the screens. Okay, new file. We're gonna create cart underscore screen dot. Okay, Okay, now I'm just gonna paste this. This is gonna be what? Cart screen. This is gonna be cart, right? Okay, we need what? The upload and profile now. Okay, so over here we're gonna create a new screen again. So this is gonna be upload underscore screen dot. Okay, paste this. Okay, rename this to upload. Then over here upload. Okay, the last and the list is the profile. Okay, so we're gonna create the screen. In the screens we're gonna create the profile underscore screen, then the dot. Okay, we can paste this. Okay, this is gonna be the profile screen, right? Okay, so this is gonna be profile screen. Okay, great. So that's the 6 pages we need, right? Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to create a variable to hold all those images, sorry, all those pages we just created. Okay, now to do this, we're just going to go to the const.dat file. Okay, what we can do is we can just do this above. Okay, so what we can do first, we can give a comment and we can say pages. Okay, so now we can create a variable called pages. We can just give it a type of list, so that is list of pages, right? Okay, so this is going to be equal to a list. Okay, now we're going to pass the first page, that is the home screen, right? Okay, then the second one we need is the what? We need the field screen, sorry, field screen, right? Okay, okay, highlight, control and dot, then import it. Okay, the other we need is the search cart. Okay, search screen cart screen, right? Then 1 2 3 4. We need the upload screen, and lastly we need the profile screen. Okay, great. Add your semicolon over here. Great. Now to just get reference to this page, what we're just going to do is we're going to go to the bottom navigation bar. Okay, then we're going to have a body, so within the scaffold, so we're going to say body. The body is going to be that pages we just created. Then we're going to pass in the page index. Okay, page index. Great. So this is basically it, easy as that. Okay, sorry, I wanted to add a training comma. Okay, so easy as that. First of all, we created a variable called page index and we set it to 0, which should be the starting point, that is the home page. Then over here, we are saying once the all these bars, all this navigation bar item are clicked, we want to update it. We want to update the index, that is from 0 to 1, from 1 to 2. And over here, this is the variable, so we are more like updating this variable to something else. So this, and once it's clicked again, it's gonna be 1. Once it's clicked again, this index is gonna be updated to click again 3, 4, and so on. Then over here, we're just passing the page index. Okay, if you don't understand this, is fine. I believe you're gonna understand it as the time goes, or probably I'm gonna give some more deep explanation to this again as we go. Well, hopefully you get it. Okay, we have not yet saved our files, so I'm going to restart this in order to automatically save those unsaved files. Okay, so you can see it's very easy. Sorry I talked so much. I just want you to understand everything. Okay, great. Now we can click on this. Okay, great. Now you can see it's working. Okay, great. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Guys, welcome. Now before we move further, we're going to first solve everything that has to do with the user's authentication. Okay, so now what we can do is after this need an account, we can have another test widget over here which is going to say forgot password. Then on tap on that forgot password test, it's going to take the user to the forgot password screen where the users are going to be able to reset their password using their associated email address. Okay, now to do this, we're going to go to our VLC code. Okay, now before we do this, first of all, you're going to first pause this video and see if you can implement this yourself. So what you're going to do is, after this need an account, you're going to have a test widget over here, which is going to say forgot password. Then on tab on that forgot password test, you're going to take that user to a new screen called forgot password screen. Okay, so now try to pause this video and see if you can do it yourself. Okay, now we're going to do this together. Okay. Now we're going to go to our login screen. Okay. First of all, I'm just going to use Ctrl and V to make this wider. Okay, Ctrl and V. Okay. So this is the need an account, right? So the row ends here. Okay, so what we can do is we can give a training comma. Now we can have another test widget, which is just going to say forgot password. We can as well add a question mark. Okay, now we can give a style to this. We can say test style. Test style. Okay, I think I mistakenly deleted that. Okay, now we're gonna give the font to it, and we're gonna make it bold. So this is gonna be font width, dot bold. Okay, as well we can give a font size of how bigger it's gonna be. Font size of probably 15. Okay, I think we need another. Okay, we can add the training comma, and use Ctrl and S to save. Now go check it out. Okay, great. Now I think this is too close. So what we can do, we can give a space, and we're going to be giving that space vertically, right? So we're going to say size box. So since we're giving this space vertically, this is going to be height of probably 10. Okay, add the training comma, and use Ctrl and S to save. Okay, great. Now what you're going to do is pause this video and see if you can make this test clickable. Okay. Okay guys, welcome. Now we're going to do this together. We're going to make this test clickable. So to do this, first of all, we just need to highlight. Then we're going to use Ctrl and dot. We're going to click on wrap with widget. Since we don't have the widget we're going to be using over here. Okay, we're going to wrap this with a inkwell. Okay, you can have the on tab. For the now, we're just going to leave this like this. Okay. Now use Ctrl and S to save. Click on it. You can see it's not clickable, right? Okay. So now what next we're going to do is we're going to create the forgot password screen. So when the user clicks on this test, it's going to take us to that forgot password screen. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to use Ctrl and V to make this smaller. Then over this alt folder, you can see we can now clearly see this, right? So we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call this file forgot underscore password underscore screen, then dot. Okay, now for the now we can use a stateless widget since we can change it later. So this is going to be forgot password screen. Okay, Ctrl and V to make this wider. Then we're going to highlight, then use Ctrl and dot now to import the material to that package. Okay, now instead of returning a container, what we can do is we can return a scaffold so we have access to lots of properties. So scaffold. Okay, now we can have the body. For the now, we just need a center widget to center the next widget we're going to be adding. So this is going to be child. Okay, that means we want to center the test widget. Okay, for the now, we can just say forgot password screen. Okay, Control and S to save. Okay, now what you're going to do is now try to implement this yourself. When the user clicks on this, it should take the user to the forgot password screen. So try to pause this video now. Make sure you pause this video and try to do this yourself. Okay guys, welcome. Now we're going to try to do this together. Okay, now over this on tab, we're going to break this to the next line. Now we're going to say navigator dot of contest. This is going to be dot push. Okay, now for this route, it's going to be the material page route, right? Okay, for the builder, it's going to be the contest. Okay, we can just use an arrow function. Then this is going to be what? The forgot password screen. Okay, overwrite to on it so to know what it expects. Okay, you can see we need under parentheses. Okay, use Control and S to save. We can as well specify the type, that it is a build contest, or we can just get rid of this since it allows us. Okay, now let's try to click on this forgot password. Okay, now you see it took us to the forgot password screen. Okay, so this was what I asked you to do. Okay, now you don't really need to follow the exact pattern I'm trying to follow. So instead of this forgot password, you can as well have a test just like this. That is two tests that are going to be displayed horizontally. So you can have the forgot password over here and something like reset link. Okay, so you can follow your own pattern. You don't need to follow my pattern. Okay, so this was what I asked you to do. Hopefully you were able to do it up. Hi guys, welcome. Now in the last lecture we created the UI for our forgot password screen. Okay, now in this lecture we're going to create the function to send the password reset link to the associated email address. Okay, now first of all, you're going to try to implement this yourself because it's going to be similar to the login users function. Okay, so now I'm just going to guide you, but you're going to do this yourself. Okay, now for you to do this, what you're going to do first is you're going to create a function, right? You're going to create a function, then you're going to pass the field that is just the email. You can see we just have one field, so you're going to pass the field to the function as well. You're going to create this variable to store the possible errors. Then you're going to have a try and catch to check if that field is filled or not. Then instead of using the Firebase auth dot sign in with email address, what you're going to be using is Firebase auth dot send password reset link. Okay, so just like this. So now try to pause this video. In fact, I'm just going to end this video here. Then you're going to try to do this yourself, right? So like I said, it's going to be so similar to this. The only difference is you're not going to be passing all these fields. You're just going to be passing just one field. That is just the email field. And you're just going to check for just the single email field, right? So the rest things are going to be the same. So try to see if you can do this yourself. You're going to call the function of forgot password. Okay, so try to see if you can do this yourself. Then in the next lecture, we're going to do it together. Okay guys, see you. Hi guys, welcome. Now in this lecture, we're going to create the functionality to send the password reset link to the user. Okay, now to do this, we're going to go back to our VSC code. Okay, now if for any reason you can't still do it, I think it's still fine, but hopefully if I should do it this time, you're going to get the process. Okay, so this is where the login users function ends, right? Over here. Okay, yeah, so this is it, right? And this was the snack bar we created. Remember, we did it outside the auth controller class, right? So you don't mess it up. What I'm just gonna do, I'm just gonna take this to too far. Okay, great. So this is where the login users function ends. So now we're going to create another function, and we're going to call this function forgot password, right? Okay. Now we just have one field, that is the email. So we're going to pass just that field over here, and it is a test. So it is a data type of string. Okay. Now we're going to pass in the async since we're going to be using the await. Okay, great. Now we're going to use what? The if and else. But before we do that, we can just create a variable to store the possible error. So we can say some error occurred. Okay, now you can see it wants us to pass the type. So this is a test, right? So it is a type of string. Okay, now we can use the try and catch. Okay, great. Now for the try, we're going to first check if the email field is valid or not. So we're going to use the if statement. So we're going to say if email that is not empty. Make sure you don't type the is empty, else you're going to face the same issue I was facing before. Okay, if it is not empty, then we are going to say Firebase auth, right? Then this is going to be dot send password reset email. So we're going to pass the email. You can see it automatically passed the email. Okay, so this is what I basically asked you to do. So we can await this, right? Okay, so this was what I asked you to do. Okay, we can also update the variable to success. So we're gonna say res is equal to success, which means the reset link has been sent to the user. Okay, now we can have the else part over here. So we're going to say res is equal to email. Since we just have one field, right, we can just specify that it's email field field. Probably you can correct the spelling. Email field must not be empty. Great. Okay, now if for any reason this is not the issue, we just want to cache the error. So we're going to say res is equal to e dot to string, right? Then we can return res. Okay, great. So this is basically it. You can see it's similar to this. The only difference is we just have one field, right? We just have one field. So this is the wholly different. You can also store the result. Sorry, not there. You can as well store this result in a variable, right? So you can store, this result in a variable. So also say you are not logging or something similar, but you can just leave it like this. Alright, so this was what I asked you to do. If you can't still do it, hopefully you can do it now, right? Because you need to master the process. Apart from understanding, you need to try to master it, right? So this is basically it, right? Okay, so now in the next lecture, we're going to implement this. But before we implement this, you're going to try to do this yourself. I'm just going to show you what you're going to do. I'm just going to use Ctrl and S to save this first. So we're going to go to our forgot password, right? Okay, now in order to have access to this value, you're going to create a controller for it. So you're going to create a controller, then you're going to bind it to that field, which I've shown you before. Then also you can make the function work. You can make that function we just created work. So to easily do that, it's going to be similar to this. So you can remember now what we did over here. So it's going to be similar to this login function over here, login users function. So just like this. So try to implement this yourself. Okay. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now in the last lecture, we created this function which we called forgot password. Then over here, we said we want to send the password resend link to the user if only the email address is not empty. Okay. Now in this lecture, we're going to call this function more like putting it to work. Okay. Now before then, I asked you to do this, right? I asked you to implement this function like put it to work. Okay. If you were not able to do it for some reasons, it is fine. I believe in consistency. I believe as we continue to do it, you're going to master the process. Okay. Now, before we move on to the forgot password screen, what we can as well do is over here, if the um, password reset link has been sent to the user, that is the user associated email address, we as well want to print something to the screen. So you can say print uh, your your password, or we can just say a reset link has been sent to your email. Okay, great. So now we're going to call this function. Now to do this, we're going to go to the forgot password screen, right? Now in order to have access to the value, we're going to create the controller. So over here, we're going to have a controller. So this is going to be final. Then you can call this email controller. It's going to be equal to test editing controller. Okay. Now we can as well specify a type, a test editing controller. Okay, great. Now we're going to bind this to the field. So we're going to be able to get the typed in value. So this is going to be controller. Sorry, not there. The test field, right? So this is going to be controller. This is going to be underscore email controller. So with this, we're going to listen for the user input. Okay. Now, what we're going to do next is we're going to create a function which you have seen before. So we can say forgot password. Okay. Now we're going to pass in the async over here. Okay. Then we're going to say auth controller, call it. Then it's going to be forgot password, right? Okay. For the email, this is going to be underscore email controller dot test. Now to get the value. Okay, great. Now we can store the result in a variable called res. It's going to be a type of string. Then we can await for it. Okay. I know you've seen all this before, right? Okay. Now what we're going to do next is we are going to check if there is error or not. So we can use if statement over here. We can say if res is equal, we're just going to say it's equal to success. Okay, remember before we were using not equal, so we're going to say equal to success. If it is equal to success, then we want to return a show snack bar over this content, we can just say link has been sent to the email address. Okay. Now you can see we're having this error. What you can just do to avoid this, we're going to switch to a stateful widget. So I'm going to use Control and dot. Okay, switch to convert to stateful widget. Okay. Great. Add your semicolon. Okay. Now, if res is equal to success, we want to say link has been sent. We want to pop out a snap bar, which is going to say link has been sent to the email address. Okay. Else, we're going to return a snack bar again. Return snack bar, show snack bar. For the content, this is going to be res, so it returns the error. Okay, Control and S to save. Okay, so this is basically it. Now we're going to use this function which we created, right? So we're going to go to the forgot password button. This is it over here, right? I think so. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to wrap this with a button. So I'm going to use Control and dot. Wrap with widgets. Now instead of wrapping this with inkwell, we can also wrap this with something known as the gesture dictator, which is similar to the inkwell. We can also have the on tap. Okay. Or we can just get rid of this and call the forgot password and as well get rid of this. Okay, use Control and S now to save. So this is basically it. Right? Okay. Great. Now we can just auto start this. In order to save all those unsaved files. Okay. Okay. Now we're going to try to. Okay. Okay. Now we can click on the forgot password. Okay. Now we're going to try to give an email address over here. I think Macaulay famous. I don't really know if I have this email associated to any account.com. Okay, we're gonna click on forgot password. I don't think this is clickable yet. Okay, I'm just gonna check my terminal. Okay, okay. A network error occurred. Okay. Now I think I'm having a network issues, but this is gonna work for you. Now after this, probably it's gonna say no user record found. It means the email address is not associated to any account. So I'm just gonna try this with another mail. Well, for the now, I think I'm having network issues, but definitely this is gonna work out. So what we're gonna do is you're gonna try this yourself. So make sure you put email address that is associated to any of your accounts, right? I think I clicked this many times, so that's why this is popping out so many times. Okay, so now you're gonna add any email address that is associated to any account, then you're gonna check your email. Okay, now we're gonna try to do this behind the scene. If there's any error, we can just do it together, but hopefully there's not gonna be any error. I think this is perfect. Okay, so you're gonna try to do this yourself now. You're gonna try to test it out. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Hi guys, welcome. Now you can see the password reset link has been sent. You can say follow this link to reset your project password for your macaulifamous@gmail.com account. Now when you click on this link, it's going to take you to where you're going to reset your password. Okay, great. You can see it over here. Reset your password for Macaulay famous. Okay, great. You can see it's working. Okay, now what we're going to do now is we are going to make this. So once we click on this, it's going to start loading. Okay, you can see password link has been sent to the email address. Okay, I'm just going to check. I think we've already seen this, right? You can see it over here. Right, okay. So now what we're going to do now is when we click on this, we want to have a loading spinner, right? So now to do this, we're going to go back to our VSC code. Okay, just going to remove this. Okay, now what we're going to do is over here, you've seen this before, right? You can just try to pause this video and see if you can implement it by yourself so you master out the process, right? Okay, so now we're going to create a variable. We're going to create a variable called underscore is loading. It's going to be equal to force, right? You can see it wants us to pass the type. So this is a true or false value. So it's going to be a type of bool. Okay. Now what we can do is over this function, we're going to set state. Then we're going to say underscore is loading is equal to true in order to get the loading spinner. So once this function is triggered, it's going to start immediately to load. Then after send the password reset link to the user, then we're going to set state again. Then we're going to say underscore is loading is equal to force. Okay, right? Add your semicolon. Okay, now we're going to add it over here. So this is it, alright? Okay, so we're going to say underscore is loading. That is, if underscore loading is equal to true, then we want to use a center widget. We're just going to center the next widget we want to add. So for the child, it's going to be circular progress indicator. We can give a color. Since the background is black, we can give a color of colors dot white. Okay, then else we just want to continue showing that. Okay, I think we are missing one parenthesis. Okay, use Control and S now to save. Okay. Okay. Great. Now let's click on this. Okay. Great. So it's working. Okay, link has been sent to the email address, right? You're gonna see it here. I think it has not come because of network issue. So that's just basically it, right? Hi guys, welcome. Now in this lecture, we're going to start designing the home screen UI. Now in order to get to this page, you can simply just log in or go to the main.dat file, then change the screen to the bottom navbar. Okay. Now first of all, we're going to get rid of this status bar. Now in order to get rid of this status bar, you're going to go to the main.dat file. Okay. Then before the return material hub, we're going to use something known as system Chrome. Okay, great. Now we're going to say dot set system over list I. Okay, great. Now over here, we're going to pass system over list I. That is this. Okay. Now what we're just going to do is we are going to say status bar color. We're just going to say colors dot transparent, which automatically removes it, right? Control and S now to save. and go check it out. You can see the status bar. Now it's gone. Okay, great. Also, I'm just going to change this from pink to white. I think I don't like that, but you can leave yours, or probably you can use any color of your choice. So I'm going to go to the bottom navigation bar. Okay, this is the bottom navigation bar. I think I really can't find this. Okay, this is the way. So instead of pink, I'm just going to change it to white. I prefer white. Okay, inactive color, right? Sorry, I think active color. Okay, colors dot white. We're just going to use our test button color. Remember, we have a variable that is called test button color, which is a color of white. Okay, great. Hi guys, welcome. Now in this lecture, we're going to create a custom tab bar. That is, over here, we're going to have a text widget over here. Then we're going to have an icon widget over here, which is just going to be similar to this. Okay. Now to do this, we're going to go back to our VSC code. Now we're going to be doing this in the home screen, right? So we're going to go to the home screen. Okay. Now, in order to have a more cleaner code, what we can do is over this screens folder, we can create another folder which we're going to call widget. Okay. Then over this widget folder, we can create a new file which we can call custom app underscore bar dot dat. Okay. Now we can go with the stateless widget. We can also call this custom app bar, Ctrl and B, highlight, Control and dot, and now to import the material.dat package. Okay. We can use Ctrl and S to save this file. Then we can go back to our home screen. Okay. Now instead of this center widget, we can just get rid of this, then use a column. And the reason for this column is because we want all our widgets to be displayed vertically, that is from top to bottom. Right? Okay. Now this column widget can take in multiple widgets, so we can say children. Now we are just going to pass first the custom bar. Okay, great. Now over this custom bar, we don't really need to return a scaffold, but a container, since we already have the scaffold over here. Right? Okay. Ctrl and B now. Now we're going to start designing the custom bar. First of all, you can see we have two widgets. That is this text over here, this text widget over here, and this icon widget. And both are being displayed horizontally, that is from left to right. Now in order to achieve this, we're going to be using what? A row widget. Okay. So now we're going to say child. The child is going to be a row widget. It can take multiple children, so it has these children, right? Okay. Add your training comma. Okay. Now the first thing we're going to have is a test widget, right? Now you can see over the finished app, we have this eye symbol, right? Now in order to achieve this whole thing, what we're going to be using is a widget known as rich test. Okay. Now for this test, it's going to be something known as test span. Okay, as well, this test span can take multiple widgets. It has these children, but we're just going to be needing just two child. That is, you can see over here, we have this test and we also have this high symbol, right? So we're going to have two test span, right? Like I said. Okay, this is for the test. Add your training comma, then the other test span, which is going to be for the high. Okay, add your training comma. Okay, great. Now for this test span, it expects the test to say it is a type of test. Then we can just say hoodie. I think the test says hoodie, comma, right? Then what are you? Now you can see over here, this went down to the next line. That is the looking for. Now in order to take test to the next line, what we're going to do is we're going to use the backslash n. Then it's going to be looking for. Okay. Now use Ctrl and S to save. Okay, we're just gonna also start this in order to save those unsaved files. Okay. Okay. Now we really can't see this because default the rich text is gonna take the color of white, and this scaffold is a background of white, right? So we can't really see that. Okay. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna change the color of the rich text. So we're just gonna say style text style. So this is gonna be color of colors dot white. Okay, I think we need one more. Okay, use Ctrl and S. Sorry, I think we are just, this should be colors dot black because default is gonna take the white color. Sorry for that. Okay, now you can see this now. Okay, now what we can do is we can just give a font size of 25 to this and a font width dot bold. Okay, great. Now also we're gonna do for this, right? So now in order to use that I symbol, head up to emojipedia.org. Okay, now we can easily search for hi over here. Okay, okay, now you can just click on this, but I think I'm just gonna go with something else. I'm gonna go with this Zane face. I think I love this. Okay, then all we just have to do is to copy this code. You can go with any, right? So you can go with this gut feel face. You can go with any of your choice, or you can just search for something else over here. Okay, so now we're gonna go back to our VSC code. Then as well, we're gonna have the test to say it is a type of test. So we're just gonna paste this. Okay, great. Now use Ctrl and S to save and go check it out. Okay, now we can also make this big. So we can give a style, then test style. Okay, we can just change the font size to 35 so it becomes more bigger. Okay, great. Now the next thing we're gonna do, we're gonna take this to the bottom and also take it from a bit from the left. Okay, now to do this, we're gonna need to wrap it with a container, but fortunately we already have the container, so I'm just gonna go ahead and pass the padding. So we're gonna give say edge insert that's holy. We're just going to give padding for the top. So we want it to go from the top of 35. I think 35 is okay. Then as well, we want it to go from the left from 35. Okay, use Ctrl and S to save now and go check it out. Okay, I think we're just gonna go with 30. Okay, great. Okay. I think we need to add this question mark over here. Now you can go with the high. I think over here we have the high, right? So you can just go ahead with the high, but I think I love some. I need to play a bit, so so I have to go with the Zani face. Okay, but you can go with any of your choice. We have a lot. We have the smiley and people. We have the animals and nature, food and drink, activity, travel and places. Okay, so you can go with any of those. But please note, default, the text pan or the rich text is going to take the color of white. So in case you are doing this on your own, you shouldn't say why it's not showing. It's actually showing, but you can't see it since it's a color of white. So guys, welcome. In this lecture, we're going to continue from where we stopped. Okay, now over here, we're going to have an icon. Then on top of that icon, we're going to have a color of black on top of it. Something like this. Okay, now we had earlier used a row, and the reason for the row is because we want all widgets inside it to be displayed horizontally, that is, from left to right. Okay, in order to do this, we're going to need to go back to our VSC code. Now this is the row widget, and this is the rich text, right? Okay, so first of all, we're just going to give a trailing comma, then use Ctrl and S to save in order to auto format this. Okay, now as well, we're going to give a trailing comma over here. Okay, now we're going to have an icon, right? Then on top of that icon, we're going to have this black color on top of it. Then in order to place widget on top widget, we're going to be using a widget known as stack. Mind you, everything is referred to widget in Flutter, so this text pan is a widget as well. Okay, so after this rich text, we're going to have this stack. Okay, now this stack can take in multiple widgets. So it has this children. Okay, okay. We're just going to use a container so we have access to more additional properties such as height, padding, and others. Okay, now for the child, we're going to have an icon widget. For the icon widget, this is just going to be icons dot chopping underscore cart underscore outline. Okay, now we can give a color to this icon. We can change the color to colors dot gray. Okay, I think we are missing one. Okay, add your trailing comma and use Ctrl and S to save. Okay, now I think this is way too big. We can change this to 24 and this to 22. Okay, go check it out now. Okay, you can see it over here, right? Okay, now what we can do, we can make it display between each sides. So what we can do is over this row, what we just have to say is main axis alignment dot space between. Okay, now go check what it does. Okay, great. Now we can give a padding to this. So remember that was one of the reasons we have to use the container. So we can say padding edge inserts dot all. We just want to give 10 for all sides, that is left, right, bottom, cell, and others. Okay, so great. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to have the black color on top of this, right? Okay, remember that was the reason why we use a stack. You basically use a stack to place widgets on top of widgets. Okay, now add your trailing comma first, add the trailing comma, then use Ctrl and S to save. Now this is the container. Now in order to place widget on top of this container, what we just have to do is after this container, we're going to have something known as position. Okay, for the child, it's also going to be a container, so we have access to some additional properties such as color and height and others. Okay, so for the color, we're just going to use the decoration, and this is going to be boss decoration. Okay, so we're going to say color, then it's going to be colors dot black for now. Okay, Now we're going to give a height to this color, that is how long it's going to be, and also we're going to give a width, that is how wide it's going to be. So we're going to say height of 10, that is how long. Then we're going to say width of 10 as well, that is how wide. Okay, and use Ctrl N to save and go check it out. Okay, now you can see it over here. Now what we can do is we can take it to the right, so we can say right 10. Okay, now go check it out and see what it does. So it's going to go to the right. Okay, now we can take it a bit to the bottom, or I think here. So what we can do is we can say top 10. Okay, use Ctrl N and go see what it does. Okay, great. Now we can make this a little bit rounded. Okay, to do this, all we just have to say now is to say shape. It's gonna be boss shape dot circle. Okay, Ctrl N to save and go see what it does. Okay, I think it's not that round. Ctrl N to save. Okay, great. Now you can see it, right? Okay, right, looking great. Okay, guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi, guys, welcome. Now, what we can as well do is we can give a background color to this icon. Okay, now to do this, we're going to need to go back to our VS Code. Okay, now you can see this is the icon widget, right? And over here we have a container. Now you can see one of the needs to use a container, so we have access to lots of properties. Okay, now to give a background color to this icon, all we just have to say is color, then this is going to be colors dot white. But really we can barely see this, and the reason is that our scaffold has a color of white. Okay, so what we can just do is change this to red for now. Okay, use Ctrl S to save. Okay, and go check it out. Okay, now you can see this, right? Okay, now what we can do, we can give access to, we can give a little rounded shape, right? Okay, now we're just going to get rid of this color over here, so we have access to lots of properties. So what we can just do, instead of that, we can say decoration. This is going to be box decoration. Okay, now we're going to have access to lots of properties, including that color. So we can say color, this is going to be colors dot red for now. Okay, great. Now what we can as well do is going to be very straight, right? So we can give some little rounded shape to this. So all we just have to say now is border radius. You can see we have access to lots of properties because we are using the box decoration class. Okay, so this is going to be border radius the circular of 10, right? Okay, now use Ctrl S to save to see what it does. Okay, you can see it. Okay, now we just need to add our training comma, right? Okay, now really we're not going to be going with this red, but we're going to be going with the white color, right? So now in order to make this white visible, you can see for now it is not going to be visible, right? It's not going to be visible, or hopefully you can see this a bit. Okay, now in order to see this or make it more visible, what we can do is we can add a shadow to this. Okay, so within the box decoration class, remember one of the reasons that made us use this box decoration was in order for us to have access to lots of properties. Okay, so this is going to be box shadow. This is going to take a list. Okay, so this is going to be box, sorry, it's going to be box shadow. Okay, now what we can do, we can give a color to this. This is just going to be colors dot gray. Okay, then we can as well say dot with opacity of 0.3. Okay, add a trailing comma. Now what we can as well do, we can give a spread radius to this is gonna be a 0.1, right? And as well we can give a blur, make it blur, bit blur, okay, of 0.1 as well. Then lastly, for the offset, all we just have to say is offset. Okay, then we're going to pass in 0, then comma, and 1. Okay, great. Now, how to train the comma over here? And use Ctrl and S to save. Okay, great. Now go check it out. Okay, hopefully you can see this, right? You can now see this shadow with this white color. Now what you can do, you can take this a bit from the right. We already have a padding, I think, left. Okay, for the right as well, we're gonna give right of 30. Okay, Ctrl S to save and go check it out. Okay, I think 30 is way too much. We're just gonna give 25 for the right. Okay, go check it out now. Okay, I think this is okay, or probably I think this is okay. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now before we continue, we're gonna need to do some configurations in order for us to be able to use images. Okay, now we're gonna create a new folder, and we're gonna create this new folder in this e-commerce app directory. Okay, now to be able to easily create a folder there, what we can do is we can navigate to this boxback.yaml file. Okay, then we're going to click on this new folder. We're going to first create a folder called assets. Then we're going to create another folder in this asset directory, and we're going to call this folder images. Okay, now what we can do, we can add some images we're going to be needing throughout. Okay, now I'm going to go to my files. Okay, this is over here. I'm just going to copy this, copy this as well, then copy this, and this. Okay, copy. The images are going to be available for you as well. Okay, now we're going to go to our project, which is located at desktop, I think. Then we call it e-commerce app. Okay, then you can see the assets folder, right? Okay, we can click on it, then images. Okay, then we're just going to paste this. Okay, right. Now what we can as well do is we can just cut this off from here, cut. Then over this assets, we're going to create, over this assets directory, right? We're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call this folder icons, right? Okay, then we can then paste this here. Okay, great. Okay, the filter and the search. Okay, now what we're going to need to do next is we're going to go back to our VSC code, then the boxback.yaml file, which is this, right? First of all, we're going to use Ctrl and B to make this white. Okay, now what we can then do is we're just going to uncomment this. Now the next thing to do is to point the location of that assets, then the image we just added, right? So we're going to get rid of this first. Okay, now that images are in a folder called assets. Okay, then this, right? Okay, so by doing this, Flutter is going to have access to all the images within this images folder. Okay, now all we just have to do next is to copy this and then paste this. So this is going to be icons, right? Icons. We can just give a backslash, then a backslash as well. Okay, then use Ctrl and S to save this file in order to get this we just added. So by doing this, Flutter is going to know the location of all our images and all our icons images. For the now, we just have the filter icon and the search icon. Okay, so you're just going to wait for this to finish. Then in the next lecture, we are definitely going to continue from here, right? Okay, guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. In this lecture, we're going to create the search field. Okay, now to do this, we're going to need to go back to our VSC code. Now over this widget, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call this file search underscore input, then the extension which is dot. Now we're going to use Ctrl and B to make this wide, and then we can use a stateless widget. Okay, we can as well call this search input. Okay, and over here we're going to need to highlight, then use Ctrl and dot now to import the material.dat package. Okay, now over here you can see we have two widgets, that is the text field and this filter icon, and both are being displayed horizontally, that is from left to right. So for this we're going to be using what? A row widget. Okay, now for the child it's going to be what? A row widget. Now this row can take in multiple widgets, so it has these children. Okay, now for the first child it's going to be a text field, but what we can do before then, we can use a flexbox because we want the text field to fill the available space. Okay, for the child it's going to be a text field. Okay, okay, now we can give a flex of 1. Okay, now add the training comma, right? Okay, now the first thing we're going to have in this text field is something known as decoration, and this is going to be box decoration, right? Sorry, not box decoration, but input decoration. Okay, great. Now what we can do is we can set a fill color to colors.white. That is, we want the text field to be of color of white, or we can just leave it at red for now. Then we're also going to set the field to true. This is going to give some greenish color. Okay, now what we can do, well, first of all, we're just going to use Ctrl and S to save first, then use Ctrl and B to make this smaller. Then we're going to go to the home screen. Then over here, we're going to import it over here. So that is the search input, right? Okay, search input. There's it over here. Okay, add the training comma, Ctrl and S to save. And go check if there is anything yet. Okay, now you can see this, right? Okay. Now what you can do is, you can see it has filled the available space, right? Because of the flexible widget we're using to wrap it up. Okay, now we're going to continue from where we stop. Okay, now the next thing we're going to have is the border. We're going to say border, then this is going to be outline input border. Okay, now what we can as well do to this, we can make it a bit rounded, so we can say border radius dot circular of 15. Okay, great. Now go check it out to see what it does. Okay, great. Now you can see it over there. Add the training comma, right? Okay, now we can get rid of the borders. Right, to do that, all we just have to do is within the outline input border, we're just going to say border side. It's going to be border side dot none. Okay, go check it out to see what it does. Okay, you can see it does get rid of the border. Okay, great. Now what we can do is we can have an int text, which is more like the placeholder, sorry, outside the outline input border within the input decoration. You can have the int text, which is more like the placeholder in your HTML. So we're just going to say search for product. right? Or you can add anything there you want. Then we can give a style to this by using the int style. So for the style, this is going to be style. Sorry, this is going to be test style. Then we can just give a color to colors.gray. Okay, Control S to save and go check it out to see what it does. Okay, you can see it over here. Now what we can as well do is we can add an icon, right? So add a train comma. Now within the input decoration, we can as well have an icon, right? So all we just have to say is preface. Within the input decoration, we can say preface icon. Then we can just use a container so we're able to have access to the padding. Okay, so for the child, it's going to be icon widget. It's going to be we're just going to use the child. It's going to be image.assets. Image.assets. Okay, assets. Now the location. Control and B. Okay, yeah. So over here you can see we have these assets, right? Assets, then icons, right? Okay, then filter. Okay, so this is gonna be assets slash icons, then slash filter, right? I think the name is fill. Hopefully we don't make mistakes, spelling mistake. Filter .png. Okay, now this is gonna be very big, so we can give a size to this. Width of 15. Okay, I think we need some addition. Okay, Control S to save. Right, and go check it out. Okay, great. That should not be filter but search, right? Okay, Control S to save. Okay, great. Now we can give a padding for this. You can see that was the reason for this container. So we have access to padding. This is going to be edge inserts. That's all. We can just give a padding of 15. Right? Okay. Remember, padding has to do with inside, right? So this is going to make it a bit smaller. Okay, great. Great, right? Okay. Now what we can do, we can give some breathing space between these edges. Now to do that, we just have to, okay, over here, we're going to have a padding. It's just going to be edge inserts. The tall of maybe 20 for now. Okay, use Control S to save it. Check it out. Okay, great. Right. Okay, probably we can get rid of this red and just use white. Hopefully, we can't see this. Okay, great. I think it's still a bit thin, right? Okay, great. Okay. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. In the last lecture, we had earlier used a row widget, and the reason for this row widget is because we want every widget that goes inside it should be displayed horizontally, that is, from left to right. Now over here, you can see we have two widgets, that is, the text field and this filter icon, and we said we want both widgets to be displayed horizontally. So that was the reason we have to use a row widget. Okay, now this is the first widget, right? The text field. And we're wrapping it with a flexible widget. So it takes the available space, right? Okay, now within the row, right? First of all, we're just going to need to add a trailing comma over here. Okay, great. Now over here, the text field, the flexible widget, we also need to add a trailing comma. Right, okay. Now we're going to have another widget which is going to be for the image. Now all we just have to say is image dot assets. Okay, right? Now for the location, it's going to be the assets slash icons slash filter dot png. Now it's going to be very big, so we can reduce the wideness. So we're going to say width of 25. Okay, now use Ctrl and S to save and go check it out. Okay, what we can do, is not seen because it has the color of white. So now what we can do, in order to have access to lots of property, we can just click on the alight first, then use Ctrl and dot. Sorry, alight, Ctrl and dot. Then we're going to wrap this with a container, right? Okay. Now we're going to use the decoration, then the box decoration. The input decoration is basically used for test field. So this is going to be box decoration, right? So add the trailer comma first. We have to get rid of that error. Okay, so all we just have to say now is color. We want it to be colors dot black. Right? Use Ctrl and S to save and go check it out. Okay, you can see it over here. Now what we can as well do, we can give a margin to this. We can say margin is going to be hedge insert dot only, that is only for the left of, we're just going to give it 10. Okay, as well we're going to give a padding to this. It's going to be edge insert dot all. We're just going to give padding for all sides, that is a padding of 15. Okay, now use Ctrl and S to save and go check it out. Okay, now you can see it's a bit bigger now. Okay, because we're using the pattern which will give space within inside this box or inside this container. Okay, now what we can do, we can make this a bit rounded, right? So to do that, within the decoration, that is the box decoration, all we just have to say is border radius. It's going to be border radius, then dot circular. We're just going to give a radius of 15. Okay, Ctrl and S to save now. Okay, and go check it out. Okay, great. Looking great, right? Okay. Okay. Okay, guys. See you in the next lecture. Hey guys, welcome. In this lecture, we're going to create these three tags. That is the woman, t-shirt, and dress. Okay. Now to do this, we're going to need to go back to our VSC code. Now what we can do is over this widget, we can create a new file, and we're just going to call this file tag list, then the extension which is .dart. Okay, we can use Ctrl and V to make this wide, and since nothing is going to change, we can use a stateless widget. Okay, as well, we can call this tag list. And over here, we're going to need to highlight and use Ctrl and dot in order to import the material.dart package. Okay, now you can see all these tags are being displayed horizontally, that is, from left to right. So we're going to be using a widget which you know as row. Okay, great. Now instead of this container, we're going to get rid of this container, then we're just going to return a row widget. Now before we continue, what we can do is we can create a variable to hold these tags. Okay, now over here, we can create a final variable, then we can call this variable tag list. It's going to be equal to a list. Now the first value we have is the woman, then the second value we have is the t-shirt, and lastly, the last value we have is the dress. Okay, add your semicolon. Okay, great. Now, as you know, this row widget can take in multiple widgets, right? So it has the children. Okay, Now what we're going to do next is we're going to map over this list. Now to map over this list, we're going to need to get rid of this bracket. Okay, now all we just have to say is this variable called tag list, then dot map. Okay, now over here we're going to return a container, and the reason for that is so we have access to some additional property such as padding. Okay, now what we can just do, we can then convert to a list. Okay, great. At the edge over here, now we can break this down. Then we can have a child, which is going to be a test widget, right? Then we can pass in the E. Okay, add the trailing comma, use Control and S to save, then Control and B to make this smaller. Then we're going to go to the home screen, right? Then over here, we're going to import that tag list, right? Tag list. Okay, use Control and S to save it now, and go check it out. Okay, now you can see it over here, right? Okay, now what we can do, we can give some padding and margin for this tag list. So over here, we can give a padding. This is going to be padding, this is going to be hedge, inserts, that's all for all size. We're just going to give 10, right? Control this to save, and go check it out now. Okay, great. Now what we can as well do is we can give a style to the test. So this is going to be style, this is going to be test style. Okay, where we can give a color. This is just going to be colors, the gray. Okay, I think, okay. Now what you can as well do, we can give a background color to this. So in order to do that, all you just have to say is decoration. It's going to be box decoration, right? Okay, then we can give a background color. So we can just say colors dot yellow accents. Okay, great. Go check it out now to see what it does. Okay, great. Now we can give some space between each. Remember, margin has to do with outside, right? So we can as well give within the container. We can say margin. This is going to be edge inserts, edge inserts, edge inserts, edge inserts dot all 10 as well. Control S to save and go check it out. Okay, great. Now we can make this round, right? A bit round. To do that, I think you can do that now, right? Okay, so we're going to be using a property within the box decoration called border radius, right? So we can say border radius dot circular of 10. Okay, Control S to save and go check it out. Okay, great. Now we can just make this okay, 10 is okay, or probably 14. Then maybe we should just use the black to see how it's gonna look like. Black. Okay, I think it looked weird. Or probably you can leave just like that, but I'm just gonna get rid of this. I'm just trying to show you how to do that. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this decoration, box decoration. I think we're missing something. Okay, here as well, get rid of this. Control S to save. Okay, great. Looking nice, right? Okay. Hi guys, welcome. In this lecture, we're going to start working on the new arrival section. For the category section, we're going to do that later in the course. Okay, now to start working on the new arrival section, the first thing we're going to need to do is to go back to our VSC code. Now to have a much more cleaner code, we are also going to create a new file over this widget directory. And we're going to call this file category underscore list, then dot. Okay, now we're going to need to use Ctrl and V to make this wide. Since notice is not going to change, we can use a stateless widget. As well, we can call this category list. Then over here, we need to highlight and use Ctrl and dot in order to import the material.dat package. Okay, now over our finished app, you can see we have three main widgets over here. That is the test widget, and the icon widget. And these three widgets have been displayed horizontally. That is from left to right. So as you know, we're going to be using a widget called row. Okay, so now for the child of the container, it's going to be a row widget, right? And as you know, a row widget can take multiple widgets. So it has these children. Okay, now the first child we're going to need is a test widget, right? The first test is just going to say new arrival. We can give a style to this test style. We can give a font size, that is how big it's going to be, a font size of 22. Then we can give a font width to this, that is font width dot bold. Okay, now you can then use Ctrl and S to save. Then we can then go to our home folder, sorry, not home folder, but home file, home screen file. Then we can import the category list, right? Okay, this is over here. Then use Ctrl and S to save and go check what you just did. Okay, you're gonna see it here now, right? Okay, you're gonna see it there. Okay, great. Now the second widget we need is a test widget, right? It's also a test widget, that is this view all or view, but we can just call her house view all. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the category list. Okay, then we're gonna need to have another test widget. Okay, sorry, you can see this is the first test widget and it ends here. That is why it's always needful to always add a trailing comma. Okay, Ctrl S. Okay, then now we can have another test, right, which is just gonna say view all. Okay, Ctrl S to save and go check. Okay, now the next widget we're gonna need is this arrow, right? Okay, so after this test widget as well, we're gonna need to add a trailing comma. Then we're just gonna use a container so we have access to more properties. Then the child is gonna be an icon widget. Then for the icon, it's gonna be icons dot arrow underscore forward. I think forward underscore iOS. Okay, great. Use Ctrl S to save and go check it out. Okay, this is it, right? Now we can use, I'm just gonna break this down. We can use main axis alignment, main axis alignment, main axis alignment dot space between. Okay, add the training comma and go see what it does. Okay, now you can see it is way too far from each other, right? Okay, so what we can do is, instead of this, we can get rid of these two test widgets. Okay, the first one ends here, right? Get rid of it. And the second end here, right? Okay, get rid of it. Okay, I'm just gonna get, sorry, use Ctrl and okay, I'm just gonna undo this. Sorry for that. We're only gonna get rid of this test widget, the second, and this. Okay, so this is it, right? So now what we can do within the row widget, we can have another row. Okay, another row widget, then we can have the children, right? Okay, great. Then over here, we can then have the first test widget, which is just going to say view all. View all. Okay, great. Then we're going to have the second widget, which is going to be an icon widget. And like I said, in order to have access to more property, we're going to need a container. A container, okay, then the child. Then we're going to have the icon widget. Then it's going to be icons, arrow, underscore forward underscore iOS. Okay, use Ctrl S to save, and you're going to see this. Okay, you can see it is now very close compared to before. So we are using a row after we are using a row inside a row. So the next row is just going to start from the last widget instead of giving such huge space, right? Okay, great. Now what you're going to do is you're going to try to style this arrow to look sorry for that. You're going to try to style this arrow yourself to look exactly like this. You've seen this before. I think you can do this. So try, it is similar to this, right? So try to do yours, right? So try to make this arrow, that is your assignment. Try to make this arrow over here, I think here, to look just exactly like this. Well, before then, we're going to give some printing space between these edges. Okay, now to do that, we already have the container here, right? So we can have a padding. This is going to be edge inserts dot all. Okay, or we can just say edge inserts dot symmetric. Okay, then what we're going to say first is horizontal. The horizontal has to do with the left and right. That is, we are just trying to say we want to give space between the left and the right. So we want to give space between the left and the right of 25. Then we can say vertical. The vertical has to do with top to bottom. That is, we want to give space from this top to the bottom. So it's going to go 25 from the top. Okay. So for the vertical, we can as well say 25. Okay, use Ctrl S to save and go check it out. It's going to come down and it's going to give that space. Okay, great. So now your assignment is try to make this icon look similar to this. Okay. Okay guys, see you.
Hi guys, welcome. Now in this lecture, we're going to create a Flutter project, and I'm going to create this project in my desktop. So I'm going to say cd desktop. Now to create a project, we're just going to say Flutter create. Then what's the name of the project? We're going to call this TikTok underscore project. Okay. So all you just have to do is to wait for it to create the project, then you're going to cd into it. So in the next lecture, I'm going to see you.
Hi guys, welcome. Now what I simply did was to run the app over here, and this is default app Flutter had created for us. Okay, now the pattern we're going to be using to structure our files is known as MVC, which stands for Models, Views, Controllers. So over this lib folder, we're going to create a new folder, that is the M, which stands for Models. Over this lib again, we're going to create a new folder, that is the V, which stands for Views. Over the lib again, we're going to create a new folder, that is the C, and which stands for Controllers. Okay. Now the models is where we're going to be creating our fields, such as the username field, the password field, the email field, the image field, and so on. Then for the views, we're going to be creating our UI, such as the home screen UI, the login UI, the sign up UI, the set screen UI, and so on. While for the controllers is where we're going to be doing all our logic, like creating the functionality for our app, like being able to sign up that user, being able to log in that user, like creating the search functionality. Okay, now over these views, we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call this folder screens. Then over the screens, we're going to create a new folder. We're going to call this folder auth. Okay, now over this auth folder, we can create a file, and we can call this login underscore screen dot dat. Okay, for the now, we can just use a stateless widget, right? STL. Okay, stateless widget. We're going to call this login screen. Okay, then over here, I'm going to use control and dot in order to import the material .dat package. Okay, control and dot. Okay, great. Now what we can do, instead of returning a container, we can just return probably a scaffold. Okay, so you can say body, want it to be center, want to center the test. Okay, center. Okay, we can say child, it's gonna be a test widget. You can say probably login screen. Now in order to easily get rid of this underline, we can just go to our analysis underscore options. Then we're going to comment this out. Okay, great. Now go back to your login screen, then just okay, auth restart this. Okay, still not going. I think we just have to close VS Code and open it again. Okay, now first of all, we're just going to check this out. Okay, we're going to go to the main.dat file. Then we're going to remove all this, right? Okay, remove all this. Okay, now I'm just going to remove this as well, right? Okay, this is going to be login screen, right? Okay, great. Now control S to save. Okay, go check it out. Okay, great, login screen. Now what we can do, we can remove this debug banner. So over here, we can say debug show checked mode banner is equal to false, right? Okay, go to start. Okay, go check it out. I think it's gonna go right now. Okay, great. Now we're gonna be using the dark mode theme. Now to do this, what we're just gonna do, over this lib directory, we're just gonna create um a new file. We're just gonna call this const, which is a short form of constants. Okay, const dot. Okay, now over here, what we can do, we can say const background color is equals to color. Okay, I'm just gonna use control and dot. Okay, import this, get rid of this. Okay, background colors dot, we want black. Okay, great. Now what we're going to do, we're going to go to our main.dat file. Okay, we're going to remove this theme data. So now we're going to say theme. We're going to say theme data dot dark. Then we can say dot That's copy width. Okay, since we want to use that background color, so we're going to say scaffold background color is the background color. Okay, that variable we created this over here, which is assigned to the color black. Okay, now we're going to auto restart this. Okay, great. Now you see automatically the text becomes white, right? So that's how it works. Uh, okay, you just have to close your VS Code, then restart it. This red line, this line over here is going to go off, right? That is after you comment all this over here. Okay. Okay, guys. See you in the next lecture.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Hi guys, welcome. Now in this lecture, we're going to create the test field so that users are going to be able to log in. Now we're going to have two test fields, that is the email and the password. So users are going to be able to log in using their email and password. Okay. Now if yours is still showing down on the line, what you can simply do is to use Ctrl and S to save, and it's going to go off. Okay. Now over this body, I'm just going to remove this. Okay, this is going to be a container. Okay, now all our widget is going to be displayed from top to bottom, that is vertically. So we're going to be using a widget called column. Okay, this is going to take multiple children, so it has the children property. Okay, now what we can say a test field. Okay, now we're going to say decoration. It's going to be input decoration, right? Okay, we're going to have the border first. We're going to say outline input border. Okay, also we're going to give a border radius to this. We can say border radius dot circular, we want 20. Okay, now as well, outside the outline input border, we can have the int test. We can say test, I think, sorry, add your training come over here. We can say email. Okay, Control and S to save. Okay, go check it out. Okay, this is over here. Okay, as well, over this test field, we can have another test field. I'm just gonna give a training comma there. Okay, this is gonna be test field again. For the sake of mastering, I love doing it from scratch. Okay, this is gonna be decoration. This is gonna be input decoration, right? Okay, so we're gonna have the border. We're gonna say outline input border. Okay, so give a border. So we're gonna say border radius is gonna be border radius dot circular of 20 as well. Okay, I'm gonna add the training comma here. Add the training comma. Use Control and S to save. Okay, great. Now outside the outline border, we can say int test again. So this is gonna be password. Okay, now what you can as well say, we can give the prefix icon. We can say icon widget. It's gonna be icons dot email. Okay, add the training comma over here. Okay, over here we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to say preface icon. This is going to be icon, then icons dot lock. Okay, great. Training comma, it's control needs to save. Okay, go check it out. Okay, this is it. Okay, now what we can do, we can over here we can say alignment. We want it to be centered. Alignment dot center. Okay, now let's see what it does. Okay, still the same thing. Now what we can do over here, over the column, we can say main axis alignment dot center. So it's going to take you to the center vertically. Okay, great. Now you can see we don't have any space, so now we're going to give some padding. So over this container we can just say padding edge, let's say dot all of probably 20 at all sides. Okay, it's going to give, okay, great. Now we're going to give space between the email and the password. So now what we can do over here, I'm going to give a size box. We are giving this padding, we are giving the space vertically, right? So it's going to be height of probably 15. Okay, go check it out. I think we're just going to give 20. Okay, great. Right? So you can see how easy it is, right? Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now in this lecture, we're going to try to create a login button over here. Okay, now we're going to go back to our VS Code. Now we're going to create this login button from scratch. So after this test field, we're just going to have a container widget. Okay, first of all, we're going to give that button a width. Okay, now we're going to get the width of the screen. So in order to do that, we have to say media query dot of context, then dot size, then dot width. So this is going to give us the width of the screen. Then we want to say minus 40. Okay, I'm just going to use Control and S to save in order to get a good format. Okay, the next thing we're going to give is the height of the button. That's how long it's going to be. The width is how wide it's going to be. Okay, for the height, we can give a height of 50. Okay, now we're going to give the button a color, right? So what we can do, we can have a decoration over here. Then this is going to be box decoration. Okay, now for the color, we're just going to create this color in the const.dat file. So over here I can create another variable. I can just say this is a var. I'm going to call this button color is going to be equal to colors dot red. We can say 400, and that was the reason I used this var, so I'm able to use this over here, this bracket 400. Okay, I'm going to go back. Then over here, what you can see, we can say color, then we want the button color. Okay, great. Now I'm just going to use Ctrl and S to save, so check this out. Okay, Ctrl and S to save. Okay, I think we also need to save this as well. Okay, great. Now we can give a space between this. So over here, we're going to give this space vertically, right? So it's going to be a height. So we're going to say size box height of probably 30. Okay, Ctrl V to make this wide. Okay, now what you can as well do, we can give a border radius. So we can say border radius dot circular of 5, right? Now we can have a child. The child is going to be a test widget. Okay, now we can say login. Okay, okay, this is how it's going to look, right? So now we can center that test by over here. We can use control and dot, click on center. It's going to center the test. Control and S to save. Go check it out. Okay, now what you can do, we can give a style. It's going to be test style. Okay, we can say font size of probably 20. Then we can as well say font width dot board. Okay, go check it out. Okay, great. Now what we can do, we can make this clickable by wrapping this container with a button, and that button is going to be a type. It's going to be the inkwell type. So now we can wrap with widget. So we can say inkwell. Okay, we can also wrap this with a gesture detector, but using the inkwell is going to give some cool effect like a splash color or something like that. Okay, we can just say for the now on tab. Okay, for the now we're just going to leave this empty. Okay, great. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, welcome. Now, assuming user don't have an account, what we can do, we can create a register button over here. So on top of that button, it's going to take the user to the register page. Okay, now to do this, we're going to go back to our VS Code. Okay, now after the inkwell, we're going to give a trailing comma. Okay, now we're going to have two tests. One is going to say don't have an account, and the other is going to say register. And we're going to display these two tests horizontally. So for this, we're going to be using what? A row widget. Okay, but before then, we're going to give space between this widget over here and the next widget we're going to add. So we're going to say size box, and we're going to give this space vertically, that is from top to bottom, and it's going to be a height. Probably we're going to say 20. Okay, great. Add your trailer come over here. Now we're going to have a row widget, right? So this takes multiple widgets, so it adds the children property. Okay, I'm just going to use Ctrl and S to save. Okay. Now the first child we're going to have is a test widget, right? This is just going to say don't. Okay, what I can do is add this quote over here. Don't have an account. Okay, now we're going to give this a style. We can say style. This is going to be test style. We're just going to give a font size of 20. Okay, use Ctrl and S to save and go check it out. Okay, now what we can do, we can center this. So over this row, we can say main axis element dot center. This is going to center it horizontally. Okay, great. Now the other child is going to be a test widget as well. So after this test widget, we're going to have another test widget. This is just going to say register. Okay, now as well, we're going to style this. So we're going to say style. This is going to be test style. Okay, we're still going to give a font size of 20 as well, but this time around we're going to give a color. So we're going to say colors. Sorry, we're just going to use that button color. Okay, button color. Okay, add your trailing comma. I think we are missing one more. Okay, add the trailing comma as well. Add the trailing comma. Use Control and S to save. Okay, go check it out. Okay, now we're going to give some little bit space between this don't have an account and this register. So over this widget, we're going to say size box. This time around, we're going to give this space horizontally. So that is from left to right. So it's going to be width or probably 5. Okay, use Control and S to save. Okay, great. Now as well, we're going to make this register test clickable. So what we can do, we can wrap it with a button, and it's going to be a type of inkwell. So we can use Control and dot wrap with widget. Okay, so now we're going to say inkwell. Okay, we can just add this on tab for now, then leave it empty. Okay. Okay, great. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture.
This video is over. Go to starfreelance.eu to download these videos, materials, and sources. Watch more videos to get premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.